Ah, the early 2000s. Those of us who grew up in that era had it so good. Nothing beat the feeling of waking up on a Saturday morning and watching your favorite show. Cartoon Network was putting out banger after absolute banger, and that channel was on constantly in my house. The first one I got into was Justice League. I may have a lot more to say about that sometime down the line. But a couple years after that, Teen Titans debuted. Naturally, I was immediately drawn to it. The idea of watching an entirely different team of heroes, including the sidekick of one of the main ones in Justice League, was quite intriguing. I always wondered why Robin never showed up in JL, and I was curious to know what he was up to. Of course, Teen Titans wasn't actually in the DCAU, but I didn't know that at the time. I was a little kid, it was all the same to me. In fact, I wasn't even familiar at all with any of the other characters. All of my familiarity with DC came from Super Friends and Justice League. I wasn't really a comic reader. I was hooked from the jump. Many of my classmates were as well, and we were constantly talking about it. I had to watch every single episode as soon as it came out, and a week was way too long to wait for the next one. I loved the animation style, the action was awesome, and Slade was one of the best and most unique villains I'd ever seen. Plus, a lot of the humor was geared towards kids as well. However, compared to some of the other cartoons I grew up watching constantly, for whatever reason, I haven't come back to this one very much. In fact, prior to the recent rewatch for the purpose of this video series, I'm not even sure I have ever even watched the show as an adult. I definitely remember some stuff, at least the big stuff, but there is a lot to this show that I did not remember at all. And I don't just mean specific occurrences and moments, but themes and character depth as well, stuff you don't tend to notice as much as a kid. Because of these extra layers, I'm getting a lot more out of this rewatch than I expected, and I'm very happy to report that while it's definitely geared towards kids, and certainly has a lot for them, there is a lot there for adults as well, something I didn't necessarily anticipate. Point being, this is going to be a much more fun and interesting review series than I originally thought. Certainly much easier than the Yu-Gi-Oh one, as the seasons are a quarter as long, making me much more inclined to take risks here. Plus, I have actually heard from multiple people that really wanted me to talk about Teen Titans, so we'll see how this goes. Just saying, even the tiniest help on Patreon would go a very long way if you guys want to see this series continue, and if not that, Likes are massively important for the algorithm and cost absolutely nothing, not even time. So without further ado, let's get into it. I'm going to analyze Teen Titans Season 1, episode by episode, diving deep into the storylines, themes, character arcs, and then giving my conclusion on the entire season as a whole at the end. The hope is to do this for every season of the show. I would certainly like to. Here we go. The series opener is Divide and Conquer. But Kurt, isn't it Final Exam? Nope. Divide and Conquer was actually the third episode released, but the first one chronologically. Why did Cartoon Network do this sometimes? I have no idea, but Justice League did it a couple times too. Even the Blu-ray has it wrong. Quite annoying. So it opens with a big stone-like villain called Cinderblock breaking another villain, Plasmus, out of jail. We get introduced to our Titans in a cheesy but awesome way. We see all of their abilities. Beast Boy can change into animals. Cyborg is cybernetically enhanced and super strong and has a cannon on his robotic arm. Awesome. Starfire can fly and shoot energy from her hands. Raven has some crazy witch magic powers, and I dig it. I had a huge crush on Raven growing up. If you remember what I said in my Scooby-Doo and the Witch's Ghost video, I think I'm sensing a trend here. I definitely have a type. Anyway, I'm sure we'll learn more about their powers later. Robin doesn't have any. He's the fearless leader, getting by strictly on his intellect and training. He's the Batman of the group, which is quite fitting. Cyborg and Robin mess up their big move, the sonic boom, and Cinderblock gets away with Plasmus. It's very interesting that they did the team breakup thing in the very first episode. A character quits before we even know him. If nothing else, it makes for some interesting tension. I would be remiss if I didn't mention how awesome the intro is. One of my all-time favorites. So much nostalgia. One of the best songs to have stuck in my head. That's an intro I will never skip. The music in general is also great. The show very much has an anime feel to it, and I dig that. With the exaggerated character expressions, the characters changing sizes, backgrounds going away, so on and so forth. Combine that with the Cartoon Network look and music and sound effects, and you have an anime-ified Justice League, and I am not complaining about that. We also get a slight introduction to the group dynamic here. Robin Robin is the leader, but is clearly insecure. Starfire is a naive, outgoing, free spirit. Raven is a cynic. Beast Boy is the goofball, and Cyborg is the cool guy, who of course comes through in the end, even capturing Cinderblock off-screen. The action is fun. Plasmus is a cool, Clayface-like villain that is constantly changing forms, but by far and away, the best thing about this episode is the fact that it introduces us to the overarching big villain of the show, Slade. Guess they couldn't call him Deathstroke in a kid's show because it has the word death in it. Slade is one of my favorite villains of all time, and I can't wait to further explore him as the show goes along. Here, we just get a little tease. We don't even hear his name, just this mysterious, ominous guy pulling the strings. He has an incredible screen presence that is felt from the moment we see him. Despite being very quiet and reserved, Ron Perlman's brilliant voice acting is a huge part of that. In fact, that almost makes him scarier.
I will annihilate them, Robin, and I'll make you watch.
We know very little about him, but we can tell he's going to be a problem going forward, and we can't wait to learn more. Introducing the main villain in a mysterious way in the first episode is a massive trope, but damn if it doesn't work. This is how you get people hooked on a show. Episode 2, Sisters, opens at a carnival. Wait, Starfire makes a reference to the Gordanians? Is that the same Gordanians from Justice League? If so, that is awesome. Fun little Easter egg for DC animation fans. I also love her being absolutely blown away by cotton candy disappearing in your mouth. We've all been there at some point, usually as little kids.
It vanished!
Watching her experience things for the first time and become accustomed to the traditions of America and the world in general is a really fun perk of her character. In this episode, we meet Starfire's sister, Blackfire. Basically the complete opposite of Star. She's a sarcastic, cool rebel, a stark contrast to Star's childlike curiosity and naivete. Of course, the Titans all flock to Blackfire, which makes Star sad and jealous, understandably so. Hynden Walsh, I hope I said that right, the voice of Starfire, does a great job pulling double duty here as both sisters with opposing personalities. Side note, but Raven is a horror movie fan. Of course she is. I'm liking her more and more. Anyway, some aliens called Centauri come to Earth to capture Star when of course they were actually after Blackfire. Even as someone who hadn't watched the show in a long time and remembered very little about it, that was pretty obvious from the jump. But it must have been a pretty big surprise back in the day. Us as kids watching, like the Titans, thought that Blackfire was so cool. There is a lesson to be learned here. The grass is not always greener, and the shiny new toy is never what it seems. The episode does such a good job getting that point across in just 20 minutes, something the show excels at. Along with that, it also plants a few seeds for a potential Robin and Starfire romance. They're definitely cute together. I honestly don't even remember if it goes anywhere, but the signs are there for sure. Doesn't advance the Slade storyline or anything, but not every episode needs to. Really solid one-off that has something to say and has some really solid character development for Starfire, a character that could easily not work, but is definitely in the right hands here. Episode 3 is Final Exam. Not to harp on this again, but this was released first, despite being the third episode chronologically. It's wrong on the streaming services, on IMDb, on the Blu-ray, everywhere. Because of this, I imagine most people watch these out of order. It clearly takes place after Divide and Conquer, and it makes much more sense to watch it after that. This one sees 3 potential new recruits to work for Slade have to face one final test, or exam, if you will, to destroy the Teen Titans. The members are Gizmo, a little tech guy, Jinx, a witch of sorts, and Mammoth, the muscle. Honestly, this hardly seems fair. You should at least get the same number of members that the Titans have. This one has some solid action, fun trash talk, especially from Gizmo. The kid has some pretty good insults, I'll give him that.
Let me go, you scuzz-munching zit!
I've always enjoyed the character. We even have a fake-out Robin death, evening the playing field a bit for a portion of the episode, and the Titans lose control of the tower to Slade's goons. What can I say? I like these team versus team episodes. They're simple but effective entertainment. Wait, did they use the same T-Rex sound effect for Beast Boy that they did for Jurassic Park? It sure sounds like it, and that's awesome if that's the case, especially considering at the time of watching this, I just rewatched the Jurassic Park movies. What I love about this episode is the fact that it highlights the importance of Robin in this group. Everyone knew he was going to come back, but that wasn't the point. The point was to give us a glimpse of the Titans without him. He is easily the least powerful. In fact, he doesn't even have any powers at all, but he's the leader, the glue that holds it all together, and without him, it all falls apart. They lose, they bicker, it's dysfunctional. With him, the teamwork is great, they're firing on all cylinders, and they take the tower back. It's not just him, though. The team needs to be together, all 5 of them. If just one piece is missing, it throws the whole thing off. They all have a very important part to play, and the final battle really showcases that. This is also the first time the Titans hear the name Slade, which gives them a larger objective now to figure out who that is and what he's up to. That was actually Slade's true goal here. He didn't think those 3 would win, he just wanted to get his name out there. Everything is going according to plan for him. I like how each episode, at least so far, advances the overarching story, does some interesting character work, or, in this case, both. And as alluded to before, they utilize the 20-minute runtimes so well. Episode 4 is Forces of Nature. It opens with Beast Boy trying to pull a prank on Cyborg, but whoops, he accidentally hits Starfire instead, and she takes it so seriously. Definitely the last person you'd want to prank. Again, she is very sweet and kind, but doesn't really understand humor, jokes, or pranks, so she understandably gets very offended by it. This one sees the Titans take on superpowered brothers Thunder and Lightning, who are sadists? They seem to be wreaking havoc just for the pure enjoyment they get out of it, and without care for the consequences. Lightning seems to be the more sinister one, dragging Thunder along. Thunder seems to be more of a simpleton, not fully understanding the severity of what they're doing. The brothers get recruited by a mysterious, seemingly frail old man. It's pretty obvious to us, at least as adults, that it's Slade. He uses them to create some giant fire monster. Beast Boy is finally able to get through to Thunder, who is also able to get through to his brother, and they help take down the fire monster. This episode does a few things quite well. It's a very Beast Boy-centric episode, as it highlights how kind and genuine he is. He spends the entire episode apologizing to Star for a prank gone wrong. I know the feeling. We all know what it's like to have something that seems so innocent go wrong and upset someone and feel very bad about it. It's easy to empathize with both characters here, and Star forgiving him was a really heartfelt moment. Beast Boy realizes that Thunder and Lightning are also good people deep down, just misguided. He sees a parallel between them and himself and uses the lessons he learns to teach them a similar lesson. Of course, the degree to which the action caused harm is way different, but it totally works. The message of the episode is that if you have unique gifts, use them for good. A simple but effective message. It also gives us another glimpse of Slade, the most we've seen of him up until this point. I love his constant, slowly increasing presence in the season. Another one with great character work and advancement of the larger story. Next is the sum of his parts. I love how all of these episodes show the Titans doing things that regular people, especially young people, do on an average day, displaying their camaraderie and friendship. Then something always happens during it and incites the episode. I also love all the Titans getting their chance to be at the forefront. This one focuses on Cyborg, who's having battery issues. Makes sense given the fact that he's, a cyborg. He gets separated from the group during a battle with a nefarious magician called Mumbo and lands in the care of a robot called Fix-It, who has sort of an underground layer of robots. He fixes Cyborg, but refuses to let him leave. Fix-It, by the way, kind of reminds me of Brainiac in the way that he looks and speaks.
Will you remain? It is for the best.
He seems helpful at first, then we realize he plans to turn Cyborg fully robot, therefore eliminating what he perceives as flaws that come with his human side and perfecting him. Of course, the opposite is true. Having cybernetic enhancements is cool and all, but being human is truly special and is what makes Cyborg who he is. Even Fix-It comes to that realization after a peek into Cyborg's mind. This is 2 straight episodes where one of our heroes shows a misguided villain the error of their ways, and I think that's awesome. Earlier in the episode, a kid with a fake arm came up to Cyborg, telling him how much he looked up to him because they're one and the same. At the end of the episode, that comes back around in a really nice way, and we see the kid again, and Cyborg tells him, yeah, we are the same.
But it's not your arm that makes us the same. It's the stuff connected to it.
and points to his heart. It's a really sweet moment. Really sweet episode overall. No Slade stuff, but like I said, we don't always need that. Sometimes episodes just work on their own, and this is one of those. Really glad Cyborg got his chance to shine. Speaking of chance to shine, now it's Raven's turn with one of my favorite episodes, Nevermore. The cold opening of this sees the Titans face off against a villain called Dr. Light, voiced by the great Roger Bumpus, aka Squidward, in a scene that looks, feels, and sounds straight out of Justice League. This one has the Japanese intro. Interesting. I wonder why that is. This episode, Raven is the main character who up until this point was the only member of the team to not get the chance to be at the forefront of an episode and was very mysterious up until this point. During said fight with Dr. Light, Raven seems to lose control of her temper and therefore her powers. Beast Boy and Cyborg try to help her and accidentally end up in an alternate dimension of sorts, which is pretty creepy. This episode has some stuff straight out of a horror movie, which I, as a huge horror fan, love, and it's perfectly fitting for Raven's character. We meet a more jovial, giggly Raven in there, which is also pretty jarring, a huge departure from her typical personality. Side note, but Cyborg's arm cannon sounds like the sound Green Lantern's ring makes in Justice League. That's dope. There are many different Ravens in this dimension. There is obviously a lot more going on with her than meets the eye. Together, Cyborg and Beast Boy help Raven defeat her inner demons and daddy issues. Definitely hoping we find out more about that down the line. Wait a minute. Friends teaming up to help another friend defeat the darkness within as a metaphor for depression? Did Thunderbolts steal from Teen Titans? I'm joking. I love Thunderbolts, by the way. Just pointing out the similarities. In this, all of Raven's other moods, or personalities, help out as well. The power of friendship comes through again, and Raven confirms that they are indeed friends. Another really sweet moment. Man, there really is more to this show than I remember. I may not have realized this as a kid, but this episode is clearly about mental health. Raven clearly has some stuff going on, which is why she's so afraid to open up to people. She's afraid they won't like her, or that she will hurt them. Of course, none of us are as powerful as her, but that's a general concept many of us can relate to. It just manifests physically here with her struggling to control her powers. Fantastic character study, shining light on someone who we knew very little about until this point, and exploring mental health in a way I did not expect in a cartoon, with some pretty amazing visuals as well inside Raven's mind. And can I just say, as far as ultra-powerful women with mental health issues, this is so much better written and handled with much better care than Multiverse of Frickin' Madness. Sorry, I will never miss an opportunity to express my immense frustration with that movie. Take notes, Michael Waldron. This is how you do it. Nevermore was probably my favorite episode yet. Despite the second straight episode without Slade, I do hope he pops up again, but having him here probably would have distracted from the purpose of this episode. Incredible standalone episode, certainly the darkest and most mature episode we have seen yet, and that is a compliment. Episode 7 is switched. Right off the bat, I can tell this Puppet Master character is the same voice actor as Mofir from Justice League.
You'll not destroy this world.
Awesome. I love voice acting crossovers like that. The Puppet Master sends puppet versions of the Titans to them. They think it's just a gift from a fan, but obviously there's a sinister motive. He switches the Titans with their puppets so that he can control them. But when he tries to do it with Starfire and Raven, Raven casts a spell to mess with it and accidentally ends up switching her body and Star's body. There's your hook for the episode, and it's absolutely hilarious. I love a good body swap, though I really wish they would have kept the same voices. That makes more sense, and for some reason the writers tend to never do that, except in, well, maybe we'll get there someday.
I have no idea who this is.
Though on the flip side, it's really funny to hear Raven's voice out of Star's body and vice versa, though I think it'd be even funnier if we'd have to hear Star's personality in Raven's voice and vice versa. Star explaining to Raven how to use her powers had me dying. It's so vague. I don't know how she could have possibly figured that out.
Okay, how do you fly this thing?
You must feel flight.
These two have an awesome dynamic. They're literally complete opposite people, and switching their bodies was a perfect way to get them to bond more and understand each other better. Not just each other's powers, but as people too. Raven is annoyed at Star's naivete and bubbly energy. Star doesn't understand why Raven is always so pouty and brooding, but they come to sort of a middle point. Raven sees the appeal of being more positive, and Star sees why Raven isn't inclined to be so positive all the time. They're also both super powerful, and together, even when they're using each other's powers, they're still able to defeat the other three. Go girls! This was a really fun episode. Puppet Master is a really creepy villain. Wonderful to see more of him at some point. Making this one almost entirely about the two girls of the group was awesome. Without having to spread things around so much, we get some really good character work for those two. As stated, they couldn't be more different, but they learn from each other and become pretty good friends by the end of the episode. They even meditate and go to the mall together at the end. How sweet is that? They will never be the same person. They'll never have the same outlook on the world. But they're both good people doing good things, and their clashing personalities make them both better people. And that's what this episode is about. I guess I'm just going to have to deal with the fact that Slade is on the back burner for now, but that's okay, because I'm enjoying these so much. Up next is Deep Six, a lower tier episode for the season, in my opinion. This one sort of reminds me of The Enemy Below from Justice League. It sees the Titans team up with Aqualad to take down Trident, who has been wreaking havoc across the sea.
I am excellence. I am perfection. I am Trident.
I recognize from the minute he spoke that Trident is voiced by the legendary Clancy Brown. The man just makes everything better. Japanese intro again. Interesting. If anyone knows the rhyme or reason as to which episodes have that one, let me know because I have no idea. Now, I'm not much of a comic reader, so I know very little about Aqualad. Is he like a knockoff of Aquaman? Is he his sidekick or apprentice or something? Honestly, when I was a kid, I thought this was Aquaman. A kid in my class corrected me saying it was Aqualad, and I was like, who's that? What's the difference? I mean, Aqualad, I guess, is a little younger, but he lives underwater, has long hair, and communicates with animals. I think it was a fair mix-up on my part. Raven and Star have a huge crush on him, and everyone besides Beast Boy thinks he's super cool. Beast Boy is, of course, jealous. He was supposed to be the MVP of this episode, as he can turn into a fish. They have a fun, petty rivalry. This is sort of reminiscent of the Sisters episode, with a newcomer that everyone but one character loves, though not done quite as well. Turns out that there's actually an entire army of Tridents, and Beast Boy and Aqualad are able to put aside their petty differences and work together to devise a plan to defeat all of the Tridents by pitting them against each other, then trapping them in a cave. Aqualad becomes an extended member of the team, just like Aquaman was in Justice League. Come on, guys, you can't tell me the parallels aren't there. This is a decent episode, fun enough. The underwater action was fun, and it was cool to see Beast Boy turn into all of these sea creatures, but there isn't much for character development here, aside from Beast Boy learning to work as a team and being jealous of the newcomer, both things we've already been through in this season, but it was just done better in the other ones. Still no Slade. Trident is a pretty generic villain, being voiced by an icon, and the gimmick of being an army doesn't make up for that. Again, enjoyable enough episode, but probably my least favorite one so far. It's relatively forgettable. Now we get to masks, and we are finally back to the Slade story. Good. The last episode indicated that they may have been spinning their wheels a little bit. The cold open sees the Titans fighting a bunch of Slade henchmen or androids. I think they're androids. Makes sense. They won't give up any information Slade doesn't want them to know. Plus, makes it easier fodder for the Titans to beat up on or even destroy without having to actually kill anyone. Robin has become obsessed with Slade, letting his pursuit of him consume his every waking moment, even putting off hangout time with the group. As suggested by the episode title, a mysterious new masked character called Red X comes onto the scene, who seems to be working for Slade to retrieve these computer chips for him. Of course, it's obvious to us as adults that it's Robin, but as kids, I'm sure it wasn't as obvious. Robin is doing this to try to get closer to Slade, to figure out what he's up to, since none of his other tactics have been working. He pulled out all of the stops here to keep up the charade, even making a hologram of himself get trapped by Red X. Imagine if Red X was actually against the Titans. They'd be in serious trouble because he knows all of their weaknesses. weaknesses. Of course, he knows their weakness because it's Robin and because he's their friend, but that's beside the point. Maybe he could hypothetically turn on them someday. The Titans figured it out essentially by accident, but Slade, of course, put it together on his own and was stringing Robin along the entire time. Slade is constantly one step ahead of the Titans. Just when Robin thinks he gained the upper hand on him, it turns out that wasn't even the real Slade, just another drone. He still hasn't really put himself directly in harm's way. This episode does a few things really well. We see much more of Slade than we had up until this point, yet he remains a mystery, which I kind of love. The completely expressionless face or mask adds to the mystery as well. Is he even human? It's so fun and intriguing when a show poses questions like this, and we can't wait to eventually get the answers. Robin goes through all of this hoopla, neglecting and even fighting his own teammates, straining his relationship with them and losing their trust. All for what? It didn't get him any closer to stopping Slade. And what were the computer chips about? I'm sure we'll find out soon. Robin's obsession with Slade is something that I remember quite well from the show. This episode seems to be the beginning of that. It ends on a shockingly dour note, especially considering it's not a part 1, teasing said fractured trust amongst the Titans and the ever-looming threat of Slade. A very effective episode in every way. Furthers the Slade story, twists and turns throughout, and is the beginning of a very interesting arc for Robin. But let's put the Slade stuff on hold for a second with episode 10, Mad Mod, which sees the Titans go up against a magical, eccentric, hypnotist villain named, you guessed it, Mad Mod, voiced by the great Malcolm McDowell.
Can't have those nasty superpowers disrupting my lecture now, can I?
They're actually already in his lair in the cold open. How did he manage to capture all of them? Guess they didn't really have time for that, so it must not be that important. Mod acts as a teacher of sorts, believing the Titans to be delinquents and trying to hypnotize them into behaving. Honestly, a pretty fun concept for a villain. Look, I know I said every episode should generally either advance the larger story or do some really good character work. This doesn't have either of those, but I don't care. This one is just a good old-fashioned good time. From the charismatic, memorable villain to the mind-bending Inception-like visuals, the wild mazes and traps, the funky, upbeat music, the Scooby-Doo chase scene through the hallway, this one is an absolute blast from start to finish. Of course, it was all technology as opposed to real magic, and Mad Mod was just a weird old guy sitting in a chair, because how else could this have possibly ended, especially with the Scooby-Doo vibe? There is no way all of that could have been real. But man, did it make for some amazing visuals. This is why I love animation. It allows you to do all kinds of crazy stuff that would be basically impossible to pull off in live action. That alone makes this episode worth the watch. Is the episode random? Absolutely. Is it as deep with the characters and themes as some of the others? Absolutely not. But it's highly entertaining, memorable, and unique. Can't complain about that. Nice little palate cleanser before getting back into the real stuff. It also highlights that despite his flaws, Robin is a fantastic problem solver, as he is the one who ultimately gets them out of this situation. Okay, sorry, I lied. The last episode before the big finale is actually Car Trouble. This is another one that's out of order. This episode aired as the season 1 finale, but takes place before the true finale, that being the two-parter Apprentice. Some people may prefer this one as the finale since it's more of a palate cleanser. Some prefer to end with the good stuff. I am definitely the latter. I like this one as sort of a calm before the storm. As the title suggests, this one is about the Titans' new car that Cyborg builds called the T-Car. It's pretty dope, I'm not gonna lie. I'd rock it. Okay, I promise I'm not trying to reference Scooby-Doo this much, but guys, I can't help it. You can't tell me that the villain that they fight in the electronics shop, Overload, isn't exactly like the villain from Scooby-Doo and the Cyber Chase. An underrated movie, if you ask me. And thus we get into the main plot point of the episode. The T-Car gets stolen by a couple of random dumbasses, then stolen from them by returning villain Gizmo, a standout from this season, and Cyborg spends the entire episode trying to get it back. This one is fine fun enough, basically a MacGuffin story trying to get the car back, nothing more, and it works for what it is. The chase at the end is pretty enjoyable, probably alongside Deep Six as one of my least favorites of the season, though I'd probably have this one a little bit higher, mainly because Gizmo is such an entertaining villain. Some people probably find him annoying, and I can definitely understand that, but I enjoy the hell out of him.
So long, snot munchers!
And there's a really nice moment between Cyborg and Raven where she acknowledges and understands why he cared so much about the car. There was literally a piece of him inside of it that made it what it was. That piece survives and leads to another scene where Raven motivates him to rebuild it and helps him do so. They honestly have a pretty underrated friendship. I really hope to see more of it down the line. Okay, is it just me? Or does the music that plays whenever Cyborg builds the car sound exactly like the Seinfeld theme? That's hilarious. Like I said, not the deepest or most memorable episode, but a fun little calm before the storm, and it's time for the storm. This is what we've all been waiting for, the true season finale, Apprentice Part 1 and 2, the only two-parter of this season, which was a little strange to me at the time, considering Justice League is almost all two-parters, but Teen Titans utilizes the 20-minute format so well that I'm not complaining. Generally, they can fit what they're trying to do into those 20 minutes, but this one definitely needed to be two parts. There is a lot there. The cold open is actually a dream of Robin's, where he's fighting Slade, unmasks him, and he's Robin. Great way to show how they might be more alike than Robin wants to admit, and he's becoming what he hates. His judgment is clearly clouded, and the other Titans know it. He's even taking out all of the henchmen himself. Come on, man, save some for your friends. Not cool. Part 1 is more of a light-hearted adventure, seeing the Titans racing to stop a time-freezing bomb that Slade planted, with him throwing all kinds of obstacles at them, including even bringing back Cinderblock. Alright, I know this is nitpicky, but there is no way in hell Robin is strong enough to throw Cinderblock around like that. He is just a dude after all. Of course, all of this was a ruse to hide Slade's real plan, drawing the Titans out to plant lethal probes into the cells of the other four Titans and using the direct threat on their lives to get Robin to work for him, using his love for his friends against him. Demented stuff, and that's how Part 1 ends. Wow, the stakes have never been higher, and Robin is powerless. It was such a wild cliffhanger back in the day, and it was a terribly long week awaiting for the conclusion. Part 2 begins almost immediately with Robin doing Slade's dirty work, stealing things for him. We're still not really sure what all of this is for. They make a pretty deadly team, not gonna lie. If it was permanent, the world would be in serious trouble. We got a little tease of that in Masks, but the difference here is that Robin was doing that deliberately to find out what Slade was up to. In this case, he's being blackmailed into doing exactly what Slade wants, and he can't get out of it. Okay, the I already have a father moment was fantastic. The music, the bats, a great way to drop Batman's name without actually dropping it. The first hint we get at him in this show.
I already have a father.
Robin even steals something from Wayne Enterprises. Look, I know that Robin is smart and a great strategist and that the other four are holding back, but I really feel like they should be able to subdue him, no? Despite all of that, Robin gets his ass handed to him by Slade every single time he tries to fight back. Establishing Slade is not only an immense intellectual threat, but a physical one as well. Robin wins by essentially threatening to kill himself along with his friends. That's dark, man. By the way, watching the Titans turning all red and slowly almost die was pretty disturbing, especially as a kid. Slade blows up the entire plan to stop that. Man, he really likes Robin, huh? Makes you wonder what else he has planned for him. This was a super intense episode and a fantastic way to end this season. It brought everything that had been building up to a head, but left room for so much more. Robin had put so much of his time and energy into Slade, he wasn't seeing the person he was becoming and was losing sight of what mattered. He had complete tunnel vision. Fighting his friends, especially Starfire, whom he clearly has a special place in his heart for, was gut-wrenching, especially knowing the stakes. Slade spent the entire 40 minutes trying to convince Robin and the audience that they are exactly the same, and does a great job sowing some doubt. The parallels are definitely there, and it's pretty eerie. They're both incredibly smart, driven, ambitious, and have an obsessive desire to win and be right. They both have very high opinions of themselves and will stop at nothing to get what they want. However, there is one key difference. Robin has a heart. He cares about people, especially his friends, and he proves that in the end. His selflessness, combined with quick thinking, is what wins out. Slade only cares about people insofar as what he can use them for, and will use any manipulative tactics at his disposal to get them to do what he wants. And trust me, this is just the beginning of that. I know Robin's obsession with Slade isn't over, but it was nice to see him finally realize what's important, at least for now. A perfect culmination to his character arc in this season. The perfect season finale is satisfying in its own right, but also teases the future. This one does that. Slade survived, and we still don't know much about him. We know he's very cunning and has no qualms about manipulating people's desires, but his ultimate goal remains a mystery. What is he collecting all of these objects and devices for? We still have no idea. He doesn't appear to be a typical mustache-twirling, destroy-the-world type villain. He seems to have bigger plans. After all, he left Robin alive for a reason. What is that reason? What does he have planned for him? We'll find out. I'm going to bleed this right into my season wrap-up. Guys, I'm not going to beat around the bush here. I went into this rewatch after many years expecting to like it, but holy crap, were my expectations exceeded. I do not remember the show being this good and the themes being this relevant. As a kid, I really enjoyed the action, humor, and Slade as a villain, and don't get me wrong, all of that stuff is still great, but I never realized until now just how good the character development is. They managed to flesh out the characters so well, not just throughout the season, but within the 20-minute episodes themselves as well. Not only do the characters develop on their own, but so do their relationships with each other, both one-on-one and as a whole team. Robin was really the only character I was familiar with going into the series, and I knew him as Batman's sidekick, nothing else. It was a nice change to see him as a leader for once, a role he takes very seriously, maybe a little too seriously. He certainly has many leadership qualities. He's smart, driven, and intuitive. He often, despite not having any powers, is the reason the Titans are victorious due to his leadership and ability to solve problems. But his ambition can get him into trouble sometimes as well. His obsession with Slade clouds his judgment and causes tunnel vision, and as with many intelligent people, he believes he is always right and is prone to disregarding the input or potential contributions of his teammates. Masks and Apprentice both highlight how far he is willing to go to stop the bad guy, a righteous goal, but also shows how that puts his friends at a distance, and he is still always a step behind Slade. Clearly, there is something going on between Robin and Starfire, mostly just little hints so far, but the chemistry is clearly there. I think their dynamic is really sweet, and I can't wait to see it further explored. One of my favorite moments between them is in Sisters, when Robin reminds Star of her importance to the team and the fact that she is irreplaceable, and having to fight each other in Apprentice was gut-wrenching, even more so than it was for him to fight the others. Starfire on paper could easily be a one-dimensional, disposable character, but I think she works really well as a fish-out-of-water character who doesn't really understand the customs, slang, and sense of humor of humans.
Perhaps we should do the hanging out. We never have before.
She's very naive, but it's somewhat endearing, and clearly she's trying to learn, and does so slowly as the season goes along. I mentioned her relationship with Robin. Her relationship with Raven is quite interesting as well, which is really highlighted in episode 7, Switched. Raven is a cynical loner, Star is a naive optimist. They couldn't be any more different. But that's what makes their dynamic so interesting. They grow and learn from each other, have a better understanding of how the other person thinks and operates, and why they are that way. Speaking of why they are that way, Nevermore is one of my favorite episodes of the season and in the entire show, as it gives us our first peek behind Raven's well-guarded curtain. That episode had some of the best character work I have ever seen in a 20-minute episode of TV, turning a character that was essentially a complete mystery up until that point into the most complex and interesting character in the show, someone who puts people at a distance for fear of getting hurt or hurting them. She is a character that will continue to surprise you. Aside from her sweet moments with Star, she has a couple with Cyborg as well. I loved when she helped him rebuild the car. Cyborg has some pretty interesting stuff going on in his own right, wrestling with his identity as a half-human, half-robot, trying to figure out if he's human enough, while showing others that are similar to him of how important the human part is, despite how cool having robot parts may be. He is a cool, confident character on the surface, but has much more going on underneath. Cyborg's friendship with Beast Boy is also quite interesting. They have a really fun and goofy dynamic, kind of the hooligans of the group. Unlike Robin, they certainly enjoy their leisure time and don't always take everything so seriously. They play video games with each other a lot, they try to play pranks on each other, and their banter is great. Beast Boy in particular is the fun-loving goofball of the group. Usually it's harmless and healthy, but it can get him into trouble sometimes, and he learns to strike a better balance. I'm guessing the humor is a bit of a cover, and there's a lot more going on underneath what's on the surface for him as well, and we will dig a little deeper into that as the seasons go along. As far as getting us to like and care about a group of characters, Teen Titans excels. Of course, the main storyline was great, building intrigue with Slade and slowly revealing pieces of him as the season went along, but still leaving many questions unanswered as we get into Season 2. He was a constant looming presence over the season, living rent-free in the mind of the main protagonist. He's calm, cool, and collected till the end, and is always one step ahead of his enemies. Amongst a slew of great voice actors, Ron Perlman is the standout of the season. He's the reason the character is so terrifying in such a quiet, calculated way. That voice has haunted my nightmares for the last 20 years. But it's not just the larger story. Some of the one-off episodes explored some real interesting stuff as well, theme and character-wise. This show is about some real-life, adult stuff, and that all went over my head as a kid. Of course, some of it is easier to see and digest for younger audiences, such as Divide and Conquer and Final Exam being about the importance of teamwork, Forces of Nature being about using your gifts for good, and Switched being about understanding different perspectives. But Sisters is about feeling like you're not good enough, the sum of his parts is about identity, and the most obvious example here is Nevermore. Wow, I did not understand that one at all as a kid. An exploration of depression and mental health I did not expect in a show like this. But it's not just the one-off episodes. The Slade story, particularly Masks and Apprentice, explores some really interesting stuff with Robin. The dangers of obsession, neglecting your friends, and how he is clearly a control freak who refuses to do things any other way besides his own. Apprentice also highlights Slade's abusive and manipulative nature, something I know we will see a lot more of in Season 2 with the Terra storyline. And none of this takes away from the entertainment factor and escapism. We watch shows like this to be transported into a world different than our own, and it absolutely does that. Teen Titans is popcorn escapist entertainment with awesome action, incredible superpowers, and wacky villains, and one certainly can enjoy it just for that. But it does so while also weaving in relatable themes and character struggles that give people of all ages something to latch onto, the exact type of balance I look for in my pop culture entertainment. The technical aspects shine too. The animation has aged flawlessly, the style is unique, Cartoon Network meets anime. Mad Mod in particular was a visual feast. The intro and music in general are awesome. The voice acting is top-notch across the board. I already mentioned Ron Perlman. Scott Menville brings the obsessive, fearless leader qualities of Robin. Hynden Walsh perfectly captures the innocent naivete of Starfire, as well as the exact opposite vibe that her sister Blackfire brings. Greg Sipes is perfect for the goofy, energetic Beast Boy. Carrie Payton brings the confident yet caring energy of Cyborg, and Tara Strong, a legend of voice acting, as the cynical, reserved Raven, plus all of her different personalities in Nevermore. The side villains wouldn't be nearly as memorable memorable without the great voice talents of Lauren Tom, Tom Kenny, Roger Bumpus, Tracy Walker, Clancy Brown, and more. I'm sure you recognize some of those names. I just love when legendary actors randomly pop up and stuff, especially animation. Aside from a couple less than stellar episodes relative to the rest of the season, this was a fantastic season of TV. I can't speak for the future seasons as I haven't seen them in way too long, but this one was really firing on all cylinders. You really can't ask for much else in a cartoon. It has everything I would want and more, and it has something to offer everyone. This was an absolute blast to do, and not gonna lie, being a much shorter season than Yu-Gi-Oh! Helped a lot, as well as not having to critique gameplay so much. I would very much love to continue this review series. Hopefully this one does well enough to allow for that. Teen Titans was one of my absolute favorite shows growing up, but I hadn't rewatched it in a very long time, so I decided to dive back into it to bring all the nostalgia back and do some retrospective reviews. Season 1 pleasantly surprised me with how well it is held up and how mature the show is. In my previous video, I talked about how Teen Titans Season 1, for the most part, struck a really good balance between surface-level entertainment and deeper themes and messages to chew onto. The show has something to offer everyone, and you can watch it several different ways and always get something out of it. The animation has aged great, the music is great, the action is awesome, the humor lands for all ages, and the characters are so fun. But they also managed to weave in underlying themes about identity, jealousy, teamwork, understanding different perspectives, and even mental health and the dangers of obsession without compromising any of the entertainment value. It was a very consistent season of TV that delivered everything I would want out of an opening season for a cartoon and more. But for multiple reasons, Season 2 is what I've really been looking forward to. Season 1 is by far and away the season that I remember the most things about for whatever reason. I honestly remember very little about the rest of the show, aside from the Terra storyline and some of the later Slade stuff. Which brings me to my next point. Terra. Despite not watching the show in a long time, the Terra stuff has really stuck with me throughout the years. Diving into this season, I was super curious as to how that story would land with me and how it would affect me now. Without giving too much away, I was not disappointed. But I also remembered very little about the side episodes of the season, and those are very mixed. Aside from Terra and obviously Slade, who was the best part of Season 1, I was looking forward to how they would further develop the characters, particularly Beast Boy, who kind of got the short end of the stick in the first season, but also how they would expand on Robin's obsession with Slade, Raven's mental health, Starfire's sense of belonging, and Cyborg's humanity. This is part 2 of my Teen Titans series analysis, where I go through the show season by season, episode by episode, diving deep into the storylines, themes, and character arcs. Here we go. Season 2 opens with How Long is Forever, and unlike Season 1, it actually was the first episode released. Thank God they actually got it right this time. It opens with the Titans bickering around the house, with Starfire trying to play mediator as usual. They go off on what seems like a routine mission to stop a villain called Warp. Star chases him into a portal, and that's where the main premise of the episode kicks in. Star spends the episode 20 years into the future, where the Titans are broken up, Cyborg is stuck in the tower, Beast Boy is a circus performer, Raven has essentially completely given in to the cynicism, and Robin is Nightwing now? What? I've always thought Nightwing was such a cool character. Dude, I remember so little about anything post Season 1. The Titans have aged very differently. If they're only 20 years into the future, why do Cyborg and Beast Boy look so old? They should only be in their mid to late 30s, whereas they look like they're in their 60s or 70s. Robin/Nightwing looks much more accurate. This episode gives a glimpse into what the future would look like without Star, and it's pretty bleak. Even the way it's visualized is so drab, makes it all the more effective. Look, I know a lot of shows and movies do the whole, let's see how things would turn out without X character in the picture, but this one is extremely effective. Starfire is truly the heart of the group, because she's the purest one. Without her, all of the much-needed optimism disappears from the team. I mentioned in Season 1 that Starfire is a character that works way better than she should. She is a genuine sweetheart and will never let the harsh realities of the world jade her. But she's also assertive when necessary. In a way, She is just as much the leader of the group as Robin is. It's sort of like Robin's the tactical leader and Star is the emotional leader, both incredibly important. The question the episode poses in the beginning is, will the Titans truly be friends forever? Hence the title. And the answer it gives is a resounding yes. As long as Starfire is around, they are inseparable. Season 1 had a couple episodes that focused on Star and did some really good stuff with her. This episode continues that trend with her best focus episode yet. Hell of a way to kick off Season 2. Really hit on a conceptual, emotional, and character level. Unlike the Season 1 premiere, we don't get any kind of tease as to what the overarching story of the season is, but with an episode like this, who needs it? Easily one of my favorite one-offs in the show so far, right up there with Nevermore. Episode 2 is Every Dog Has His Day. The episode kicks off with Beast Boy annoying everyone at the tower and being bummed out that no one will hang out with him. Star and Raven are hanging out again though, which you love to see. Some quality girl time. I love that they seem to have carried over their friendship from the first season. Beast Boy goes out into the world and tries to get some attention by turning into a dog, and a classic mix-up ensues where an alien called Soto captures Beast Boy believing he's his lost dog, which also happens to be green, and the Titans think the alien's actual dog is Beast Boy. Hijinks ensue. Yeah, that's the plot of this one. Not their best idea to say the least, certainly a massive step down from episode 1 conceptually. The dog talks and actually seems to be way more intelligent than his owner, which is pretty funny, but waiting to reveal that makes no sense from a logical standpoint. Yeah, I don't know about this one, guys. It's pretty goofy and childish, and yeah, I know it's a show for kids, but as I talked about in my Season 1 retrospective, pretty much every episode till this point has found the perfect balance between appealing to kids and having more mature elements for adults, such as themes or character development. There is none of that here. There are a few funny moments with the Titans chasing the dog around, or Soto being a complete simpleton, but there wasn't any real meat on the bone. The characters don't really progress, and I doubt it will have any ramifications on the future. Easily my least favorite episode of the show so far. Let's just move on. I'm ready to get into the main plotline for the season now. And here we are, Ask and I Shall Receive, Episode 3, Terra. The cold open sees the title character, Terra, being chased by a giant scorpion. She seems to be in danger at first, and the Titans come to the rescue, but she's more powerful than they expected and resolves the situation on her own. Slade is there, the first we're seeing of him this season. We all figured he'd be back. He's got some brand new sinister plans for the season, but we'll have to wait to find out what they are. Terra seems really cool, Beast Boy takes a shine to her, and the Titans take her in to live with them and be a member of the team. She helps them stop a bunch of Slade bots, wherein she gets separated from the group, and Slade first gets his claws into her. Honestly, I remember that being the case the entire time, that she was a plant by Slade from the beginning. It's interesting to see that that actually isn't true, shows how little I remember about this show. I think doing it this way actually works much better though, and I'll get to that more as the season goes along. This episode is a massive bounce back from the last one, giving me pretty much everything I'd hoped for. It kicks off the overarching story for the season, sees the return of Slade, and gives us some insight into what his new plans might be. He tried the apprentice thing with Robin, it didn't pan out, but he sees Terra as easier to manipulate and infinitely more powerful, total untapped potential. The full extent of her powers is not exactly clear yet, but it's seemingly infinite. She's a telekinetic, and those people can do pretty much anything. It's pretty clear that she is a good, kind person who wants to do the right thing, but she's also very insecure, and because she can't control her powers, potentially extremely dangerous, which is exactly why Slade has his eye on her. Terra's dynamic with Beast Boy is really sweet. They set the stage for this storyline so well, and knowing where it ends makes it all the more tragic and effective. Terra just wants a purpose, to belong, and the way the episode ends makes it pretty clear where she is going to find it, and it's not with the good guys. Having a sense of direction is great, especially after the less than stellar previous episode. We're back on track, guys. But let's put the Terra stuff aside for a minute for the cyborg-focused episode of the season, Only Human, building upon the sum of his parts from Season 1. It's all about the limits of Cyborg's mechanical strength, which has a literal limit. It's not like human strength, where you can always push for that little extra force, especially when the situation demands it. We've heard of people picking up cars to save their kids and such, but with Cyborg, the 100% limit in his mechanical bionicle arms, quite literally, cannot be exceeded. He's playing a robot fighting video game, and when he wins, the real robot from the game shows up and beats him up in real life. Is that Keith David? The robot is voiced by Keith David. Dude, that is amazing. Keith is a legend with an iconic voice. Season 1 had some great guest stars lend their voices to the show, but this has to be my favorite one yet.
Atlas is ready. Let the rematch begin!
The Keith David bot, called Atlas, captures the other Titans, which is honestly a little concerning if one measly robot can so easily incapacitate the entire team. That doesn't exactly inspire a ton of confidence for when a bigger threat arises. I guess they needed that for the story to happen, but still, Cyborg has to defeat Atlas in a fight to save them. He loses again, but the third time's the charm as Cyborg does finally push past his perceived limits, wins with his human strength, and defeats Atlas and frees the Titans with the help of Atlas's poorly treated sidekick, Spike, who finally sees the error of his ways and turns on his master. Similar to the sum of his parts, Cyborg's human side is what allows him to win out in the end. It's sort of repeating the same arc he had in that episode, but it still works. Cyborg's humanity is what's important and still very much intact, and I guess he and the audience needed a reminder of that, though I was kind of hoping he would win with his human instincts and wits instead. I feel like that would have worked even better for the arc as opposed to it just being about pure strength. Definitely not the best one-off episode yet, but not the worst either. It's pretty entertaining. We get some fun action, solid character work for Cyborg, a few iconic Starfire lines,
Kick the butt!
and Keith David just makes everything better. Episode 5 is Fear itself. I'm sure it will come as a surprise to no one who knows me or has seen some of my other content that this is one of my favorite ones. It's another Raven-centered episode. Nevermore set the bar so high in Season 1, and if you ask me, this one hits it. After a cold open where the Titans take down a technology-controlling villain called Control Freak at the video store, the Titans decide to rent a horror movie to watch together. Wait, did I write this episode? This was so made for me. Of all people, Raven is completely spooked by it, and the monster from the movie comes to life. Quite ironic, considering she's a mysterious, emotionally guarded character, and, as she said in the last season, she loves horror movies. You would think she would be the last person on the team to get freaked out by one, but it makes for some great character work. Okay, that toy monkey is definitely a reference to the Stephen King story The Monkey, which just got a movie adaptation this year, and I thought it was pretty enjoyable. This episode is right up my alley, and I found it so effective. It's legitimately creepy. It scared the crap out of me as a kid. Kind of reminds me of the Justice League episode Only a Dream, and to be honest, I thought this one was going to end up being a dream, but it was actually Raven's fears coming to life through her powers, because she wouldn't admit that she was scared. A nice subversion of expectations. The way she defeated it was to admit she was scared and that that's okay. It's okay to be scared sometimes. It's facing those fears that is the key. An important lesson for Raven to learn. We know she's someone who has trouble expressing emotions and didn't want anyone to know she was scared. This very much seemed like the logical continuation of her arc from Nevermore. There, we dove into her psyche and why she's the way she is. She keeps people at a distance out of fear of getting hurt or hurting them. Here, she fully realizes the consequences of keeping emotions bottled up. Both episodes use extreme, fantastical examples as a metaphor to make points about real life. To me, that's what the best escapist entertainment does, and it's all packaged in a very thrilling 20-minute ride that's quite enjoyable on a surface level as well. It plays as sort of a supernatural slasher with the Titans getting picked off one by one. Of course, we realize at the end that they were never in any real danger, but that doesn't make the ride any less effective. The atmosphere is great, and the monster looks quite creepy. It's also worth noting that the characters get picked off literally in order of my least favorite to favorite. I'm not joking. I love them all, but my ranking at this moment is Raven, Cyborg, Star, Robin, Beast Boy. Again, are we sure I didn't write this episode? It delivered on every level. The surface level entertainment and thrill factor, the visuals, as well as the character work and deeper themes. It was so good, in fact, that I kind of forgot about how much I was looking forward to getting back to the Terra storyline. Next is Date with Destiny. Pretty ironic considering I just made the comparison between the last episode and Only a Dream from Justice League, wherein the villain is called Dr. Destiny. The premise of this one is that a bug-like villain called Killer Moth sends a swarm of moths to attack the city, and the only way he'll call them off is if Robin takes his daughter Kitten to the prom.
Hi, Robbie Poo.
No, I'm not joking. This could have easily been really stupid on paper, but actually ends up being very entertaining and certainly one of the funniest episodes yet. Kitten is so obnoxious and over the top that it kind of works. She's hilarious. Her face when she's trying to kiss Robin had me rolling. The best part by far, though, is the fact that she is voiced by Tara Strong, the voice of Raven. That is just fantastic. Talk about range. Literally both ends of the spectrum. We get little hints of this in Season 1, but it's pretty clear now that Robin and Starfire have a thing for each other. Star was crazy jealous that Robin agreed to this date, which he only does, by the way, to save the city and buy his friends some time to find a way out. That's dedication. For all of Robin's flaws, the kid will do whatever is necessary to help people. He really didn't want to do this, but he felt it was right. Star's affection for him could not be more obvious, and she hates Kitten's guts. Not that that's at all unreasonable. Robin also asks her to dance at the end of the episode. Wish we could have seen that, though. That would have been cute. Glad we're getting more of their dynamic, and I really hope this isn't the last of it. That's really the focus of the story, but there's so much fun action thrown in there, too. Fang is also the goofiest villain of all time, and it's so funny that he's Kitten's ex. Is Date with Destiny the best or deepest episode? Definitely not, but it's quite entertaining and effective for what it is. It's a goofy concept executed incredibly well, and it's not like there's no character work whatsoever. This is the most blatant the Robin Starfire romance has ever been, and Robin will make sacrifices that are necessary for the greater good. Take one for the team. Missed opportunity not naming Kitten Destiny, though. It was right there. Not the best one-off, but certainly not the worst either. It has a ton of rewatch value, that's for sure. We get even more Starfire in the next one, Transformation. This episode is about Starfire's body changing. She grows a huge zit on her face, tusks on her neck, pointy ears, scales on her arms, gross long nails. I think you get the picture. She is so afraid of showing herself to the Titans and goes off into space to find a new home where she would be accepted. The Titans go after her and their sub that they turn into a spaceship. Sure, why not? That's actually pretty cool. Star eventually finds out she's one of the chosen few Tamaranians that has to transform into a chrysalis, and the Titans have to fight this giant spider lady. What the heck? This is not where I expected this to go. This is an odd one. I'm not entirely sure it worked for me. Many of these episodes have themes, messages, or deeper meanings that I can decipher, but I'm having trouble figuring out what that is in this one. They say at the end that it doesn't matter how she looks on the outside, which on paper is a nice message, but she just randomly turns back into herself anyway. No one really learned anything or had an arc. Is it supposed to be a metaphor for puberty? I don't think it fully works as that either. Don't get me wrong, I love Starfire, and I'm glad she's getting a lot of the spotlight in this season, but I don't really get this one. Is it entertaining on a surface level? I guess, at times. I mean, it was cool to see Plasmus back. He's a really fun villain, and he escaped. I imagine we'll see him again at some point. Seeing all these other planets was cool. There was a little bit of tragedy with Star's sadness at the situation. You hate to see a character as fragile as her like that, but again, she doesn't grow or learn anything, and there were no real consequences for her taking off. I feel like it would have been way more effective if they had told her that they don't care about her appearance before she turned back. That way, she would actually learn the lesson that she's supposed to be learning here. A lot of you may be thinking, it's a kid's show, dude. It's not that deep. But many of these episodes are, though, and I've covered that in my Season 1 video and so far in this one. An episode with a premise like this had potential and could have had some more meat on the bone. If not that, at least be funny and clever like Date with Destiny, wildly entertaining like Mad Mod, or have some little memorable character moments like Car Trouble. There is none of that here, really. It's just kind of there. Pretty frustrating given the potential. And I was not a fan of the narration either. It was very goofy. I'm ready to go back to the Terra stuff now. And my wish is granted with Episode 8, Titan Rising. I kind of wish Tara was a part of the whole season, but I'll get more into that later. It's nice to see her back, and we're finally getting into the main plot of the season. Tara just randomly shows up claiming she can control her powers now, and she's ready to be part of the team. It's pretty obvious that Slade got to her first, but they don't say that right away. The gang are happy to see her again, but Raven is rightfully skeptical. She's the smart one, guys. This is why she's my favorite. Star's reaction is the complete opposite, which is also on brand, to embrace Tara like nothing ever happened. Robin seems to be somewhere in the middle, cautious but willing to give her a chance. Beast Boy is smitten once again. I don't think he's really capable of being objective here. Okay, wait, this fight scene against the giant worm thing is using the exact same music piece that Justice League did at the beginning of In Blackest Night. Not that that's a bad thing, it's fun. I just want to point out how much of a nerd I am. Turns out Slade is behind the worm, or as it turns out, worms, plural, and the whole thing was an elaborate plan to sink Titan Tower into the ground, only to have Tara save it along with Raven and fully earn the trust of her and the other Titans. That is brilliant. Man, Slade is so good and seems to be even more savvy here than he was in Season 1. Tara is officially a Titan now with her own room and everything. It's a really happy moment, but it's also really sad knowing where this is going. This episode is not only highly entertaining from start to finish and has some of the most unique visuals in the show so far, but it's also very effective from a story and character perspective as well. Despite my wishing Tara had stuck around, this was a great way to bring her back into the fold. All of the characters' choices make sense, Beast Boy and Star being the most welcoming, Raven being the most skeptical, and Robin being in the middle. Raven clashing with Tara is definitely the best part of the episode. She understands Tara better than anyone, considering she is similarly powerful and knows the focus and discipline it takes to control those powers. She's still bitter about Tara endangering the group and knows that one wrong move can hurt innocent people. The fact that she relates to her is exactly why she doesn't trust her, which is super interesting and completely justified. But here's the kicker. Trusting her in the end, after her heroic act and using her powers properly, is also justified. Tara did exactly what she was supposed to do, and there is no reason not to trust her at this point. The reason Raven didn't trust her was not because she thought she was compromised, but rather unstable. This is all so fascinating to me, and this was a great episode. We are back on track, my friends. Let's keep this momentum going. Or not. We're breaking up the Tara story with Winner Take All, which is fine because I actually quite enjoy this one. Can't say the same about one coming up soon. The guys in the group randomly get teleported out of the tower during a card game to participate in a contest of champions. Basically a fighting tournament where the participants were all chosen because they're deemed to be the best fighters in the world. Why are they all guys, by the way? That's sexist. Maybe they know the girls are too powerful. Star and Raven would wreck everyone in this tourney, let's be honest. And Tara, for that matter. Where is Tara, by the way? I mean, she's a full-time Titan now, after all. Aqualad is there, as is Gizmo. I'm sorry, I can't get enough of this little weirdo. And of course, he's taken on Cyborg in the first round, a rivalry coming to a head. Beast Boy gets knocked out in the first round by a walking wildebeest called Wildebeest. Quite literally got a little too big for his britches, turned into a T-Rex, and fell through the cage he was fighting in. The other two move on. Robin defeats a guy with fire powers called Hotspot, and Cyborg defeats the aforementioned Gizmo. Of course, there's a more sinister plan at play here, as the Master of Games, the one who brought them all here, voiced by the great Jim Cummings, is using this tournament to gain the powers of the contestants by trapping them in his gemstone of sorts, doing so as they lose, claiming to be sending them back home. Cyborg finds this out and gets trapped as well, which leads to a final three-way battle between Robin, Wildebeest, and the last contestant I have not mentioned yet, Speedy, basically Green Arrow Light, who Robin really hits it off with. Robin wins, but then takes on the Master of Games, equipped with all of the losers' powers, and frees them by attacking the gem. All the other contestants, besides Gizmo, of course, become honorary Titans. The episode ends when the girls' version of the tournament is about to start, and Tara is there. What the hell, dude? Why couldn't we have seen that? Don't get me wrong, I enjoyed this quite a bit, but that would have been amazing. Guys, this is just a really fun episode. The concept is simple but effective, the action is great, some of the best in the show, the music is really fun, almost video gamey, which fits the episode really well, especially because the tournament sort of feels like Mortal Kombat. and we get to see some cool characters, both new and returning. What's not to like? Again, aside from not showing the girls' tournament. There are no big character arcs or deep themes or anything, but again, if an episode is this entertaining, that's completely fine. It does, however, show off both the pros and cons of Robin taking everything so seriously. He does need to chill a bit, but he is once again the reason the good guys win. Not the best Titans episode, but far from the worst. It does the job. Sort of reminds me of a much shorter, simpler version of the Battle Nexus from Ninja Turtles 2003. Episode 10 is Betrayal, where the Terra storyline really gets serious. In the cold open, the Titans are beating the snot out of a bunch of Slade bots, and things seem to be going really well. They're firing on all cylinders as a team, their chemistry is amazing, even Terra and Raven are getting along well. Then the big reveal happens. Terra is secretly working for Slade. He had gotten to her sometime between the last time we saw her and now, and all these confrontations with his bots were setups for her to spy on the Titans and get some intel. Then she hacks into their security system to allow a bunch of Slade bots to attack the tower. Man, I can't even begin to explain how devastating it was watching this play out for the first time. We felt so betrayed. Shoot, it's still incredibly devastating watching it now, knowing what's going to happen. We can't help feeling bad for Terra, considering she's a kid being manipulated by a vindictive psychopath, but we also can't forgive her for what she's done. The Titans do fend off the attack on the tower with some good action along the way, but Raven is right. Slade has everything on them now, so they haven't really won anything. The heart of the episode is the date Terra goes on with Beast Boy to get him away from the tower, and they share some really cute moments together before it all goes down, which makes it even more devastating. So I thought I remembered that Slade told her to do that to lure Beast Boy away and make the tower attack easier, but no. Terra did that on her own accord to spare Beast Boy from the same fate as the rest of the Titans, showing that her loyalties were still in question. But at the end of the episode, after Beast Boy rightfully loses faith in her, she is 100% at Slade's side. This was incredibly heartbreaking for Beast Boy, whom up until this point had probably the least amount of interesting stuff to do of the main five. He has a massive soft spot for Terra and clearly has a crush on her, so naturally this would hit him extra hard. But he doesn't let his attachment to her blind him from seeing that she cannot be trusted. She truly cares about him as well, as she tried to save him and was genuinely hurt when he left her side. Just such a devastating situation for everyone involved. Slade, of course, is the true villain here, and the only one in this situation who we can't empathize with whatsoever. And it does seem at this point that he is entirely spite-driven and solely focused on destroying the Titans. Has that always been his only goal? There has to be more there. Terra hallucinating Slade throughout the episode, then him actually showing up on the Ferris wheel was brilliant, playing on our expectations, as was the mirrors constantly showing up in the episode, so as to keep making Terra look at herself and feel ashamed of what she's done. The Slade versus Beast Boy fight at the carnival was great as well, one of the most intense and personal fights in the series thus far. Beast Boy is angrier than we've ever seen him, and we have never hated Slade more. Lots of really good stuff going on in this episode. Action, tension, love, shock, heartbreak, and it sets the stage so well for the finale. Unfortunately, they decide to break up this plot line with one of the worst episodes in the entire show, Fractured. It sucks because that's a really cool episode title, and intentionally or not, it kind of leads you to believe it does have something to do with the Terra story, or at least some kind of importance to the show as a whole. But nope. This one is about a weird little alternate dimension version of Robin called Larry, who quickly grows and explodes out of Robin's head like a cyst, who came from another dimension to help Robin, who was injured in a motorcycle chase scene in the cold open with Johnny Rancid. Actually a decent scene and by far the best one in the episode. Apparently their DNA matches, which makes no sense considering the dude is like a foot tall. Larry accidentally breaks reality and turns the city into a drawing of sorts. There are admittedly some fun visuals here, but it's just way too goofy considering how high the stakes should be. Johnny Rancid then takes over the city and turns it into a dark wasteland. Raven thinks it's pretty cool, and honestly, I kind of have to agree with her.
Cool. I mean,
Oops.
After a pep talk from Larry about picking yourself up, Robin is able to defeat Rancid. Yeah, this one ain't it, folks. Larry is quite annoying, and there are some serious tonal issues. The stakes are astronomically high, but the episode sure doesn't act like it and makes it really hard to take any of this seriously. There are a few funny gimmicks like Larry putting the band-aid on Beast Boy's brain, the mouth swapping, or Raven's hair getting messed up, but overall, it's just really goofy and dumb, and not in an entertaining way and rewatchable way like Mad Mod, for example. There are hints of a nice message and character arc for Robin in there, about him learning that failure is okay and helps you learn, and getting back up is what's important. But similar to Transformation, I don't think the episode really earns that at all. Larry's over-the-top, annoying goofiness took me right out of it. But the most frustrating part of this episode by far is the timing of it. Why the hell would you drop this right in the middle of the Tara and Slade plot with a title that makes you think it might be related to that? There's not even any mention of it, almost as if nothing in the last episode even happened or mattered. Beast Boy seems like himself again, and the flow of the season came to a screeching halt. Just really bizarre all around. I can't believe they thought this was a good idea. If I didn't have to watch this episode for the content, I would have just skipped it. Next time I watch the show, I certainly will. Let's just pretend this one never happened. Thank God that's over, because it's time for the big finale, Aftershock Part 1 and 2, the culmination of the Tara storyline. It opens with Tara pledging her full support to Slade and promising to destroy the Titans. This is so unfortunate because we know she has been manipulated and is a victim in all of this, but also that she needs to be stopped, whatever it takes. The episode gets right into it, doesn't waste any time. She attacks them almost immediately. See, now given Tara's powers, this seems like a much more even fight than Robin versus all of the other Titans and Apprentice. Plus, as the Titans say themselves after the first fight, they're holding back because deep down, they don't want to hurt her, though they may have to, and Tara and Slade have all of their weaknesses. Holy crap, Tara's new suit actually gives Slade access to her powers. Before, she was very powerful but flawed and unstable. You combine those powers with Slade's intellect and tactical superiority, and you have essentially an unstoppable force. We also see returning villains Cinderblock, Overload, and Plasmus on their side. It's always fun to see characters like that return. Plasmus also got an upgrade. He looks a little different now and spits acid, making him even tougher to defeat than he was before. Similar to Apprentice, Part 1 is very action-heavy, and the action is really good. The Raven versus Tara 1v1 is particularly intense and personal. It's just as much a battle of philosophies as it is a physical battle. I have to say once again that Robin has some crazy plot armor. Tara should be able to take him out in 2 seconds, but somehow he lasts just as long as any other Titan. The other villains were distractions to separate the Titans and take them out one by one, though of course they're all still alive, hiding out and planning their next course of action. Part 1 ends with them agreeing to not hold back anymore, and Tara must be taken down, whatever it takes. Oh man, here we go. That opening prologue of Part 2 is so dark and perfectly establishes the stakes of the episode. Tara says she has no regrets for anything she's done, which we obviously can tell is a lie, but she wants to believe it to justify what she's doing. Slade bots are marching the streets, and Slade has essentially full control of the city now. Bleak stuff. As Tara flies around the city, we're given glimpses of what things could have looked like if Tara stayed good and was a full-time Titan. Geez, guys, I don't know if my heartstrings can survive this one. The Titans return with a bang, stronger and more determined than ever. Their teamwork is on point, and Tara flees while leaving behind a Cinderblock Plasmus Overload fusion to distract the Titans. I guess Slade was saving his polymerization card for just the right moment. Slade takes the abusive father stuff to the next level here, both physically and emotionally. We saw some of that in Apprentice, but here he beats Tara when she disobeys or fails him. The new suit he gave her is rigged to electrocute her, and she can't take it off. He constantly reminds her that the Titans don't want her, he's the only one who does, and that there's no coming back from what she's done. And because of her defiance, Slade takes complete control of her body and powers. Tara wants out and begs Beast Boy to kill her, as in her mind, it's the only way to stop Slade. Good God, man, what is this show doing to me? Tara is finally able to break free from Slade's grip with help from the Titans and Beast Boy in particular. Tara, as far as we know, kills Slade but accidentally triggers a volcano and essentially has to kill herself as well in the process, turning herself to stone. Woof, just brutal stuff. We hadn't seen anything like this in the show up until this point. They tease the potential of finding a way to save her at some point down the line, and we know that's probably not the last we'll see of Slade. But for now, for all intents and purposes, both characters are gone. And the fact that Tara may come back at some point doesn't make this moment any less impactful. Tara was always a victim and did the right thing in the end, made the sacrifice to save the world and atone for her wrongdoings. What more could we ask for at that point? It's never too late to do the right thing. We also have to remember that she's a kid who was manipulated and abused by a toxic, psychopathic older man. There's certainly a lot there that went over my head as a kid. It's a form of grooming for sure, not in a sexual way, but gaslighting and manipulating someone to do your bidding. Her final scene with Beast Boy is what truly broke me. Those two had a special connection, and getting the chance for that last goodbye made her sacrifice all the more gut-wrenching.
You were the best friend I ever had.
As I was watching this, I was planning on putting eye drops in my eyes before putting my contacts in, as one does, but nature took care of that. Tara's story is incredibly tragic, man, and it hit me even harder as an adult than it did as a kid. Aftershock Part 2 is probably my favorite episode of the show thus far. None of the other ones had even close to this much of an emotional impact on me. I needed a minute to recover after this one. Man, what a way to end the season. Overall, Teen Titans Season 2 has some very high highs, as the Tara storyline is, to me, the best stuff we have seen in the show so far. But it lacks the consistency that Season 1 had. There are 3 episodes in this season that I really did not like at all, hence the low lows. Just to get those out of the way first, of course, they were Every Dog Has His Day, Transformation, and Fractured. I like those 3 significantly less than anything Season 1 put out. Every Dog is just dumb and childish. Transformation and Fractured actually had some decent potential, but fumbled the ball in execution. Transformation set the stage for a really interesting arc for Starfire, learning that appearances aren't everything, her friends will love her no matter what, and running doesn't solve anything. The problem is, there was no arc at all, and she didn't actually learn anything, and it kind of just all resolves itself. Fractured just had way too many tonal issues with Larry and the goofy shenanigans that took me right out of it and prevented me from taking the world-ending stakes or Robin learning that failure makes you stronger even remotely seriously. That being said, the other one-off episodes definitely delivered on the level I would expect, both in terms of surface-level entertainment and deeper, more mature themes. Only Human sort of redoes Cyborg's arc from the sum of his parts, but does so in an entertaining and effective way with some cool action and an awesome villain. Date with Destiny is certainly the funniest episode of the show thus far and is so much better than it should be. As a fan of Mortal Kombat and a sucker for fighting-style tournaments, Winner Take All was quite fun and satisfying in its own right. But by far and away the biggest standout one-off episodes for me this season were How Long Is Forever and Fear Itself. How Long captures a dystopian future without Starfire, a very impactful episode, and a huge part of her arc that I'll get more into in a bit. The difference between that and Transformation is night and day. Fear Itself further explores Raven's psyche with a backdrop of horror, building on her arc from Season 1 in a thrilling and entertaining way that could not be more my cup of tea. Tara is what we all remember from this season, though. I have to tell you guys, this storyline hit me even harder this time than it ever did when I was a kid. I feel like I understand and empathize with Tara more now than ever. She is a victim of low self-esteem and manipulation. Several characters had some interesting stuff going on this season, but Tara is by far the biggest standout. Ultra-powerful people, especially women who can't control their powers, even at the time this came out, was not exactly a new concept, but it has rarely been handled with this much care and complexity. Tara just wanted a family, to belong somewhere, to have meaning in her life, and to matter. She finds that home with the Titans, but her trust issues and insecurities about her powers drive her away and right into the hands of Slade, who is very Palpatine-esque in the way that he feeds her ego and twists the truth to give her a skewed perspective on the world and how things went down. Combine Slade's calculating, abusive, manipulative nature with Tara's immense power, vulnerability, immaturity, and insecurity, insecurities, and you have what could have been a world-ending alliance. I alluded to this a little bit before, but Slade took his psychopathy to another level in this season. Don't get me wrong, he was a bad hombre in Season 1. He maneuvered behind the scenes and used Robin's love for his friends to get him to do his bidding. But here, he plays much more of a long game. He had his eye on Tara from the beginning, but waited it out and let her fallout with the Titans play out naturally. That way, when he recruits her, it will feel more genuine and she will trust him because she will have nowhere else to go. He doesn't create the rift between her and the Titans, he just exacerbates it, playing on her existing fears and insecurities, hammering into her mind that the Titans don't trust her, they don't understand her, no one does except for him. He can help her reach her full potential. This is toxic, vile stuff that in my mind elevates Slade from a cool, mysterious villain with a lot of potential in Season 1 to one of the greatest villains ever. You hate this guy more than you ever did in Season 1, and that's how you know the writers and once again Ron Perlman did their job. His demise for the time being was very satisfying, but we also know that we're going to see more of him at some point, and I can't wait to dive into that. Without exaggeration, Tara is one of my favorite fictional characters ever created, and her story is one of my favorite TV storylines ever. The writing was incredible, and the emotions hit so hard at the end because they properly built up to it. The only criticism I have, though, is that I wish she was a part of the entire season. She's in episode 3, disappears for a while, then is in a few more at the end. As hard as the story hit, and it did hit really hard, I think it would have hit even harder if she came back and joined the Titans a little sooner and was a presence across the entire season. Maybe have her involved in some of the side episodes, like Only Human, Fear Itself, or Transformation. Make her a regular member of the team and get us to feel a little comfortable with her there, almost forgetting about her issues for a moment, then bringing it back with a bang. That, I think, would have made her plotline, including the ending, even more effective. But that's just me. That being said, they did so many things right here. They get us to hate Slade even more. They get us to feel for Tara immensely, while also knowing she is a problem and understanding why Raven doesn't trust her. I said in my opening that I wanted a little more out of Beast Boy in this season, and we absolutely got that. He is still probably my least favorite of the main 5, although it could actually be Robin now, but that's not an indictment on Beast Boy. That's just a testament to how much I like these characters. Beast Boy's friendship, or possibly more, with Tara was the heart of the season, and her sacrifice doesn't hit nearly as hard without that. Beast Boy, more so than anyone else in the show, aside from maybe Starfire, believes the best in people and is willing to give them multiple chances. He takes a shine to Tara from the start and clearly has a crush on her, which can blind him to her flaws at times. Beast Boy's extreme empathy is what makes him a good foil to characters like Robin and Raven. He knows Tara is a good person deep down, just has some issues, and up until the finale, is willing to lend more charity and forgiveness to her than the others are. It's not one-sided, though. Tara has a soft spot for him as well. They have great chemistry. She tried to spare him from the same fate the other Titans were set to face against Slade's orders, and was genuinely hurt when she lost Beast Boy's trust. Beast Boy is also ultimately the one who is able to get through to Tara in the end. Without Beast Boy, Tara probably sticks by Slade's side forever, or he eventually kills her. Beast Boy doesn't have a good one-off episode in this season, but the fact that he and Tara are essentially the main characters of the main story kind of makes up for that. However, because of the focus on Tara, and specifically his focus on Tara, Beast Boy isn't given much to do with the other Titans this season. I imagine they'll get back to that next season. The next character I want to talk about is Raven. She was my favorite character in the first season, and that remains the case. The mystique isn't entirely gone, but we keep getting more and more pieces of her as the show goes along. Nevermore was one of my favorite episodes of Season 1, as it dug into Raven's psyche, why she's so guarded and reserved, and uses her powerful nature and crazy visuals to explore mental health issues like anxiety and depression. The show continues the trend of great standalone Raven episodes with Fear Itself. As stated, I love horror, so having a horror episode of Teen Titans would, in and of itself, be right up my alley, but doing so while further exploring Raven as a character is like having my cake and eating it too. Despite her development in Season 1, Raven still has trouble expressing her true feelings and emotions. What she learns there is being vulnerable and admitting you are scared is okay. keeping that stuff bottled up, especially with how that can manifest with her powers, is not helpful and can actually be dangerous. She has been consistently growing as the show has gone along. After Beast Boy, Raven has the most interesting relationship with Tara. She, understandably so, does not trust her at first, not because she doesn't understand her, but because she does. She understands the burden of being so powerful and how difficult it is to manage those powers. Still, Raven does, at least reluctantly, lend her trust to Tara after she proves herself, showing that she has grown from season 1 and is a little more willing to open up as they briefly become good friends. But once Tara shows her allegiance to Slade, Raven changes her tune real quick again, which is not only the correct reaction, but also very in character for her. The way they write Raven continues to impress me, and I can't wait to see more of her in the upcoming seasons. Her friendship with Starfire carried over from season 1 as well, which I love. Female friendships are so important, and those two have several nice moments in this season as well. Star remains a top character for me, despite the issues I have with transformation, which again is solid in theory, but not in execution. Being an alien, much of Star's arc in season 1 is trying to assimilate into the culture of Earth, understanding the vernacular and humor, as well as her trying to figure out her place on the planet and amongst the group. She is still very naive and very trusting, and she doesn't hesitate to let Tara back into the group. But Star's place in the group and her relationship with Robin get further fleshed out here. How long is forever put to bed the debate that was really only going on in her mind about what her place in the group is. She's not just incredibly powerful, which we already knew, but her positivity and bubbly energy is exactly what the Titans need, and it all goes to crap without that. That's what she brings to the table. She is the emotional anchor of the team, and it was nice that the show made it clear to both her and the audience that that was the case. She also has some incredibly iconic lines that stem from her trying to fit in.
Why does she call you Pooh?
If it wasn't clear in season 1 that Robin and Star like each other, it sure is now. Star's jealousy and date with Destiny was hilarious and pretty sweet. Their moment at the end of the episode was also great. Please give me more of these two as the show goes along. Interestingly enough, Robin didn't actually get as much to do here as he did in season 1. I guess Date with Destiny is his best standalone episode in the season, but as much as I enjoyed that episode, there's not much of an arc there. It highlights that he's willing to do whatever it takes for the sake of the mission, but we kind of already knew that. Winner Take All shows how obsessed he is with winning, and it's fun, but another thing we already knew. The only episode that really attempted a real arc for him was Fractured, and it's an important one, but it fumbled the ball big time. He doesn't have much of a relationship with Tara, and he isn't even that obsessed with Slade this season, though I know that will come back into play at some point. I'm sorry guys, I wish I had more to say about Robin this season compared to season 1, or compared to the other characters this season, but I just don't. I know there is some interesting stuff coming though, and I will have a lot of thoughts about that. Seeing him as Nightwing was pretty awesome though. Cyborg also felt a bit sidelined this season. His only focus episode was Only Human, which again was entertaining and effective, but sort of repeated an arc he had in season 1. I don't think the season does anything bad with him necessarily, but he also doesn't have much of a relationship with Tara, and for the most part is just kind of there. Atlas is probably my favorite side villain of the season, though. Being voiced by Keith David certainly helps that, and I really did enjoy Cyborg's rivalry with him. I feel like the side villains here were a bit forgettable compared to season 1. Even in the best standalone episodes, the villains aren't really the focus. I talked a lot in my season 1 video about how the show tackled real-life, adult issues. Most of that here comes with the Tara stuff exploring manipulation, grooming, abusive relationships, power dynamics, guilt, acceptance, insecurity, trauma, love, and forgiveness, all in very compelling ways, while keeping the entertainment. There is so much meat on that bone that they don't leave much else to chew on theme-wise for the other episodes. Fear itself would be the deepest in that regard, as mentioned, being about vulnerability and being honest about your feelings, especially with your friends. How Long is Forever is about the importance of optimism. Transformation on paper is about beauty standards. Fractured on paper is about failure as a learning tool, but as stated, those got bogged down in execution issues that nothing in season 1 really faced. Tara's story does a ton of the heavy lifting this season, sort of making up for the fact that some of the one-offs took a step down. I won't spend a ton of time on this, as I kind of covered it in season 1, and this conclusion is going on a little bit longer than anticipated, but the technical aspects continue to shine. The show continues to do cool, unique stuff with the animation, such as In How Long Is Forever with the dystopian future, Fear itself with the horror stuff, and some of the underground stuff in Titan Rising. The anime-esque style remains awesome and heightens the emotions and humor, which is another strong point of the show. Despite the focus on Terra, the banter between the main five remains intact, and the voice actors continue to bring it. I won't name everyone again. Ron Perlman as Slade is once again a standout, but I have to give a massive shout out to Ashley Johnson as Terra. As the emotional anchor of the season, Ashley had a ton of weight on her shoulders. If her voice acting doesn't deliver, the character doesn't work, and she absolutely brought all of the layers the character required. As mentioned, Keith David as Atlas is by far and away the most memorable side villain. Thomas Hayden Church and Jim Cummings are solid as Killer Moth and Master of Games, respectively, as well. Tara Strong, voice of Raven, also voiced Kitten in Date with Destiny to perfection, which is absolutely hilarious, considering she is so diametrically opposed to Raven character-wise. This show absolutely nails every single casting, whether it's main characters or guest stars. To put a cap on it, the surface level entertainment mostly remains throughout this second season, but a vast majority of the depth comes from the Terra storyline, which is fantastic. It's the best stuff the show has done yet, and overcompensates for the fact that there are some not so good episodes. It's not as consistent as Season 1, but Terra was better than anything Season 1 did, and even better than I remember. So as far as I'm concerned, it's essentially a wash. I remember almost nothing about the rest of the show outside of some of the Slade stuff, so I'm incredibly excited and curious to continue this review series. Like most people my age, I grew up watching Cartoon Network constantly. It was always on in the house, and every time a new episode of one of my favorite shows would premiere on a Saturday morning, I would wake up early to watch it. Even though we could record it, I couldn't wait. I had to see it immediately. Justice League was my go-to, but Teen Titans was next in line. Despite going a long time without a rewatch, I remembered almost everything about Season 1, which I like more than most people seem to. I thought it was a pretty solid season of TV, with a great villain, great character work, and surprisingly deep, mature themes. Season 2, which I remembered a decent portion of, took us to all new heights with the beautiful and devastating Terra storyline, leaving an emotional impact that is unmatched by almost anything, especially in cartoons. But it also had some huge missteps with the side episodes, so they ended up being essentially a wash for me. I have to be honest though, I remember almost nothing about Season 3. I think this is around the point where I started petering off, and I'm not entirely sure why. Maybe it was because Slade was gone, but this season never really grabbed me like the first two did, which is unfortunate because it might actually be the best one yet, at least in terms of consistency. I vaguely remember the season opener, Jinx having a crush on Cyborg, and there's no way I could ever forget Haunted. But aside from that, this might as well have been a first-time watch for me, which is interesting. I'm not sure if that is a good or a bad thing. In a way, it does make me feel a bit underqualified to do a full in-depth analysis, but guess what? I'm going to do it anyway. On the flip side, though, I'm not really blinded by nostalgia, and I can analyze this one with fresh, adult eyes, so there are pros and cons to it. It also had me excited to find out where they would go with the story and characters. Will they address the Terra aftermath at all? How has that affected Beast Boy? Will Slade have a lasting effect after he's gone? What will Robin do without him? How will Starfire continue to try to integrate? Will they dive deeper into Raven's mental state and Cyborg's identity crisis? Who will be the focus character of this season? These are all questions I couldn't wait to get answers to. This is part 3 of my Teen Titans series analysis, where I go through the entire show, season by season, episode by episode, diving deep into the storylines, themes, and character arcs. Let's get started. The season opener is Deception. It opens with the Titans fighting the Hive members Gizmo, Jinx, and Mammoth. Haven't seen them in a while, at least as a team. Gizmo has popped up a few times. Cyborg has a new holographic generator that makes him look 100% human, and he uses that to go undercover to infiltrate the Hive and see what they're up to. He looks cool, but also kind of off-putting. I'm just not used to it at all. He makes quite an impression, dominating the practice arena and even saving his enemies in the process. The leader of this organization, Brother Blood, takes a shine to him, and Jinx has a crush on him, which is hilarious. Blood is voiced by John DiMaggio, who did a lot of stuff for Cartoon Network, including voicing General Grievous in the 2003 Clone Wars miniseries. Dude is a serious talent.
Brother Blood, at your service.
Cyborg finds out Brother Blood is building an ion amplifier, whatever the hell that is. Sounds scary, though. Blood tries to entice Cyborg to work with him with promises to completely restore his human body. Tough to turn that down. Cyborg being on the side of Gizmo and the others makes the final battle more interesting. It's 4-on-4 now, or rather 5-on-4 with the fake Cyborg. Brother Blood was unable to completely control Cyborg's mind because he's half robot, and Cyborg was playing him for a fool the entire time, saving the Titans in the end. This was a really solid start to the season. I quite enjoy the Cyborg-focused episodes, though one of my complaints with Only Human last season, despite enjoying it overall, was that it essentially repeated the same arc that he had in the sum of his parts in season 1. What's so fascinating about this episode is that he kind of has the opposite arc. The two aforementioned episodes highlighted the importance of his human side, but this one reminded us that his robotic side can come in handy as well, which I thought was super interesting. He has a nice moment with Star at the end as well. She is such a sweetheart. To go along with that, we get some fun action. The Titans trying to get the fake Cyborg to work was really funny. We see some fun returning villains and get introduced to a very mysterious and compelling new one that I'm sure we'll see more of down the line. As far as season openers go, this is definitely better than Divide and Conquer, but not quite as good as How Long Is Forever, to me. Entertaining, compelling, and sets the stage very well for the rest of the season. Episode 2 is X, which sees the return of Red X, but this time it's not Robin, it's someone else. Though he still sounds like Robin, which is interesting and even hits on Star, but it's definitely someone else. The real Robin is there. He is not a hologram this time. Trust me, the Titans checked. They have a big fight with the new Red X in the opening. They don't fare so well, and he gets away. Robin feels responsible and reveals that he powered the suit with xenothium. First I've heard of it, but it's powerful. Man, what is with this season and introducing us to crazy new stuff with fancy names? The little tic-tac-toe game was hilarious. The guy who made the Red X suit is named Professor Chang. Guys, I am literally watching through Community for the first time, and that made me laugh so hard. Shout out, Senor Chang.
In Espanol, my nickname is El Tigre Chino!
That's amazing. Voiced by the great James Hong, by the way. In a fun twist, Chang actually kind of ends up being the main villain of the episode, sending his men to the site Red X was about to steal the xenothium from, getting it for himself, and capturing all of the Titans except for Robin in the process. Another twist! Red X shows up at just the right moment to help Robin stop Chang. Of course, he was really just trying to obtain the xenothium for himself, which he does, but Robin steals his belt. This one is full of surprises. I loved this episode for so many reasons. The action is awesome. The Robin vs. X 1v1 in the vault was particularly badass. It also showed how strong Starfire is. She stopped Rhino Beast Boy from falling and lifted him back on top of the building. We get introduced to another mysterious villain that we're sure to see more of in Red X, this one being Robin's creation, or at least that's what he tells himself. He created the mantle, but I'm sure this thief would have just taken on a different one and stolen stuff anyway. I highly doubt they only decided to turn to crime when the Red X mantle became available. Robin does shoulder a lot of the burden, though, a trait likely picked up from his adoptive father. He will likely carry that until Red X is caught. As great as last season was, Robin was kind of sidelined, and Fractured was a massive swing and a miss. I vaguely remember this season doing some interesting stuff with him. This definitely looks to be the start of that. This episode killed it on every level. I am so excited to keep going. Man, this season is killing it so far. Episode 3 is Betrothed, which is about Starfire going back to her home planet to get married to some rando, as per tradition, and she just drops this out of nowhere. The Titans go with her to see the wedding. Alrighty, they get attacked on the way there, which is not supposed to happen. Okay, I think it's hilarious that Star's former caretaker looks just like her, but male, giant, and has a beard. Turns out Star is a princess. That's awesome. Her people are pretty odd, though. Their traditions are pretty off-putting for us mere Earthlings. Holy shnikes, Blackfire is the queen. I certainly did not expect to see her again. And to get back at Star, she's making her marry some flubber elephant-looking thing. Brutal. I honestly didn't remember any of this, and I love that. Turns out Blackfire made a deal with the thing called Glurtle Sketch to give him Star in exchange for some powerful jewel. The trend of fancy stuff continues. Star thinks she has to go through with the marriage for the sake of peace, but it was all a ruse by Blackfire. I don't know why the hell anyone trusts her at this point. Robin climbs the frickin' tower to save Star. That's dedication, and dare I say, love? Like something out of a Disney movie. The Titans discover the deception, the wedding is off, the day is saved, and everyone lives happily ever after. Of course, after Star defeats Blackfire in a 1v1 for the throne. She then hands the throne over to her caretaker, Galfor. It would have been better if she made it a democracy, but Galfor seems pretty cool, so I'm fine with that. Plus, Star can return to Earth with the Titans. This is easily my least favorite of the 3 episodes so far this season, but it's still a pretty solid one. Blackfire is a cool character. It was fun to see her back. Star comes to realize she truly belongs on Earth with her newfound family, and she should get to pick her own husband. As far as Starfire-focused episodes go, it's certainly a massive improvement over Transformation from last season. Also, once again, Robin clearly likes her. I wonder if the show ever actually goes there. That's another thing I don't remember. It'll be fun to enjoy the ride either way. This season continues to kick ass. Up next is Crash. The setup for this one is Beast Boy tries to play a video game on Cyborg's mainframe and accidentally uploads a virus. Cyborg starts acting all crazy, so they have to turn to the only person who can help, Gizmo. He has to shrink down to microscopic size and get injected into Cyborg's brain and ends up in his ass. So he has to make his way through his body with germ, or I guess snot, Beast Boy's help, while Cyborg goes around eating everything in sight and destroying stuff, and the remaining Titans try to stop him. Okay, this is kind of funny, not gonna lie. The virus core looks like something out of an old arcade game, which is weird, but kind of fun. Beast Boy is able to destroy it by multiplying, then Cyborg sneezes him and Gizmo out, but Gizmo is stuck in a snot bubble, being chased by pieces of the virus. Fantastic. Look, this is a pretty dumb episode, and easily the weakest of the season so far, but I had a good amount of fun with it. It's certainly better than the 3 I heavily disliked from last season. At least, unlike those, it's actually funny. I'm sure there are people that feel the opposite, but I never get tired of Gizmo. He's just so damn entertaining, and his hilarious vocabulary just keeps finding ways to expand.
Don't rush me, scuzz breath.
His journey through Cyborg's body, with Beast Boy's help, was pretty fun, as was Cyborg running around like a crazy man. It's another instance of Beast Boy's immaturity getting him into trouble. Juvenile? Absolutely. Lacking in development for the characters or larger story? Yes. But what can I say? I enjoyed it. Far from the worst this show has given us so far. Now we are on to Haunted, and oh man, have I been looking forward to this one. Just thinking about it gave me chills. This one, as the title suggests, is about Robin being haunted by Slade and the possibility that he could still be around, and the other Titans thinking he's crazy. Robin gets separated from the others during a fight with Cinderblock and sees Slade, who claims to have this big plan to create an earthquake by detonating seismic generators, which the Titans are unable to find because they're not there. Likewise, no one else is able to see Slade when Robin is. It certainly appears as if he's going off the deep end. From the Titans' perspective, Robin has them looking for generators that don't exist, and he's getting his ass kicked by himself. Out of concern for their friend, the other Titans subdue Robin for his and their safety, as well as to run some tests to figure out what's going on. All signs point to him losing it. That is until probably my favorite scene in the episode, where Raven is able to look inside Robin's mind and comes to the realization that Robin is actually seeing Slade. So what the hell is going on here? As it turns out, when Robin looked at Slade's mask in the beginning of the episode, it sprayed him with some kind of chemical agent that made him see, hear, and get beat up by Slade. That's not all, though. It didn't activate on its own. Someone triggered it from the outside, and the episode ends with Slade's mask lighting up again, teasing that he may actually still be out there. I know it might be crazy to put this ahead of Aftershock, but Haunted might be my favorite episode yet. It is an incredibly tense thrill ride from start to finish. The score was fantastic. The atmosphere was incredible. It's one of the most thematically rich episodes and has implications on the future and past. Of course, it was great to hear that haunting Ron Perlman voice again.
Relax, Robin. I'm not going anywhere.
And this was very trippy and surreal, almost Nightmare on Elm Street-esque, with a hint of Fight Club. They sort of took a break from the Robin being obsessed with Slade stuff last season to focus on the Tara storyline, which I think was justified, but they also picked the perfect time to bring it back. There is definitely some unresolved stuff there. Slade died pretty quickly, and Robin really had nothing to do with it. Plus, like he said, they technically can't be 100% sure he's gone. Slade has been an integral part of Robin's life for the entirety of the show, his number one motivator, the Joker to his Batman. Without Slade, who really is Robin? That's something he has to wrestle with. I wonder if part of Robin actually wants Slade to still be alive, so he has something to fight. The truth of the matter is, Robin was caught up on Slade before he was even sprayed with the chemical that just allowed him to physically manifest in Robin's head. This is also what it feels like to be gaslit. Sure, the Titans weren't doing that on purpose, but Robin truly could see Slade. This would have been a fantastic episode, even if it weren't for the tease at the end, but that adds another layer to this onion, a layer that we will have to wait to fully explore, and I love that. Haunted is an episode that does every single thing right, doesn't waste a single second, dives deeper into Robin's psyche than any other episode has, and even teases more. S+ tier in my mind. Coming off that high, we now have Spellbound, the first and really only Raven-focused episode of the season. This has a really cool cold open, which sees an ancient wizard fighting a huge dragon, which kind of looks like the dragon from Sleeping Beauty. It turns out to be a book Raven is reading, and they have to go on a mission before she can find out who wins the battle, which frustrates her. Man, I am liking her more and more. So relatable. Raven defeats the villain, or so we think. It's like a heart with a bunch of mechanical octopus-like arms so quickly that she can get back to the book, avoiding everyone else in the process. Honestly, I don't blame her. I would have been locked into that story too. Turns out the wizard, called Malchior, is actually stuck in the book. In him, Raven finally finds someone to talk to who truly understands her, and he teaches her new spells so that she can help set him free. And she's in the best mood she's been in a while, even changing outfits. It's jarring, but sweet to see her this happy. The heart octopus thing is back though, and this time it has a little girl trapped inside of it. So the Titans have to be more careful, but Raven almost accidentally hurts her, not realizing the full danger of the spells she has been learning. Well. Malchior has been teaching Raven dark magic, and he was actually the dragon all along. He switched the names in the book. Raven was manipulated, essentially seduced into releasing him. Cool twist, though I did pick up on it about halfway through the episode, and I swear, I do not remember this one at all. I was just getting a weird vibe from Malchior.
Good. There's just one more ingredient.
Raven is able to redeem herself by using a new curse she learned to trap Malchior back in the book. I've made it clear in my previous videos that Raven is my favorite character and that I'm a sucker for Raven-centered episodes. This is probably behind Nevermore and Fear itself for me, but not by much. I love the fantasy element, the twist is good, and the dragon looks really cool. I also love the exploration of Raven's loneliness. She's a very unique person and gets berated throughout the episode for being introverted and quote-unquote creepy, but weird is good. Different is good. Normal is boring. Maybe that's why I gravitate to her so much. Having a hard time fitting in is something that I can definitely relate to. This seeps into her mind so much, in fact, that she falls for a pretty obvious trick when she thinks that she found someone to relate to. Raven is a very smart character. That's not normally something she would do, but it makes sense given the context. If the Titans would have empathized with her instead of ostracizing her, none of this would have happened. Both Raven and the other Titans, especially Beast Boy, learn the important lessons here, and the hug between Beast Boy and Raven at the end was really heartwarming. Plus, we get some fun Cyborg and Beast Boy shenanigans with the stink bomb stuff, which Raven even joins in on at the end. This one definitely hit on pretty much every level I would want a one-off episode to, and the streak of great Raven Raven episodes continues. Up next is Revolution, which sees the return of one of my favorite side villains, Mad Mod. His episode in Season 1 is probably my favorite pure fun episode of the show so far. This one takes place on July 4th, with everyone celebrating, but Mod takes over the TV stations and hypnotizes everyone in America, except the Titans, to forget the revolution ever happened. In case anyone hasn't watched the show and can't figure it out, Mad Mod is British. Classic, snobby, old British villain. The Titans find and try to stop him, but he uses the magic from his staff to steal Robin's youth, turning Robin old and himself young. So I guess Mod does actually have some real magic? Pretty sure it was all trickery last time. Mod also transforms the city or entire country, it's not entirely clear, into a black and white old-fashioned style Britain. Pretty wild, though I'm not entirely sure that it's utilized to its full potential. This is a solid episode. It passes the 20 minutes. It was fun to see Mad Mod back. I really liked the Titans trying to form a plan without Robin, which is not so easy. His presence was sorely missed. There is some fun, solid action and fun chase scenes. British Beast Boy is pretty funny, as is Starfire incorrectly putting the word "the" in front of everything.
We will rescue Robin and save the city and stop the Mad Mod.
But there's not much here in terms of emotional and thematic depth, character work, or furthering the overall story. Granted, the first Man Mod episode didn't really do that either, but this one just lacks the it factor that one had. Probably because it doesn't do nearly as much with the visuals. The only thing here I really found fascinating character-wise is the fact that Robin was the key to defeating Mad Mod the first time around, and they did it almost entirely without him this time, though he does grab the wand and reverse the aging curse and makes things back to normal in the end. This certainly isn't an offensive episode, and it doesn't necessarily do anything wrong. It doesn't take any big swings and misses, but it doesn't do much to stand out either. It's just an enjoyable enough watch, and sometimes that's okay. They're not all going to be absolute bangers. Episode 8 is Wavelength, which is a pretty cool title. This sees the return of Aqualad and Brother Blood, who has a new fortress underwater, hence Aqualad getting involved. Blood has another one of these things. Sonic Resonator, capable of creating a tidal wave that could wipe out the entire city, with stolen Cyborg technology from when he was undercover. So Cyborg feels responsible, but he has to stay back to shut down the Resonator while Aqualad and the other Titans go to stop Blood, an assignment he doesn't take kindly to. Blood knows they're there, though, and has Cyborg fight Hive member Bumblebee, who after a long and entertaining battle, reveals herself to also be a spy working for Aqualad. She's pretty badass, too. Is it just me, or is there some sexual tension between them? It definitely seems like one of those they act like they hate each other, but they definitely want to bang situations. Again, though, it's a kid's cartoon, so they probably can only subtly hint at that kind of stuff. Beast Boy turns the force field off by turning into an electric eel, and the Titans stop the tidal wave just in time. But Cyborg gets his ass handed to him by Brother Blood, who has all kinds of crazy abilities. He's super strong and can move unnaturally fast, and he gets away once again. This was a pretty good episode that finally brought us back to what I assume is going to end up being the main plot line for the season. The Brother Blood and Hive stuff. Brother Blood is a pretty good villain. He's not Slade, but he can definitely carry a storyline in his own right. He's got a great screen presence, and we still don't know the full extent of his abilities. Looking forward to the conclusion to that story. We get introduced to a cool new character in Bumblebee. Her banter with Cyborg is great. The action was good here, especially the Cyborg versus Bumblebee fight, and I always enjoy the underwater stuff. We get a few more funny Starfire lines.
I believe I am grossed out.
And funny gags like Beast Boy getting flattened and his belt falling off. Not the deepest or most emotional episode, but an entertaining and relevant one that puts the train back on the track and has me looking forward to what comes next. And what's next is The Beast Within, which has nothing to do with the Brother Blood storyline, but it's pretty interesting. Beast Boy is sick of getting pushed around and not taken seriously, so he decides to become a badass. He's a known vegetarian, but decides to eat meat now, sleeps on the floor, works out like a maniac, and treats the others like crap. It's really jarring. This leads to him turning into some giant werebeast, seemingly permanently, and he kidnaps Raven and severely injures her. Turns out some chemicals that spilled on him during a battle in the cold open messed with his biology and turned him into this thing. This werebeast version of Beast Boy is a tough cookie, and he really has it out for Raven, or so we think. Twist! There are actually two werebeasts. One is Beast Boy, and the other one is something else entirely. It's the villain from the cold open, Adonis. The chemicals messed with him too. He's the one who attacked Raven. Beast Boy actually saved her, and those two have a nice moment together at the end. I really enjoy their friendship, and I'm glad this season is further exploring it. They have very different personalities and clash a lot, but they really do care about each other. I enjoy this episode. I've said a few times that I haven't quite been able to connect to Beast Boy as much as I have the others, but this is his best solo episode yet. It's still not on the level of the Raven solos, but that could be my bias. It's pretty effective though. On the surface, it seemed like a by the numbers, our friend turns into a monster and we have to stop them story, and it would have been pretty effective if it were just that, but having another beast in there set itself apart a bit. Beast Boy is the goofball of the group, and he gets picked on a lot for that, but that's also part of his charm and helps balance things out. He is also a serious threat on his own if he wants to be, and this episode shows that. A very solid standalone that does what it needs to. Episode 10 is Can I Keep Him? We see Johnny Rancid again in the cold open, which is cool. He's a pretty fun villain despite being in one of the worst episodes of the show in Fractured. He was the best part of that episode for sure. He gets away and the Titans come back to see the tower completely trashed. Turns out Beast Boy has been keeping one of Killer Moth's larvae as a pet called Silky, and that's what did it. He gave him to Star so she can take care of him and keep the secret, and she becomes so attached to him, but he keeps getting exponentially bigger every time he eats, and then he eats Cyborg's leg. This one is goofy, and then gets sad for a minute when Star has to give Silky away, and he falls back into the hands of Killer Moth as a huge, fully formed moth. Wait, did Silky just eat Johnny Rancid? Like, is he dead? That's wild if they actually did that. Never mind, he's alive. I kind of figured. After a long fight with the Titans and Star and Killer Moth fighting over him, Silky seemingly blows himself up, but actually just returns to baby size. This almost took a very dark turn, but returns to being pretty sweet at the end. This isn't exactly high art here, but it's a really cute episode. Certainly better than Every Dog Has His Day, for example. This one much better accomplishes what that one was seemingly going for. It's pretty funny at times and surprisingly sincere as well, with Star's caretaker relationship with Silky. It's interesting that this ended up becoming more of a Starfire-focused episode when it seemed like it was going to be a Beast Boy one. Star continues to be so sweet and unintentionally hilarious. Unintentionally from her standpoint, not the writers. Clearly they knew what they were doing. We get to see two cool returning villains in Killer Moth and Johnny Rancid. There's essentially no depth and complexity, but of the more silly, kiddie episodes, this is definitely one of the better ones. Episode 11 is Bunny Raven, or How to Make a Titan Animal Disappear. Good God, man, that is a long title. Birds of Prey has some competition. Here we see the return of magician villain Mumbo from the first season, once again voiced by the great Tom Kenny, aka SpongeBob SquarePants.
I know just the trick to take care of you.
Mumbo sucks all of the Titans into his hat and turns Raven into this little bunny, hence the title. Mumbo plans to use her for his next trick inside of his hat, where they all are, but he's also in there wearing his hat. After a ton of humiliations, the Titans are able to beat Mumbo at his own game. Raven uses her magic to make them look invisible, and Mumbo opens her cage. In the end, she was a better magician than him. Of the goofy, shallow episodes, this is in competition for my favorite one yet. It's just about as funny as Date with Destiny and has the memorable whimsy of Mad Mod. We only got a small glimpse of Mumbo in Season 1. We get the full Mumbo experience here. He's a very eccentric and entertaining villain. He even has his own Disney villain-esque song and dance number, which should annoy me, but I loved it.
With just a wave of his magic wand, he's master of your
The episode really makes good use of the limitless nature of being inside Mumbo's hat, and it's filled to the brim with great moments that stick out, like Beast Boy on the wheel, the cup trick, turning the Titans into animals. Oh, I get it, that's where the second part of the title comes from. The fight against the gloves, and the crowd of Mumbos of all ages, shapes, and sizes. It also has some of the funniest dialogue in the show, with so many great meta lines describing the ridiculous situation they found themselves in.
We're trapped in a hat being manhandled by gloves. What next?
I call it the Roman Pierce. This one was really firing on all cylinders. Not deep, just really fun, memorable, and rewatchable. If the finale delivers, this could easily be the best season yet. It's certainly already the most consistent. And we have made it to the season finale, Titans East Part 1 and 2. This is where the Brother Blood storyline finally comes to a head. I do wish there was more of a build-up though. He's only been in 2 episodes till this point. Okay, Cyborg singing his own version of the Teen Titans song is hilarious and wonderfully meta.
You know what to do. Call Cyborg.
He's making the long drive to meet up with Aqualad, Bumblebee, Speedy, and Mas Imenos, aka Titans East, hence the title, to help take down Brother Blood. I don't think we've seen Mas Imenos before. They're these 2 little Spanish-speaking super twins who operate like 2 halves of a battery, going really fast, but only when touching. Their tower is a mess, as is their teamwork, both of which Cyborg tries to fix. Together, they defeat a Hivebot, but it was a trap by Blood to get the encryption key to Titan's East Tower, and it gets attacked by an army of fully robotic cyborgs created by Blood, probably because he got cyborg schematics. We continue to see the consequences of that. Despite the Titans getting them back, he, as a surprise to no one, has a photographic memory. Part 1 takes place almost entirely at Titan's Tower East, and it's good, pretty enjoyable. The action is solid, and it sets the stage well for Part 2. A decent amount of time is spent kind of screwing around, which I guess is okay for a 2-parter. It also serves to set up the fact that Cyborg wants to stay with Titans East, which he decides at the end of Part 1. After fending off the Hive attack, it is revealed that the Titans East members are mind-controlled and working for Brother Blood. That's actually a really good twist. I did not see it coming at all. I was wondering where this was going to go when they all seemed okay, and I thought they all got captured before. Man, this Brother Blood guy is always one step ahead. Even when it seems like he may have lost, he always has a backup plan. He also has Professor Chang under his control, which can't be good. As Part 2 begins, the Blood-controlled Titans East don't spend a ton of time keeping up the charade as they pretty quickly reveal themselves and capture Cyborg. Blood has robotic parts now to be more like Cyborg. Okay, so that's what he had Chang doing. The main Titans come to the rescue at just the right time. Star rips Cyborg's restraints right off, once again showing off her strength. Wait a minute. How come Blood couldn't control Bumblebee before, but he can now? Unless I missed it, I don't think they explained that. Also, he can teleport now? Holy crap. I really love how Cyborg uses his knowledge of his own technology, the Titans East, and the Tower to his advantage and lead to victory in the end. He uses the knowledge of how he sees to slip past the Cyborg army. He helps the main Titans fight the Titans East, and he's able to defeat Brother Blood by using his fighting spirit and hacking into Blood's brain when Blood was trying to hack into his. Alright, that's a little underexplained, but that doesn't really bother me. I'm guessing that wouldn't have worked if Blood hadn't gotten the cybernetic enhancements. I'm choosing to believe that because it's pretty poetic. His own arrogance and lust for power was his downfall. That's the same problem many hyper-intelligent villains, such as Lex Luthor, for example, often run into. This was a very solid finale, bringing the Brother Blood storyline to a satisfying conclusion. There is some good action throughout. Cyborg takes center stage, and I love everything they did with him here. He is an invaluable member of the team, and you can understand his desire for change, butting heads with Robin and wanting more of a leadership role, but he ultimately knows where he belongs. Brother Blood was an effective villain that was both a physical and intellectual threat. It was cool to see Aqualad, Bumblebee, and Speedy again. Mas Imenos are really fun. Them both having a crush on Star at the end and fighting over her was so funny. Also, is it just me, or does the Mas Imenos running sound effect sound like something out of Star Wars? This finale does a lot of things right, but it's easily the weakest of the 3 so far. It just lacked the stakes and emotional weight of the Season 1 and 2 finales. Not having Slade there is certainly part of that. No one can live up to him. The stakes on paper should have been high, but we never quite felt it as much as we should have. I mean, sure, Cyborg threatens to leave the main Titans and stay with Titans East, and he and Robin get into it, but that was very brief, and we knew it wasn't real. It also doesn't have anywhere near the emotional impact of Aftershock, which, yes, is an extremely high bar, but this can't help feeling tame in comparison. I want to reiterate, this is not a bad finale by any stretch. It's quite good. It's just not as mind-blowing as the first two finales. It's about on par with the rest of the season. And it was a season that pretty consistently delivered quality stuff throughout. Just didn't end with a bang that a finale should. Bleeding that right into my final thoughts, Teen Titans Season 3 is to me easily the most consistently good season yet. But aside from Haunted, it doesn't come particularly close to hitting the highs of the Terra storyline in Season 2, or even the Robin and Slade stuff in Season 1. Unlike Season 2, though, which, as stated in the opening, had several misses, I didn't dislike a single episode this season. Even the goofier, lower quality episodes like Crash or Revolution, I was able to get a good amount of enjoyment out of. It's probably the least focused season, as Brother Blood is only in 4 episodes, including the 2-part finale. It felt more episodic, which I honestly don't mind. The first 2 seasons of Justice League were like that, and I love it. If the episodes are good, I don't really mind the episodic nature, and in this season, they are. I already mentioned the low points, which were still pretty enjoyable. Betrothed is an entertaining episode that finally sees the return of memorable and charismatic villain Blackfire, as well as has a nice little arc for Starfire. The Beast Within is like Teen Titans' version of a werewolf story with a twist. Can I Keep Him is a surprisingly sweet and sincere woman and her dog story, though I do wonder if we'll ever see Silky again. Star did keep him after all. And of course, the goofy standout, the mad mod of the season, is clearly Bunny Raven. It's just so much fun from start to finish, one of the funniest and most unique episodes yet. If I ever find myself feeling down and in need of a pick-me-up, which happens quite often, I know which Teen Titans episode to watch. 2 one-offs in particular really stood out to me in this season though, and for my money are the 2 best episodes in this season, which is a first. Normally the main episodes are my favorites. Those are X and Haunted. Interestingly enough, they both explore Robin's past, the consequences of his decisions, and the implications on the present and future. But neither are followed up on in this season. We'll have to wait a bit longer. In Season 1, Robin, out of desperation to find out what Slade was up to, created the alter ego of Red X to pretend to be Slade's ally and get closer to him. Of course, it didn't work, and Robin tossed the Red X persona away. Little did he know, someone else would pick it back up down the line and use it in their criminal acts. The episode ends with us having no idea who this person is, and we never see them again for the rest of the season. Now, for the sake of transparency, I am pretty sure I remember how the Red X saga ends, but I can't wait till the next time we see them again. Haunted was on a whole nother level entirely. It is quite possibly my favorite episode of the entire show. Even in his absence, Robin's obsession with Slade has not dissipated. He is in his very soul, tormenting him. Sure, the gas is what caused Robin to hallucinate, but Slade was already on his mind. Robin just cannot accept the fact that Slade is gone, or he doesn't want to. I think it's a combination of both. Robin knows how savvy Slade is, and they never did see a body, but he also genuinely doesn't know what to do without his rival. He feels empty and unmotivated. But, as the ending revealed, Slade may actually be still around in some form or fashion. Both episodes do a fantastic job of diving into Robin's psyche while also teasing the future. I'm glad Robin got to shine here again a little bit, because he got significantly sidelined in Season 2, and his obsession with Slade was almost put on the back burner. I think that's probably a good thing, though, for the sake of this season and Haunted in particular. If Haunted had come off the back of Season 1, I'm not sure it would have been as effective. They'd really be beating a dead horse, and it might have grated on our nerves. But, after pulling back on it a bit, it was the perfect time to come back and remind us, and him, that no, Slade is still taking up a ton of space in his mind. He's still carrying a ton of baggage from his experiences with Slade and his creation of Red X, neither of which have come even close to a resolution yet. Unfortunately, Robin's potential romance with Starfire doesn't get built out much this season. He clearly didn't want her to get married off in Betrothed, but that felt more like he didn't want to lose her as a friend and part of the team than anything else, with maybe a little bit of romantic teases in there. My opinion of the show won't be affected either way by where they go with that, and I know they're usually hesitant to go romantic routes with kids' cartoons, but I still would like to see a little bit more there. They clearly set it up. Robin does go at it with Cyborg again, and their rivalry sort of comes to a head in the finale. Robin is the de facto leader of the Titans, but Cyborg is a great leader in his own right, and really enjoyed leading Titans East. I wonder if the dynamic will change at all going forward. They both have great leadership qualities and balance each other out really well. They should focus less on titles and both take charge when the situation calls for it. Not just them, but the others as well. Robin's voice actor Scott Menville continues to bring it. Cyborg is, for all intents and purposes, the main character of this season. He was already a favorite of mine, but Season 3 gives him so much more to do than the first two did. The main villain of the season is intrinsically tied to Cyborg. The season begins with Cyborg going undercover to infiltrate Brother Blood's new High Villain Academy, which leads to Blood obtaining Cyborg's blueprints, allowing him to create new headquarters, a seismic cannon, an army of cyborgs, and cybernetic enhancements for himself. Almost everything Blood is able to do this season is because of his fascination with Cyborg, and Cyborg feels responsible for all of it, and has a personal vendetta against Blood. Sound familiar? This is the second time one of the Titans had a personal connection to the main villain, of course Robin and Slade being the first. This season highlights not only the dangerous potential of Cyborg's technology if it falls into the wrong hands, but also the true value he brings to the team. For one, he's an excellent fighter and holds his own against 4 blood-controlled heroes at once. He's also very smart, knowing exactly when to use his technology and when to use his human intuition, striking the perfect balance and perfectly adapting to each given situation. He also knows the flaws in his technology, which gives him an advantage over Brother Blood, who is a beginner. Most importantly, though, Cyborg is incredibly resilient. He has all of his limbs ripped off, the other Titans are subdued, but he still finds a way to defeat Brother Blood. He never gives up and is driven by a desire to protect his friends and save the world, whatever it takes. Qualities that a villain like Blood, who is driven by greed and arrogance, will never have or understand. The writers and Carrie Payton really took Cyborg to the next level this season. There was a giant Slade-sized hole felt this season. That is undeniable. Brother Blood is no Slade, and I think the creators knew that, but he is still a very interesting and effective villain in his own right, who is able to set himself apart and stake his claim as another Teen Titans great. From the very beginning, he is established as a very intelligent, savvy, and powerful person, but we have no idea what the true extent of those powers are. He's very ambitious, constantly expanding his knowledge and skill set, and seems to have a way out of every situation. But in the end, his ambition was his undoing, as he was not entirely aware of the full capabilities and downfalls of Cyborg's technology. Blood is voiced wonderfully by John DiMaggio, who is able to bring that confident, sophisticated energy to the character. Brother Blood never quite gets under your skin like Slade does. He won't haunt your nightmares, but he did feel like a legitimate threat to Cyborg and the Titans. There were times where you couldn't help but wonder how the hell they're going to defeat him. You know they will in the end, but you don't know how, and that's the fun part. The Brother Blood storyline was the main storyline of the season, and despite only 4 episodes focusing on it, the intrigue is built from the season premiere, so you know what's going on, and that they're going to get back to it at some point. That story and Brother Blood as a villain never really has the looming presence that Slade does, but it's still entertaining and does the job. There are 3 Titans I have not mentioned yet, and they were not quite given as much to do as Cyborg and Robin were. As stated, Cyborg was the main character of the season, and Robin got a ton of development with X and Haunted. I have stated in previous videos that Raven is my favorite character, and that is probably still true, though Cyborg is really close now. Raven has only had 1 focus episode each season so far, though based on what I hear, that is about to change in a big way. This season, her focus episode is Spellbound, which is my least favorite of the 3 so far, but still very good. Despite being around the Titans for a while now, Raven still feels like an outsider, a weirdo, and because of that, she lets her guard down when someone makes her feel vulnerable. It really is a great commentary on the importance of having empathy for people and treating them well, even if they exhibit behaviors that you may not consider normal. That message is especially for Beast Boy, a lesson he appeared to learn as the 2 make up at the end of the episode in a really sweet way. I guess you could say she's the main character in Bunny Raven. She is the title character after all, but it's a gimmick, a fun one, don't get me wrong, but there's no real development there, and she has the least amount of screen time. I still find Raven to be the most fascinating and relatable character on the show, and I can't wait to dive deeper into her as a person next season. Tara Strong is just wonderful. I couldn't imagine anyone else voicing this character. Beast Boy was essentially the second main character last season after Tara, as the relationship was the heart of the season. Beast Boy is mostly just there this season. He's not given much to do outside of the Beast Within, which gives a glimpse into what a serious, angry, uptight Beast Boy would look like, and it's not pretty. It also shows how truly dangerous he is capable of being. He is sort of presented as the main character in Can I Keep Him, but as I stated earlier, it shifted to Starfire pretty quickly. I do really wish they would have explored Beast Boy's feelings in the aftermath of the Tara story. She is not mentioned once in this season, which I found very odd. She was an integral part of their lives, especially Beast Boy's. I'm sorry, I just don't buy that he would not still be talking or thinking about her at all. They could have done some really interesting stuff there, but chose not to, which is frustrating. I do like Beast Boy, and Greg Sipes is awesome, but he is still definitely my least favorite Titan. Starfire, despite not having a crazy amount of depth, continues to be a favorite of mine. She's just so sweet and charming and continues to try really hard to fit in and understand the vernacular of humans.
You have been somewhat lobstery lately.
Her putting the in front of everything, especially villain names such as the Mad Mod or the Brother Blood, is easily my favorite running joke throughout this season, and she is so unintentionally funny. I couldn't tell you how many times I laughed out loud this season because she says things slightly wrong. She is an absolute gold mine for quotability. Her naivete is taken advantage of in Betrothed as she gets tricked into marrying someone she doesn't even know under false pretenses, but she comes through in the end and comes to the realization that her place is on Earth with the Titans, and if she were ever to marry someone, she should probably get to know them first. Star taking care of and forming an attachment to Silky was absolutely adorable. It worked so much better than it should have because of Star's sincerity and Hynden Walch's wonderful voice acting. She may not be the deepest or most complex character, but I can never get enough of Starfire. Also, as mentioned, she's as strong as an ox. The thematic resonance that was so strong in the first two seasons carried over to this one as well, and unlike season 2 where pretty much all of the meat was on the Terrabone, it's much more spread out here. X explores Robin's guilt and regret, Haunted explores his fears and insecurities, Spellbound is about acceptance, loneliness, and sense of belonging, The Beast Within is about bitterness and repressed anger, Can I Keep Him is about love and companionship, Betrothed is about personal choice and where you belong, and of course, the Brother Blood storyline explores deception, arrogance, the pros and cons of ambition, revenge, and trust. The others aren't about much, but are fun nonetheless, and that is better than trying to be about something and failing spectacularly, like a few episodes last season did. I mentioned this in my Season 1 video. Teen Titans is a show that can be watched for pure entertainment purposes or watch for deeper meaning, which is why it appeals so well to both children and adults alike. That trend continues in Season 3. I already mentioned the voice acting of the main five and Brother Blood, but the casting for this show is just so perfect. The huge standout here was the great Tom Kenny returning as Mumbo, perfectly capturing the eccentric nature of the best side villain of the season. So glad we got to see more of that character. We get introduced to James Hong as Professor Chang here, who is just awesome. Greg Ellis brings the seemingly altruistic but secretly malicious vibe to Melchior. Malcolm McDowell returns and is once again delightful as Mad Mod. Henry Rollins and Mark Warden return as memorable villains Johnny Rancid and Killer Moth, respectively. Lauren Tom kills it as Gizmo again. And of course, Hynden Walch perfectly pulls off double duty again when she voices Blackfire. It's wild how well the animation has aged. I continue to fail to find a single flaw. It looks incredible on Blu-ray especially. Haunted, Spellbound, and Bunny Raven in particular look incredible and do stuff with the animation that we hadn't seen yet. The music fits every scene so well. Haunted in particular I think had the best score of any episode in the show yet. The technical stuff is secondary to me to the story and characters, but looking and sounding good never hurts, especially in animation. In closing, Teen Titans Season 3 is very good. It continues the technical brilliance, surface-level entertainment, humor, character work, and deep themes that the first 2 seasons had. It may not hit the highs that Season 2 did with the Terra storyline, but it maintains an incredible level of consistency that makes it a very easy watch. Every episode was at least watchable, while others were elevated by great character work or exploration of themes. I think if I was to rate every episode, then average each season out, this would probably rate the highest. However, if I could only watch one Teen Titans story for the rest of my life, it would be the Terra one for sure. This was a very good season of TV that had a lot going for it, and depending on how you define or measure it, is probably my favorite season of the show yet. I know there's a lot of good stuff coming in Season 4 though, and I can't wait to dive in. Teen Titans Season 4, man, I can't tell you guys how much I've been looking forward to this. Teen Titans was one of my favorite shows to watch as a kid on Saturday mornings. It had been a long time since I rewatched the show, though, and my memory of anything that happened after Season 1 was pretty faint. The first 3 seasons have been varying degrees of really good. Season 1 did a great job introducing us to an interesting and likable set of heroes, introducing us to the central villain, and delivering entertaining content on the surface level with some deeper themes and messages if you want to look for them. Season 2 brought us to all new highs with a devastating Terra storyline. Slade took his vindictiveness to the next level, and it left an emotional impact that is unmatched, in my opinion, by almost any other work of fiction ever created, especially kids shows. But it also had a few big misfires with the filler episodes. Season 3, while we sorely missed Slade's presence and it didn't have the highest stakes or most emotional weight, was a very consistently compelling and entertaining season of TV that did some interesting stuff with Cyborg. Season 4 was the one I really couldn't wait to get to, though, for several reasons. I vaguely remember watching some of these episodes as they came out. I kind of remember Trigon. I remember Slade coming back and eventually teaming up with Robin. I remember Raven being the central character, but that's about it. I remember essentially nothing about the specific details of what goes down, how it ends, or what happens in the side episodes, so this may as well have been a first-time watch for me. Raven was already my favorite character, and I was looking forward to that almost certainly being solidified here. But also, how would they further develop the other characters and their dynamic as a team? Will they finally address the Terra aftermath? With the high stakes, Slade coming back, and the focus on Raven, everything was lining up for this to be easily my favorite season of the show yet. And now, after watching it, I gotta tell you guys, well, you'll have to wait and see, but I will have a pretty firm conclusion on that. All right, enough preamble. This is part 4 of my Teen Titans series analysis where I dive deep into the storylines, character arcs, themes, and messages, season by season, episode by episode. Let's do it. Spoilers, obviously. The season kicks off with Don't Touch That Dial, also known as episode 257-494. Here we see the return of Control Freak, who we last saw in Fear Itself in season 2. He has escaped from prison and somehow transported himself into the TVs, able to switch himself from channel to channel on his own whim. The Titans have to make their way through these channels to catch him. Okay, that's a really cool idea.
The Control Freak is a dork, yes?
They chase him through a game show, the news, a fishing show, some kid's farm show, a cheesy spy show, a black and white creature from the Black Lagoon-esque monster movie, and more. As the Titans split up, Control Freak sends the creature, a robot, and an outlaw, basically the Legion of Doom of in-universe TV villains, to hunt them down. Robin goes skiing, Cyborg is in a romance movie, Raven gets thrust into the middle of a football game, Beast Boy is on some old family sitcom, and Starfire is on some Looney Tunes kind of thing. I'm having such a blast with this, but man, there is so much happening. I want to mention everything that stands out, and everything is standing out. Wait a minute. It's Zinthos with a Z? This whole entire time I thought it was Synthos with an S. The more you know. Control Freak is so much more dangerous here than he is in real life because he's able to acquire so many gadgets and abilities of TV characters. He's going to be super hard to beat. This is where Beast Boy's TV knowledge comes in handy. He figures Control Freak must be hiding in Clash of the Planets, a super popular sci-fi series. Not gonna lie, it looks pretty cool. It's very Star Wars-y. The weapons are very similar to lightsabers. The villain is like Darth Vader mixed with a Shredder. The main hero looks like an anime character. Control Freak takes the villain out and takes his place, making an I am your father joke in the process. Fantastic. Beast Boy tries to do a Jedi mind trick, Control Freak makes a Highlander reference.
There can be only one!
Dude, are you sure I didn't write this episode? It's so tailored to me. Control Freak made a huge mistake going to this world, though. Beast Boy knows it better than him and uses a special ability to banish him. I thought when the episode started that it was going to be about the pitfalls of watching too much TV, but it's kind of the opposite. The Titans only won because Beast Boy is such a nerd, so I guess there isn't really a lesson here. Here's the funny part, though. The Titans acknowledge that. The show is aware that this one isn't really about anything, and I love that. Like I said before, they don't all have to be, if they're this entertaining, unique, and memorable. This is on par with Mad Mod and Bunny Raven for my favorite brainless episode yet. It might even be better than those. The concept is so unique and the execution is perfect. The idea of traveling channel to channel, show to show is brilliant and the perfect way to use animation to your advantage. You could do this in live action, but it wouldn't be the same. Animation allows you to do so many fun and crazy things. Teen Titans is a show that constantly innovates visually, and that is absolutely the case here. Control Freak is a really fun and unique villain. We barely got a glimpse of him in Season 2. There was much more here, and it was quite welcomed. This episode was everything a good one-off should be. Entertaining, memorable, funny, visually stunning, and filled to the brim with great moments and gimmicks. Gimmick not being used as a pejorative here. As far as season openers go, I'd have it behind How Long is Forever because it lacked the thematic and emotional depth of that one, but it's either second or third. It doesn't give us any clue as to what the main story of the season is, so Deception has the edge there, but this one is more purely entertaining, so it's about a wash. A very memorable episode and a very solid start to the season. Up next, we have The Quest. The cold open sees Robin fighting this very wise and skilled martial artist named Kitaru and losing, so he embarks on a journey to find someone called the True Master to become the best fighter around. Okay, calling this right now as I watch it. The old woman who sent him to the mountain is the True Master. I swear I do not remember this at all, but it's a massive trope. Robin expects it to be this big, muscular, warrior-looking guy, and part of the lesson is going to be that looks can be deceiving. It's never who or what you expect. If I'm wrong, I promise I will leave this in here and eat crow. Robin has to fight a huge talking bear, voiced by acting legend Kevin Michael Richardson. Robin lifts him? Again, he's just a regular guy, right? But this isn't the first time this happened. He then has to fight a blind snake in the dark, a really cool scene that looks amazing, and he learns to feel instead of see. His third fight is against a monkey voiced by Keone Young, the same guy who voiced Kitaru, while balancing on bamboo sticks, which proves to be pretty difficult, but he gets it done. We thought that was his final test, and it should have been, but Kitaru shows up, revealing that he only told Robin about the True Master so he could follow him up the mountain and not have to tire himself out from the challenges. He even stole Robin's weapons. What a snake! No offense to the actual snake in this episode, who's pretty cool. Robin is able to defeat him this time, though, with sheer determination and the lessons he learned from his previous tests. Okay, yeah, I was right about the old woman. I'm not claiming to be particularly smart or anything. I think it was pretty obvious, especially to anyone who had seen Star Wars before. Yoda kind of started that trope. I'm also a huge fan of the 2003 Ninja Turtles, and they do the same thing there with Leo and the Ancient One. That episode has a lot of similarities to this one, and Leo and Robin are quite similar. This episode was really effective. I enjoy journeys of self-discovery, and Robin learned many important lessons here. Don't judge a book by its cover. The easy way is not the right way, and he does take himself a little too seriously sometimes. The first fight was about determination, the second sensing and feeling instead of seeing, and the third was about balance, all of which he used to victory in the end over a dishonest opponent who tried to cheat the system. The fights were good. I love some good hand-to-hand action. The other Titans dressing up as and pretending to be Robin is so funny, and what makes it work so well is a stark contrast to Robin's overly self-serious journey. Everyone else is goofing off. Even Raven joins in on the fun. And Silky, glad he's still around. All in all, this one really delivered. It was entertaining, and Robin had a great character arc. Still no indication as to where the season is going, but I know that's imminent. And when the episodes are this good, I don't really care about that. Episode 3 is Birthmark, and oh boy am I giddy about this one. The Titans fight Dr. Light in the cold open. We last saw him in Nevermore. It's been a while. He immediately surrenders once he's reminded of what Raven did to him in that episode. Honestly, smart. And right before the intro, Slade rises from the dead. Ugh. holy crap, dude. I have been waiting for this. Full body chills when that happened. Raven is acting kind of weird. The Titans figure out it's her birthday and throw her a surprise party, but she is not interested and hates her birthday, but won't say why. The Titans find Slade alive, and he is more powerful than ever. He can shoot fire from his hands and has this strange S mark on his head. He was already extremely difficult to defeat before. Now, forget about it. This time he's after Raven and marks her with that same S after easily dismantling the other Titans. Raven stops time, though, before Slade is able to kill them. Since when can she do that? I've always thought Raven was even more powerful than we were shown, and are we finally seeing that? The time freeze doesn't work on Slade, though, as he keeps talking vaguely about it coming and the fact that no one, even Raven, will be able to stop it, and the need to deliver a message. This is some eerie stuff, not gonna lie. Raven unfreezes Robin, and only Robin, which is interesting. This episode does more with their friendship than any other has so far. Slade shows Raven a vision of the future where she has destroyed the world and killed the Titans. Good lord, this is dark. It's giving Dark Phoenix or Scarlet Witch. The ending reveals Slade is working for someone else, some mysterious, super powerful being, maybe from hell itself. Seems kind of similar to Hades or Mephisto. That makes sense. It would certainly explain how Slade came back and how he's so powerful now. Guys, this was an incredible episode. It's Raven-centered and Slade comes back. Hello? Is that the best episode of all time, Colleen? I think it might be. Raven is my favorite character in the show, and after this season, I'm thinking it won't even be close. She's endlessly compelling and fascinating. She continues to grow, and we continue to learn more about her. She's vastly powerful, and we are finally starting to scratch the surface of what she's capable of. I mean, if that glimpse into the future isn't a terrifying peek into her potential, I don't know what is. We know it's not actually going to happen, but it's an image that will shake you regardless. And again, it's not about the if, it's about the how. Raven has to find a way to change her destiny, and we are so locked into the ride. Raven is a good person who cares deeply about her friends and people in general, but has a lot of destructive potential, which is exactly what Slade and his mysterious master are trying to exploit. Seeing Slade back was a sight for sore eyes. Of course I knew it was going to happen, but that didn't take away the impact at all. He's never been scarier, and his plan has never been more ambitious. It was fascinating and refreshing to see him focused on a different Titan this time. It has always been about him and Robin till this point. Raven and Robin are the only Titans who really do anything in this one, and I love that we get to see them alone here. I don't think that happened at all before this. A very underexplored relationship that I hope we see a lot more of in this season. He certainly seems to understand her better than anyone else. Birthmark does every single thing that I would want an episode of a TV show to do. It's entertaining, it's bone-chilling, it's visually engaging, it has fantastic character work, it has big reveals, the return of a big villain, and sets up massive stakes for the future. Bravo, writers, bravo. And I know there is a lot more where that came from. We'll have to wait for now, though, because next we have Cyborg the Barbarian. Cyborg has made a bunch of renovations to the tower, but while showing them off, he gets randomly teleported away to the past, 3000 BC to be exact, and is thrust right in the middle of a battle between human warriors and an army of some giant bug creatures. He destroys all of the creatures easily with his sonic cannon and becomes a hero to the warriors. The leader of the tribe, Sarasim, takes a shine to him. Whoa, she is stunning. Maybe he should stay there. As it turns out, Crawl, another warrior from the tribe, had a witch send those creatures so he could defeat them and make himself look good. Obviously, that plan went awry as Cyborg got all the glory. Crawl is voiced by the late, great Michael Clark Duncan. Rest in peace, my man.
I asked you to make me a hero, but instead you send foul beasts I cannot vanquish.
The tribe gets attacked by more bugs, but this time Cyborg has to fight the old-fashioned way due to low power and no way to recharge in this time. This makes for a much more interesting fight. This time he uses his smarts, breaking the dam to allow water to wash away all the bugs. Crawl and the witch are about to send Cyborg home, but just before he leaves, he realizes what they've been up to and tries to stop them. The witch essentially fuses Crawl with a bunch of bugs to create this ultimate super weapon. He kicks Cyborg's ass, but Sarasim saves him and is able to give him a little bit of his power back generated by the water. This leads to a final face-off between the warriors and Crawl and his army. Raven is able to bring Cyborg back before he sees it through, though, which is disappointing. She does show him a history book that shows Sarasim emerging victorious, which definitely helps, but I think it would have been more satisfying if he got to see it in person and say his goodbyes. Maybe it's for the better, as that would have made it harder to leave. They did have a nice moment and kiss together before the final battle, so that'll have to do. I really enjoyed this episode, even more than the consensus seems to be. The 7.9 out of 10 rating on IMDb is definitely a bit low for me. I am a huge fan of stripping characters down to a more primitive state and seeing how they handle it. Justice League did a very similar thing with Superman in Season 2, and it's one of my favorite episodes. Cyborg impresses in the beginning with his tech, but still proves himself as a smart and capable warrior without it. He literally rewrote history. I mean, he's in the books. I doubt they would have won without him. I love the look of the past and the way people talk. It definitely feels like a long time ago. The action is great, but by far and away, my favorite thing about this episode is the relationship between Cyborg and Sarasim. We've never really seen him fall for someone like this before, and it really worked. Despite living 5,000 years apart, they have a lot in common. They're both strong, determined, wise, and compassionate. Sarasim is awesome. She's the perfect mix of badass and vulnerable. I feel like we got to know her so well in such a short amount of time. Easily one of my favorite side characters in the show. Kind of reminds me of Eowyn, and I love me some Eowyn. I honestly got a little emotional at the end. That's how much I cared about Sarasim and her relationship with Cyborg. To pull that off in 20 minutes with so many other things going on is quite impressive. Quite literally, the right person at the wrong time. I've seen so many star-crossed lover stories, and this stacks right up there with the best. This is a top-tier one-off for me, probably behind How Long's Forever and maybe Nevermore, but so far that's about it. Haunted for sure if you count that as a one-off, but I don't really. This has the entertainment value, it has the action, it has the cool concept, and it does some great character work with Cyborg, getting me to care deeply about a character I just met and a relationship I was just introduced to. Great stuff all around. As of right now, this is easily my favorite season so far. Episode 5 is Employee of the Month. The cold open sees the Titans taking on an alien spaceship on a farm, but Beast Boy lags behind because he's the only Titan who has to run. What? Dude, just turn into a bird and fly. Am I missing something? Also, how did it just randomly turn to daytime in a matter of seconds? Anyway, Beast Boy decides to get a moped. Again, I'm not understanding this, and literally as I'm typing this, Robin addresses the flying thing. Okay, so I'm not crazy. Beast Boy's excuse is his arms get tired. Do birds get tired from flying? I guess maybe they do. Never really thought about that. In order to save up money to buy the moped, Beast Boy tries to get a job, first as a video game tester where he destroys the test lab, then selling vacuums door to door where he destroys somebody's house. They're not really explaining how this stuff is happening, but I don't care because it's so funny. His last resort is to work at a meat restaurant, even though he's a vegetarian. Wow, he is desperate. He's in luck, though. The employee of the month gets a free moped. What a coincidence. It turns out the owner is the burgers. Like they're made from his body. Meat, buns, and all. Everything is made of meat, even the fries and drinks. What in the world is this episode? Also, the owner's name is Bob, as in Bob's Burgers. Wait a minute. Bob's Burgers premiered 6 years after this episode. Did they steal it? The ship the Titans were fighting in the opening is back and has a cow inside of it, and there are a bunch more of them. It legitimately sounds like I'm making this up, but if you've seen the episode, you know I'm not. The source of all of this is some talking goo thing made of Nufu, an alien version of tofu, which keeps, crapping out more Bobs, which is where the meat comes from, and is stealing all of the real cows from Earth. Beast Boy steals the moped and the source, threatening to eat him if he doesn't reveal how to fix all of this. The secret to destroying Bob is water. Okay, they definitely stole that from Signs. Sorry if you haven't seen it, but it's a 20-year-old movie. The cows are all free and everything is back to normal.
Can this day get any weirder?
No, Robin, it certainly can't. What do I even say here, guys? This is easily the strangest episode of Teen Titans so far, and one of the weirdest episodes of any show ever. The whole thing felt like a fever dream. If I were to explain what happened in this episode to someone who hasn't seen it, there's no chance they would believe me. The thing is, though, I kind of enjoyed it. It's so ridiculous and self-aware that it kind of works. The insane concept makes it pretty funny. It's easily the weakest episode of the season so far, and there's no big message or character arc, but I got a good kick out of it. Placing this in the middle of a season about the literal apocalypse is bold, to say the least. Talk about tonal whiplash. It's weird that we're not even talking about that at all, but as a standalone episode, as its own thing, this is pretty enjoyable if you buy into the stupidity. And it's a cartoon, why wouldn't you? Up next, we have Troq, spelled T-R-O-Q. The cold open sees a spaceman called Val Yor being chased by his enemies to Earth near Titan's Tower and defeating them. He's friendly to everyone except for Starfire, which is quite noticeable right off the bat. His enemies are the Locrics, a race of machines that seek total domination over organic beings. Or so he says. I don't know if I trust this guy. This seems like a Justice League Starcross situation. He enlists the Titans' help to go to their planet and destroy their central core, so it turns out the episode title, Troq, is like a slur for Tamaranian people, as Val Yor keeps referring to Star as such and treating her terribly in general. Wow, this episode is really going there. Props. How are the other Titans not noticing this, by the way? Like, I know he seems cool to you guys, but come on, he's treating your friend like crap. Star and Cyborg have a great conversation in this episode, and it's one of my favorite scenes in the entire show. Star tells Cyborg why the word is so hurtful to her, and how Tamaranians are discriminated against all across the galaxy. Cyborg relates because he's part robot. What makes this even more interesting and layered is the fact that he's also black. He has, of course, face prejudice for that as well, but they're not going to say that in a kid's show, though I would be even more impressed if they did. Being half robot is kind of an allegory for that, and it works well as such. I love these two characters so much as friends, but we hadn't gotten much from them together in a while. This was really interesting, both for their character development as well as the commentary. And before anyone accuses me of getting political, the episode is overtly political. Of course I had to mention it. I'm a very left-wing, progressive person, and I'm very overt about that on my other social media, but I generally don't talk about it much in my videos unless it's what the actual content is about, and here it clearly is.
You must be one of the good ones.
See what I mean? While it did turn out the Locrics were a real threat and he wasn't lying about that, Val Yor is still a piece of crap. He didn't deserve to die, which is why Star saved his life, proving she is a better person than him, but the Titans don't want to be friends with him moving forward either, which is definitely the right move. The mission, action, and Locric stuff was definitely secondary in this episode to the commentary. Seeing someone so sweet and innocent like Star get treated so poorly for being different was tough to watch, and that's what many people in oppressed and persecuted communities go through every single day. Again, major props to Cartoon Network for going there. Despite being blinded by their admiration for Val Yor at first, the Titans come around and have Star's back once they realize what's going on, starting with Cyborg, who can relate to her the most. There are episodes that I think are better overall, but this one is probably the most important and relevant to real life. Just incredible stuff. And we haven't even gotten back to the end of the world yet. If that stuff is as good as everyone says, this will be easily my favorite season of the show. And here we go. Episode 7, The Prophecy. We are back to the Raven and Slade end of the world story. Raven is overwhelmed and horrified by the possibility that what Slade said about her destiny is true, and the possibility that she may not be able to change it. She's working really hard to find a way, though. The Titans confront Slade again, and he reveals the S-looking symbol on his head is the mark of Scath, which he writes in fire all over the city. The Titans assume Scath is the name of Slade's master, which would certainly make sense. The library is the only building Slade left standing in the area, and he has all kinds of traps set for the Titans there. They fight ghosts and navigate through mazes to find Slade and have another battle with him. Raven goes home to Azarath to ask her mother if there's anything she can do, only to find out it's an illusion, and Slade's master has already destroyed her homeworld and everything in it. God damn, man, that is dark. Not even hypothetically like the rest of this, it actually happened. Raven wrecking Slade and saving the other Titans at the last minute is one of my favorite moments in the show. Chills, man. Slade can't hurt her, though, because his master, Trigon, told him not to. Yeah, his name is Trigon. Pretty badass, if you ask me. We also find out that Trigon is Raven's father, and she is his portal to Earth. The episode ends with the prospect of the upcoming battle looming large. Man, this is just so good. This episode had a great atmosphere. The sense of dread gets more and more intense as it goes along. The music is great and perfectly fits the tone. The action is great from start to finish. Some of the best in the show. Slade just has an incredible screen presence. As far as I'm concerned, the more we see of him, the better, especially in this uber powerful state. Why is he so hunched over, though? Being undead kills your posture, I guess. We learn more about his master, who he is, the prophecy, and what Raven's place is in all of this. Raven once again gets to show off how powerful she is, and the Titans are determined to help her stop Trigon, whatever it takes. This episode knocked it out of the park. Entertaining and engaging from start to finish, furthers the story, reveals crucial information, has great character work, and brings us back to the incredibly important and dire main storyline. If only they didn't forget about it for 3 more episodes. We are once again diverting from the Apocalypse storyline for a bit, as episode 8 is stranded. In this one, the Titans go to fix a space station that recently got trashed, only to get attacked by the monster that did it. This monster, which kind of looks like a giant owl with legs, has like a sonic scream ability, which proves quite difficult for the Titans to deal with. They escape and the station blows up, but the monster follows them out. Man, this thing just won't give up. Due to a miscommunication, the Titans all separate out from the larger ship into their own smaller ships, all crash landing in different spots, some closer to each other than others. Robin meets up with Starfire, Cyborg with Beast Boy, and Raven is alone because of course. This is a pretty good episode, and that softens the blow of diverting from the main story a bit. The action is good, and there's some fun character stuff in there as well. Beast Boy trying to rebuild Cyborg and failing multiple times was hilarious. Then he turned into what looked like Chewbacca. Amazing. The little creatures that Raven encounters and that repeat every word she says are adorable and funny. Robin and Star also finally address their will they won't they situation. The others are dogging on Robin about it, which leads to him saying Star isn't his girlfriend, but she doesn't seem to completely understand what that term even means and is offended by the fact that he said that, which makes for some fun interactions. This whole situation also causes Star to lose her powers, as Tamarinian powers are fueled by emotions, and she's in a very confused state right now. That's quite interesting. I never knew that. Love that even in season 4 we continue to get more lore. She tries to get Robin to express how he really feels, but he's really bad at it.
Do Earth Boys come with some kind of manual then?
Still, he gives her enough to get her powers back and they finally defeat the monster. I feel like there's still a lot more to be explored with this relationship. I hope that wasn't the last of it because the resolution definitely wasn't as satisfying as I wanted it to be, but I'll reserve judgment on that until I'm done with the show. That doesn't change the fact that the writers did some really good stuff here, stuff that I've been waiting for. Also, we never actually see Raven reuniting with the team. She's just getting a massage from the creatures. That subplot was amazing. Regardless of a few questions still lingering, I had a really good time with this episode. Is it as good as the end of the world stuff? Of course not, but it's a good one-off that does everything it's set out to do. It's entertaining, funny, and has some solid character work. Can't complain about that. Next is Overdrive. In the cold open, we see Cyborg's daily routine, which is pretty fun. My favorite parts were lifting weights with Star, who is way stronger than him, getting his ass kicked in chess by Raven, and beating Beast Boy in video games twice. He gets a lot done, but it's not enough for him because he's such an overachiever. He sees an ad for a fancy new computer chip and decides to upgrade himself so he's even stronger and can get even more done. He has now added surfing lessons, coaching Little League, a spelling bee, learning Tamarinian, and doing a commercial to the list. Most surprisingly, though, he beats Raven at chess. What the hell? Apparently, he's just the perfect organism now. It takes a minute till he shows up, but the main villain for this one is Billy Numerous, who can multiply himself endlessly. How the hell are you supposed to defeat that? Cyborg essentially removes everything else from his system, including sleep, fun, and emotion to max out on power, for all intents and purposes becoming full robot. This leads to an overload, hence the title, and he shuts down. In order to save him, the Titans have to remove the chip. The Titans are able to defeat Billy Numerous by pretending to multiply themselves, using Cyborg's hologram technology, proving that it's not always about sheer power. Sometimes you need to outsmart your opponent. This is a fun enough episode. I was entertained the whole time. I always enjoy Cyborg-focused episodes, and Billy Numerous is a cool villain. It's not exactly a deep or emotional episode. The message seems pretty simple. You can't do everything. You need balance in your life, and you need to rest sometimes, and they get that across well. There are also a few funny quotes in there.
Dude, Cyborg is more cyborgy than ever.
That's about all I have to say about this one. I liked it, but I'm definitely ready to get back to the end of the world. Unfortunately, we will have to wait one more episode because it's time for Mother May I. Alright, let's get this over with. This is the fractured of this season, and if you watch my Season 2 video, you know that is not a compliment. Right from the get-go, there is a lady in the tower called, you guessed it, Mother May I, who takes care of the Titans like they're toddlers, feeding them, making them wear bibs, and sucking the snot out of their noses.
I have long been capable of removing my own boogers.
Yeah, they're making us wait to see Slade and Trigon for this. She even stops them from going on their missions until she gives them little kid outfits. They face off against their arch enemies Gizmo, Jinx, and Mammoth, plus new villains Private Hive and Seymour, who implies that he sees through Star's clothes. What?
Hey, shoot that guy.
The Titans get their asses handed to them because they're so out of their element. Then Mother May I arrives and annihilates the bad guys. What is happening? Mother starts to look creepier as the episode goes along. She is a witch who keeps the Titans hypnotized with her magic pie. Star is the first one to break free from the spell, and she frees the others by smacking them in the head. Apparently this all started because Cyborg bought a pie from the mysterious old lady in the street who turned out to be Mother May I, and they've been under her spell ever since. The Titans use the pie as a portal to send Mother and her army of gingerbread men away, then send the pie to the Hive members. Okay, that's actually kind of funny. Solid prank right there. Yeah, guys, this one just ain't it. Sure, there are a couple funny moments, but this is a really stupid episode. I get that they were trying to call back to old children's stories, but it's just really goofy and juvenile and not in a particularly fun way. It's not that entertaining, has no character development, and has absolutely nothing to say. On top of all of that, this is right before the big finale. What is up with this show and putting terrible episodes right before a much-awaited finale? Season 2 did that as well. Mother May I is in competition for the worst episode of the show, and in a season as good as this one, it sticks out like a sore thumb. Just a gigantic misfire to me. I can maybe see certain types of people getting some level of enjoyment out of this one, but not me. Let's get to the good stuff, please. And here we are, the 3-part finale, the end, part 1, 2, and 3. All of the other seasons have had 2-part finales, and that has worked well for those seasons. But given the massive stakes and everything that still needs to happen, this season absolutely earned a 3-parter. This is what everything has been building towards. The time has come. Raven will choose her destiny, and the fate of the world will be decided. Slade has to bring Trigon Raven in order to get what he promised, which I assume is his life back. Raven is in an unusually good mood, but it's a front. It seems like she wants to enjoy herself while she still can. She makes the Titans breakfast, takes them out for pizza, and even engages in stinkball shenanigans. It doesn't last long, though, as the marks of Scath start to show all over her body. The Titans have been preparing for this day, though, as they have a special quarantine room prepared that they think will protect her, but Trigon is still able to communicate with her and torment her. Trigon gives Slade an army of fire monsters, and we get a pretty awesome action scene between them and the Titans. Cyborg uses this huge, badass cannon we've never seen before. Unfortunately, it drains his energy and fails to do any real damage, though. The Titans are defeated, but Raven saves them at the last minute again, but this time, instead of fighting, she surrenders herself to Slade to protect her friends. Guess what, guys? Slade got. Trigon betrays him, doesn't hold up his end of the bargain, and takes away Slade's powers. Who could have seen this coming? Raven did. She knows him better than anyone and tried to warn Slade. Trigon only cares about himself and his mission. Everyone and everything else are just pawns in his game, means to an end. Part 1 ends with Raven fulfilling her destiny by becoming the portal, bringing Trigon into our dimension, and the end of the world begins. Love the way they visualize this. It really does look dire as hell. The Titans are all that's left. It turns out that before she was taken by Slade, Raven cast a spell to protect the Titans from Trigon and give them some of her powers, which are stronger when they're together. After a failed attack on Trigon, Slade offers his help to stop him, not out of altruism, of course, but to get revenge on Trigon and get his body back. Slade and the Titans might be sworn enemies, but right now, they need each other. I love when this happens. Reluctant team-ups to defeat the bigger villain. Slade can't do this on his own, and the Titans require his knowledge of Trigon. Robin goes with Slade to find Raven, while the other three take on Trigon with the help of the Ring of Azar, given to them by Slade, which helps repel Trigon's attacks. Trigon creates evil versions of the three Titans that they have to fight. A lot of shows do something like that at some point, but I always enjoy it.
I may be the source of all darkness, but you are your own worst enemies.
The Beast Boy fight is especially entertaining as they keep switching between different animals while battling. Shout out to the voice actors as well. The banter here is great.
35. That's how many weak spots you have.
After what feels like an eternity, the Titans finally decide to fight the evil versions of each other instead of themselves for better matchups, and they win easily. Another trope, but again, I like it. That was pretty fun, but it was definitely the B-plot. The Robin Slade team-up is even better. Seeing them fight side by side is jarring, but awesome. They make a great team. The dialogue between them is great too. It's almost playful.
Never make a deal with an interdimensional demon without a little protection.
Slade's mask gets knocked off, and we see his creepy undead face. I screamed. Looks like Jason Voorhees or something. We now find out what actually happened to Slade. Terra did kill him, but Trigon revived him, promising to restore his full body if Slade did what he's asked, and the rest is history. In this flashback, we see Slade as mostly a skeleton, slowly regaining flesh and blood back. Super creepy stuff. He and Robin somewhat cordially part ways. Robin goes to save Raven, Slade goes to finish what he started. There was no double cross, but they both acknowledge that if they see each other again, it's back to business as usual. I wouldn't want it any other way. Robin finds Raven, but she's a child and in a white outfit, and she doesn't have her powers. Their interactions are so sweet. Fleshing out their relationship is one of the better things about this season. Robin may not be great at expressing his own emotions, but he's really good at motivating other people and eventually helps Raven regain her confidence and powers. The Titans reconvene, but Trigon has them dead to rights until Slade arrives with a magical weapon and saves the day. A sentence I never thought I would say. He got his body back, and he still returned to help defeat Trigon. Is it for revenge? Or does he realize he's screwed if Trigon destroys the world? Probably a mixture of both. Still mostly selfish motivations, but we'll take it. It doesn't last very long though, as he and the Titans are dead to rights again, but Raven gets her powers back and is herself again. She's really the only one powerful enough to destroy Trigon, and she does so, unleashing her full potential, defying her father and her supposed destiny. That was incredibly satisfying. On the surface, it may seem a little too easy, but if you watch the whole season and see everything Raven goes through, it absolutely feels earned. The hugs at the end are great, as is her conversation with Robin about keeping hope and making your own destiny. Where did Slade go, though? The eternal question, because I don't believe we ever see him again in this show, which is a bummer. It doesn't really take away from how great this finale was, though. I mentioned that the Season 3 finale, while very good, didn't end the season with a bang like the first two did. This one is absolutely a return to form, as it delivered on every level and perfectly brought the main conflict for the season to a close. I still think I have Aftershock slightly ahead of this because of Terra's sacrifice and the emotional impact left by that, but the end had the largest scale and the highest stakes, and you felt that from start to finish. It doesn't get any more dire than the end of the world, and we knew Raven was the only one who could stop it, but would she be able to do it in time? And the real question, how would it happen? There are some parallels between Raven this season and Terra in Season 2. Both are extremely powerful, but possibly destined for evil. The difference is, Raven has better control of her emotions and powers and doesn't have to sacrifice herself for victory, just believe in herself, something she has struggled with consistently, and her journey of discovering that courage was fantastic. Trigon as a villain is extremely intimidating in appearance, powers, and voice. Shout out Kevin Michael Richardson.
No doubt a relic from a former minion.
The threat felt real, the action was great, the look of the apocalypse was very effective, and it had one of the better scores in the show, making you feel the weight of everything. This is the most interesting Slade has ever been. He is full of surprises, and they mentioned Terra. Finally, thank you. Slade briefly references her, and Beast Boy does still think about her. See, was that so hard? Looking at you, Season 3. This finale really was a roller coaster. There were dire moments, there were edge-of-your-seat moments, fist pump moments, there were twists, they even made time for a little well-placed humor. I couldn't ask much more out of a slam-bang finale of a show. It's conclusion time. I don't think I've hid this very well. This is easily my favorite season of the show. It gets really close to the highs of Season 2, and aside from one episode, it's as consistent as Season 3. The main storyline for this season is probably the best one yet. It certainly had the highest stakes, and while it was a bit strange and frustrating that they diverted from that story multiple times, the filler episodes were really good for the most part. Of course, the exception, as you know, is Mother May I. I don't really want to talk about that episode much more. It's goofy and stupid and not in a particularly entertaining way. That's about it. I thought it was a misfire on the level of Fractured. All the rest of them, though, delivered, albeit to varying degrees. Don't Touch That Dial is just a tech and pop culture nerd's dream, a really fun and unique concept executed to perfection. The Quest is a very familiar story to those of us who have watched a lot of movies and TV, but once again, the execution is great and it has an important arc for Robin. Cyborg the Barbarian is one of my favorite side episodes of all time. It was very heartfelt and emotional and showed a side of Cyborg we had never seen before. Employee of the Month is totally insane and ridiculous to the point of being very enjoyable. Troc is a shockingly poignant commentary on racism and discrimination. Stranded is a classic and fun group gets separated in an unfamiliar place story with some good development for Robin and Starfire. And Overdrive is an entertaining cautionary tale about the costs of working too hard all the time. But of course, the highlight of this season is the End of the World storyline starring Raven, Slade, and Trigon. As stated, it's not as emotionally impactful as the Terra storyline, but it is definitely the darkest and most dire. For the first 2 seasons, Slade was the big bad. Now, he is just an errand boy for someone significantly more powerful who is trying to usher in the apocalypse. Despite the fact that there are many filler episodes between Birthmark, the introduction to this storyline, and the finale, we as the audience have the weight of this story on our minds the entire time, waiting on bated breath to see where it goes. The visualization of the end was effectively terrifying, showing us how important it was that the Titans stop Trigon. Again, this is a kids show, so we know they will find a way, but it's about the journey, not the destination. How will they do it? What tricks will Trigon have up his sleeve? Will Raven be able to defy her so-called destiny? Trigon was a great villain who presented a real threat. He starts as this mysterious shadow figure controlling Slade, and we learn more about him as the season goes along, leading to his full reveal in the climax of the end part 1. There's also the personal connection. Trigon is Raven's father, which makes it extra difficult psychologically for Raven to deny her fate and stand up to him. That in turn makes it even more satisfying when she finally does. The battles were epic, the scale was massive, and I can't count how many times I got chills or had an audible reaction to something crazy while watching this story. Raven was already my favorite character going into this season. Now, it's not even up for debate anymore. She is undoubtedly the main character of this season, and this season solidifies her as not only my favorite character in the show, but one of my favorite fictional characters, period. And while we have had a few Raven-focused episodes in the first 3 seasons, there was still so much we didn't know about her. Where did she come from? Who is her family? Well, now we know why she wasn't very inclined to talk about it. I mean, her dad is a literal demon who wants to destroy the world and tells her she's a part of that. Her grappling with her supposed destiny, whether she can actually change it or not, and overcoming her daddy issues, which they set up in season 1, was incredibly well done. What I found even more interesting, though, is the exploration of her relationship with the Titans, particularly Robin. It took a while, but I think this is where the Titans finally understand her and allow her to actually feel like part of the group, as opposed to a weird outsider that helps them out in missions. It's a two-way street, though, as Raven finally allows herself to assimilate into the group. I think the bleakness of the situation they find themselves in made Raven reflect on what's really important, which is quality time with the people that she cares about and that care about her. You can see her becoming more comfortable with them as she starts to throw in more and more sarcastic jabs at them, making for some much-needed comedic relief.
Evil beware. We have waffles. That would have been a lot more profound without the hat.
In the first few seasons, I loved Raven because of the mystique and intrigue around her and the fact that I related to her shyness. Now she's even more interesting and likable because we know so much about her. This is the depth I have been waiting for, and they absolutely nailed it. We also finally see the full potential of her power when she stops time, when she solos souped up Slade, and finally when she solos Trigon. Tara Strong perfectly captures the depth of the character with her voice acting. She is a legend in the field for a reason. I have alluded to this a couple times already, but one of my favorite things about this season is the exploration of Raven and Robin's friendship. Prior to this season, this was one of the most underexplored dynamics in the series. They say in this season that they have a special connection because of Raven going inside Robin's head and Haunted, but that was one of the very few times they have directly interacted with each other. I like Robin a lot, but he is very clearly my fourth favorite Titan. How do you make him more interesting, though? Give him a lot of scenes with my favorite Titan. Robin puts his leadership qualities to good use here, providing some much-needed emotional support to Raven, and his pep talks are essentially the reason Raven is able to overcome her father and defy the prophecy. One of Robin's best qualities is his endless determination and refusal to give up, which served as a perfect contrast to Raven's gloomy pessimism. The scene where Raven was a kid and Robin had to remind her who she was and what she was capable of was fantastic. This might be the best stuff the show has ever done with Robin, which is interesting because this is not his main character season. That was season 1. It was fun to hear him say Slade a few more times. That never gets old.
Slade. 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 What's the matter, Slade? Giving up already?
Being forced to work with him was awesome. And this season finally addresses Robin and Starfire's will they won't they situation and Robin's difficulty expressing his feelings. He's definitely better at addressing other people's issues than his own, which makes sense given his personality, and there are many people like that in real life. The quest was important for him as well. He needed to learn that he's not always right and to fight in unorthodox but honorable ways. Scott Menville continues to bring it as his character. Where the hell is Red X though? If I remember correctly, I think we'll see him next season. Starfire continues to be a favorite of mine. She is just so likable and easily the funniest character. Not that she's trying to be funny, but trying to fit in and saying phrases slightly wrong makes for endless quotability.
I too admire your abundant limb strength. Agreed. He now opens even larger cans of the butt whoop. I believe we have obtained his attention.
But I think this season gives her a little more depth as well, particularly with Trock and Stranded. In Trock, she faces clear discrimination from Val-Yor purely on the basis of her race. The other Titans are oblivious, but Cyborg notices as he has gone through similar struggles, and the conversation they have on the subject is one of my favorite character moments in the show. Star also stands on business there, which I love. She has a very strong moral compass. She is a sweet and passive person. She wouldn't hurt the guy or let him die, but she doesn't want anything to do with him either. In Stranded, she finally confronts Robin on what the nature of their relationship is, to which he doesn't really have an answer for at first. Star may be naive and simple, but sometimes that's a good thing, as she is very straightforward with the way that she feels and doesn't understand why others aren't. It sucks that Star is the only Titan that never really has a focus season, but everything she does is great. I can't get enough of her. Just a delightful, pure of heart character, and that's something we all need sometimes. Hynden Walch is so good at bringing that innocent, likable energy to the character. Cyborg was the focus of last season, so naturally he wouldn't get as much to do in this one. Still, I find him to be one of the more interesting characters in the show, and he is constantly growing and showing new sides of himself. Cyborg the Barbarian was possibly my favorite filler episode of the season, and probably the best Cyborg has ever been. He falls in love, and we have never seen him this vulnerable before. The fact that they got us to buy into that relationship in a matter of 20 minutes, amongst many other things going on, is a massive feat. Sarah Sim is one of the best side characters in the show, and it's a real shame Cyborg couldn't be with her because they are such a good match. It's a classic case of right person, wrong time. He's also a very capable warrior even without his cybernetic enhancements, and goes out of his way to protect Sarah Sim and her people without the desire for anything in return. Overdrive also teaches Cyborg an important lesson, which is that there is such thing as working too hard. It's okay to take a break, have some fun, and rest once in a while. Carrie Payton is awesome, and Cyborg will always be one of my favorites. I like Beast Boy, but he has pretty much always been my least favorite Titan. Aside from the Terra stuff, he just hasn't been given that much to do. He doesn't have the extreme likability or quotability of Star, nor the depth of the other three. Employee of the Month is his only focus episode this season, and it's very fun and strange, but there isn't really a character arc there. He can definitely be funny, and he has a couple cool battles this season, such as the fight against the evil version of himself. Greg Sipes is also great, but I've just never found myself as drawn to Beast Boy as I am the others. I do like that they finally addressed Terra, though, for the first time since Season 2, but I wish we would have gotten even more of that. I also enjoyed and related to his nerdiness and Don't Touch That Dial. Season 5 is his focus season, though, so hopefully he'll finally get that depth I've been looking for. Slade's return was very welcomed. As stated, I enjoyed Season 3 quite a bit, but his presence was sorely missed. It just wasn't the same without him. What made his appearance in this season extra compelling, though, was the fact that it wasn't just the same old Slade up to his usual devious plans. This time, he was working for someone else, and because of that, was able to be right in the action more often. With his newfound abilities, he kind of dominates the Titans in every confrontation, and Raven is the only one able to go toe-to-toe with him. Seeing Slade get deceived and one-upped by someone even more evil and powerful than him was quite satisfying, yet terrifying at the same time. His team up with Robin was something I never knew I needed, but damn, it was badass. If these two were permanently on the same side, they would be unstoppable. In this season, Slade was somehow allowed to be simultaneously scarier than he's ever been, kind of funny, and the savior all in one. After the first 2 seasons, who in the world would have guessed that? It felt completely earned, though. He really had it out for Trigon. It was cool to see him interact directly with Raven as well, 2 of the best and smartest characters in the show. Unfortunately, I don't believe we ever see Slade again, despite the fact that he does survive, which sucks because it would have been nice to get some real closure there, but man, it was great to hear that chilling Ron Perlman voice one last time. For my money, he is the MVP of this show.
Actually, I'm not such a nice guy myself.
Season 4 is one of the most thematically rich seasons as well, both with the Apocalypse storyline as well as the filler episodes. The quest is about honor and acknowledging flaws. Cyborg the Barbarian explores love, sacrifice, and true heroism. Troc goes where no Teen Titans episode has gone before, diving into racism, prejudice, and acceptance. Stranded explores honesty and emotional maturity. And Overdrive is about the importance of balance in life. The main story has so much meat on the bone, particularly with Raven's character arc, exploring destiny versus free will, fear of inner darkness, courage, bravery, and blood family versus found family. There is just so much to chew on this season, but as always, you don't have to look for that if you don't want to, because the surface level entertainment remains, and some of the episodes aren't really about anything, but are still very fun. Season 1 had a decent amount of deeper meaning. Most of the depth in Season 2 was in the Terra storyline, and Season 3 was more spread out, but had less going on in the main storyline. This season, I think, strikes the perfect balance not only between surface-level entertainment and deep themes, but also the thematic resonance within both the main and side stories. I say this in every Teen Titans video, but I continue to marvel at the technical aspects of this show. 2D animation is my favorite way to watch media, above CGI and even live action. I just love the way it looks, the possibilities it gives the creators, and how well it ages. Each season does something new and interesting with the animation. The look of the Apocalypse was of course the biggest standout, but the TV world of Don't Touch That Dial, going centuries into the past in Cyborg the Barbarian, and exploring new worlds in Stranded all looked fantastic as well. As usual, I want to give a few more voice acting shoutouts aside from the main 5, Ron Perlman and Kevin Michael Richardson, who voiced several characters besides Trigon, by the way, including the Bear, the Snake, and Seymour. Alexander Polinsky is great as the eccentric control freak. Cartoon Network regulars Keone Young and Takayo Fisher are awesome as Kataru and Chu Hui the True Master, respectively. The legendary Roger Bumpus returns briefly as Dr. Light. Kimberly Brooks is wonderful as Sarah Sim, as is the late great Michael Clark Duncan as Crawl. Tom Kane of Clone Wars fame is great as Bob, the new Alien Burger restaurant owner. Stephen Root brings it as Val Yor. And finally, Jason Marsden is superb as the new villain Billy Numerous. This season also has probably the best music yet, especially in the end, heightening the massive stakes and emotional weight. I've said this many times, I'm a story and character guy first, but when a cartoon looks and sounds great, it certainly doesn't hurt. To wrap it all up, Teen Titans Season 4 is not only my favorite season of the show by far, but also one of my favorite seasons of TV ever. Aside from one single episode, this season consistently delivered great content, having the consistency of Season 3 and the highs of Season 2, with every episode besides that one being incredibly entertaining, gripping, and intense, emotionally and thematically impactful, or in many cases, all of the above. The main storyline was possibly the best one yet, right up there with the Terra story, and this season has probably the best one-off episodes as well. I loved the deepening of Raven as a character, someone who has been my favorite since the beginning. Everyone is given something to do, the voice acting is stellar across the board, the animation and music music continue to impress, and they always find the perfect time to sneak in some humor. The first 3 seasons have all been pretty close in quality, all doing some things right but misfiring on others. Season 4 is the best of all worlds, doing every single thing exceedingly well, and as far as I'm concerned, is the bar every cartoon should try to meet. The next and final season is season 5, which I remember almost nothing about, so I can't wait to get into that. It's going to have an uphill battle to live up to this one, though. My friends, we have arrived at the 5th and final season of Teen Titans, and what a journey it has been. Cartoon Network was my favorite channel, and Teen Titans was a staple in my house as a child. But aside from season 1, I remembered very little about what happened in the show, so most of this may as well have been a first-time watch for me, especially this season. Analysis videos are definitely different when you don't necessarily know what's coming, and in some ways, that has made it more fun and interesting. The first 3 seasons were good, 1 and 3 delivered consistently solid content, and season 2 had some massive highs with the Terra storyline while having several huge misses with the filler episodes. But the 4th season was where the show really hit its stride. The stakes were high, the emotional weight was there, the character development was great, Slade returned and was better than ever, Trigon was a huge threat, and it solidified Raven as not only my favorite character in the show, but one of my favorite fictional characters of all time. All of the seasons have maintained a great balance between the surface level entertainment with the action and humor, and the deeper themes, emotions, and character arcs, offering something for all ages and sensibilities. I have really enjoyed this review series, and I am not ready for it to end. But we're not quite done yet. Let's enjoy this last season while we can. It's pretty good. It doesn't reach the heights of season 4, but I didn't expect it to. That's a really high bar. It's a mostly effective and satisfying conclusion to the show, though, that delivers consistent entertainment and solid character development, even if it wasn't necessarily for the characters that I expected. I remembered essentially nothing about this season, even less than I remembered about the last 3. I did know that this was Beast Boy's focus season, so I was looking forward to seeing him get some more development. I like him, but he has been the least interesting Titan to me throughout. I remember watching Revved Up at my friend's house, and I know how that one ends. I also knew that this is when Terra came back, but I knew nothing about the actual details of that, so I couldn't wait to see how it played out and whether it undermined her sacrifice in season 2 or not. I also wanted to see if they took Robin and Starfire's relationship any further, if they addressed the Trigon fallout and how that affected Raven, if Cyborg will mention Sarasim again, which characters they will bring back, and who the main villains will be. I think that's enough preamble. This is part 5, the final video in my Teen Titans series analysis, where I go season by season, episode by episode, diving deep into the storylines, characters, themes, and messages. Let's get into it. Spoilers, obviously. The kickoff to the final season is Homecoming Part 1 and 2, opening with a 2-parter, that's a first. The cold open sees the Doom Patrol, Beast Boy's former team, infiltrating an enemy base. Beast Boy's on the team, so it must be a flashback. The enemy is the Brotherhood of Evil, led by the Brain and his muscle, a big gorilla that kind of looks like Grodd, called Monsieur Mallah. They escape because Beast Boy saves his friends instead of stopping them. Keep that in mind for later. The other Doom Patrol members are Elastigirl, yeah, same name as the Incredibles, Robot Man, who looks like the Thing from Fantastic Four, Mento, the leader, and Negative Man, who is voiced by Judge Reinhold, aka Neil from the Santa Claus. An interesting group. So if this was before Beast Boy was a Teen Titan, is he like 8 years old here? That's awfully young for a superhero. They even make his voice higher than it already is. Jump to the current time, and Beast Boy gets a distress call from the Doom Patrol, so he and the Titans set out to find them. They find Robot Man first, separate from the others. He's funny, man. Just gives no Fs and rushes right into battle without thinking or coming up with the plan, or even knowing what he's up against. To be fair, he looks essentially indestructible, so he's not taking that much of a risk. The Titans and Robot Man find the Brain's new headquarters, where he's keeping the other Doom Patrol members. The Titans rescue them, and they have an awesome action scene against the Brain's goons. The Brain gets away again, though, this time in a rocket ship. Just like he did in the opening, Beast Boy chooses once again to save his friends over stopping the bad guys. Definitely the right choice, and the Titans agree with it, but Minto chastises him. He's such a dick. You're not even his boss anymore, dude. This is exactly why he left you and joined a better team. Part 1 ends with the Brain still out there. Part 2 begins with Beast Boy rejoining the Doom Patrol to go find the Brotherhood's new base. They face off against General Immortus and his robotic army, seemingly losing losing Robot Man, Negative Man, and Elastigirl in the process. They really should have let the Titans come along. They would have been a big help. Mento is way too stubborn, and it's costing him. As Mento and Beast Boy infiltrate the base, we meet another Brotherhood member, Madame Rouge, Master of Espionage, voiced by Hynden Walsh with a Russian accent.
It is a special occasion.
Man, she is really good at doing different voices. I would have never guessed it was her. The Titans and other Doom Patrol members arrive at just the right time, providing some much-needed backup. They're able to destroy the base, sucking it into a black hole, but the Brotherhood gets away once again. Wait, why did Elastigirl just call Beast Boy Garfield? Is that his real name or a nickname? The last thing we see is the Brain recruiting a bunch of villains from previous episodes, including Jinx, Mammoth, Gizmo, Control Freak, Billy Numerous, Johnny Rancid, Mad Mod, and many more to the Brotherhood of Evil to counter the Titans Doom Patrol team-up. It's pretty much every villain we have seen up until this point, essentially their Legion of Doom, doing a very similar thing as the last season of Justice League Unlimited did. This should be interesting. I gotta be honest, I thought this was a damn good opener. It's entertaining, the action is great, we learn more about Beast Boy's backstory, and we get introduced to the main plotline for the season, as well as several interesting new characters in the Doom Patrol and Brotherhood of Evil members. I have a feeling this season won't be as deep and emotional as the second or fourth, but if this opener is any indication, it should be a ton of fun. I'm looking forward to seeing these teams battle each other throughout. This one did everything I would want it to, and the fact that it was a two-parter allows things to be a bit more fleshed out, which I really appreciated. Let's go. Can't wait to see what the Brotherhood does next. The next episode is Trust. The cold open sees Wildebeest, whom you may remember from the tournament episode, get a call from Robin, but gets attacked and captured by the Brotherhood before he's able to answer it. Looks like the Titans are expanding their ranks too. They did make everyone at that tournament besides Gizmo extended members after all. The Brotherhood's next target is Hotspot. Madame Rouge tries to take him in, and after a fun little chase scene and realizing she can't touch him because of how fiery hot he is, she tries a different tactic, shape-shifting into Robin to gain his trust. Despite a massive slip when she says Firestar instead of Starfire, which should have given it away, Rouge is able to convince Hotspot to power down, and she gets his communicator. She makes a call to Robin as Hotspot to lure him in. Hotspot seemingly defeats Rouge, and Robin gives him his communicator, but it was actually Rouge. God damn, this chick is such a pain in the ass. It's a little frustrating how oblivious Robin and Hotspot were in this episode, not even questioning who the person in front of them at any given moment might be, despite the fact that they know Rouge can shapeshift. That said, I really enjoyed this episode. The action was good, it kept you on your toes, and it was cool to see Wildebeest and Hotspot again. It's also nice that they stayed on course with the main plotline. It's looking like the whole season is going to be about that, which is great. Finally, this episode had massive implications on the future of this season, with Madame Rouge having inside knowledge of everything the Titans are doing. I think I have a pretty good idea of what this season is going to be. Each episode is going to involve different villains and heroes, but all part of the same larger Titans versus Brotherhood story that will come entirely together at the end. And assuming everyone gets their chance to shine, I'm totally fine with that. It's a nice change of pace. Let's keep this train rolling. Episode 4 is For Real. This one sees the return of Control Freak, who I quite enjoyed last season. He had one of the better side episodes. Obviously, like literally every villain ever, he's working for the Brotherhood of Evil now. He goes to the tower to get revenge, but no one besides Silky is there. The Titans are off fighting other members of the Brotherhood. Not too long after, though, the Titans East arrive at the tower to keep an eye on it. It's cool to see them again. Control Freak ate Cyborg's turkey leg that he was saving. He deserves to die for that. He's got some cool new tech, but it was designed specifically for the regular Titans. He's not prepared to fight these ones, so the initial battle doesn't last long before he bails to his control room to do some research. After doing some boring old hero stuff like saving people from drowning or falling or getting a cat out of a tree, Titans East have to face a test from Control Freak to see if they're worthy of the Titan name in his mind. He turns it into like a game show. Bumblebee has to stop a train from exploding while tiny and unable to get bigger. Aqualad has to stop the city's water supply from being polluted while fighting a mechanical shark that he can't talk to. Moss and Manos have to touch two far apart buttons to stop a bomb. It has to be at the same time though, so they can't touch and use their super speed to get there. They have to be separate. And Speedy has to stop incoming missiles from blowing up a bridge, but without his arrows. He put them all in situations where they would normally have no issue, but took away all of their best abilities, forcing them to adapt on the spot. That's clever and interesting. This one reminds me a lot of Wild Cards from Justice League. That had a similar setup with the Joker in the Control Freak role. The Titans East are able to find ways to succeed and pass the test despite everything working against them, proving their worth, and they get Control Freak arrested. This is definitely not as good as the last Control Freak episode, and it's my least favorite episode of the season so far, but I still had a pretty good time with it. I can never get enough Control Freak. He's just so entertaining and unique. The action was pretty solid. I loved how they made the tower fight look like a classic arcade game. That kind of stuff is why I love 2D animation. The Titans East are cool, though nowhere near as interesting as the regular ones. That's probably why this episode felt a bit lacking. We didn't get any of them outside of a few calls with Cyborg. I hope the next episode rectifies that. I'm fine with including extended Titans, but I'd prefer it to be in conjunction with the main ones. Future Kurt talking to past Kurt right now. You want to retract that after watching Lightspeed?
You made me look like a fool.
I do like that the season is staying the course with the Brotherhood of Evil stuff, though. I wonder what they're going to do next. Well, I guess there is at least one episode that strays from the main story, sort of, because next is Snowblind. In this one, the Titans receive a distress call from Russia where they find a superpowered being called Red Star wreaking havoc. The Titans try to fight him, to little success, and Starfire chases after him, only to find out he's actually a pretty good guy who saves her from freezing to death. He just has trouble controlling his powers and has accidentally caused some harm, but stays away from civilization to avoid further damage. Seems reasonable to me. Turns out he was part of some kind of super soldier experiment that apparently Professor Chang was part of. What the hell was he doing there? Haven't seen him in a while. So Red Star himself hasn't actually been causing any recent damage. His powers got separated from him and became another entity entirely, like a mindless, uber-powerful creature. Usually he's able to contain and store it, but part of it got away, and it absorbs his power canisters to get more powerful. The Titans team up with Red Star to stop the runaway powers, riding snowmobiles in the process. Nice. Red Star is able to destroy the thing with the Titans' help, but has to seemingly sacrifice himself, which is unfortunate. You could tell it hit Star pretty hard. She had grown to really like and care about him. This was a solid episode. It passes the 20 minutes and certainly doesn't do anything wrong. It's an interesting concept. Red Star is an interesting character, and Star is definitely the MVP of this episode. She sees the good in Red Star, motivates him to embrace his powers and do the right thing, and she forms a pretty close bond with him that we totally buy into in such a short amount of time. Just a good filler episode that does what it set out to do. Episode 6 is Cole. This one sees the return of Dr. Light, who we know is working for the Brotherhood of Evil now, so this is at least somewhat a return to that conflict. He has only had minor roles so far, and has gotten smoked by Raven every single time, but he has gotten himself an upgrade. He's attached to this giant battery that boosts his light powers. I'm glad we got to see this character again. I enjoy him, and there's no such thing as too much Roger Bumpus.
Illuminating theory, but I have the definite advantage.
The power source malfunctions and causes the ice to break. Dr. Light and the Titans fall through it. Why didn't the flying Titans just grab the others and fly away before the ice completely broke? Would have made for a lame episode, I guess. Underneath the ice, there's this whole other world that looks stunning and seems like the past, but Cyborg says it's the present, just another dimension. There are dinosaurs and a caveman who hangs out with the girl that seems to be modern. She speaks modern English and uses modern dialect and slang. Her name is Cole, hence the title, and she has some really cool powers. She can generate crystals and even turn herself into one. Certainly would come in handy in many situations. Before even looking, I could tell that Tara Strong voiced her, not because she sounds like Raven, but because of Tara's incredible range and tendency to voice people very different from Raven. Cole is super girly, bubbly, outgoing, has pink hair and a skirt, and likes cooking. Very not Raven.
We can help, but do you have time for dinner first?
Love when they do that. Dr. Light falls through as well, and he wants to get his hands on her to improve his powers. He can turn invisible now? That's a good trick. After a little break for dinner and some humor, Dr. Light captures Cole, ensnaring her in a light bubble, then taking her to his machine and using her as the new power source. She is a crystal after all, so it makes sense. This makes Dr. Light very powerful and difficult to beat. While he's distracted with the Titans though, Cole's caveman buddy Gnark is able to free her and destroy Dr. Light's machine. They did a nice little subversion there. I thought he was going to use the wrench to unscrew Cole's restraints like Cyborg taught him earlier, but instead, he just smashed smashes everything. Fantastic. They ultimately defeat Dr. Light when Starfire shoots her energy through Cole as a crystal, allowing her to focus and boost the energy. That was really cool. I really enjoyed this episode. It had a good villain, and we got to see more of him than ever. We met 2 new fun characters in Cole and Gnark. Cole is a sweet kid with cool powers, and Gnark is so funny with the way he doesn't understand and is scared of modern things, and I enjoy the eating competition with Cyborg and their friendship in general. There's some good action. I love the world building, seeing this whole new pocket under the ice. It has some of the best visuals in the season, plus the ending does tie into the main plot. We see the Brotherhood of Evil finding out about Cole and her home, and she becomes an honorary Titan. What exactly is not to like here? The low IMDb rating really confuses me. It's only 4 decimal points ahead of Every Dog Has His Day, and that makes no sense to me. Is it the fact that they say multiple times in this episode that the girls are stronger and more powerful than the guys? Are you guys really that fragile? I hope that's not it, and let me know in the comments if it's something else. What would make that even more pathetic is the fact that in the world of Teen Titans, and with this group specifically, it's just objectively true. Maybe, and hopefully there's another reason people don't like it, but I really enjoyed it. Up next is Hide and Seek. In this one, Raven has to babysit 3 superpowered babies called Teether, Timmy Tantrum, and Melvin, keep them safe from the Brotherhood of Evil, and take them on a train to a safe house because no other Titan is available to do it. Okay, that's already a great setup. You just know there's going to be shenanigans. Raven is definitely the last Titan who would want to watch kids, and she resents the job at first. They're constantly up to no good, screaming, crying, chewing on stuff, and Raven is having trouble wrangling them. Then Monsieur Mallah arrives to take the kids. As if Raven needed another obstacle, she already has enough trouble just watching the kids. One of the kids, Melvin, has an imaginary friend called Bobby that knocks Mallah through the train car, but separates their car from the rest of the train in the process, so Raven has to walk the rest of the way with them. They stop at a house for the rest of the night, and Raven has to deal with non-stop crying and refusing to eat. Oh my god, this is a nightmare. This is exactly why I'm never having kids. She is eventually able to calm them down and put them to bed, but man, she must be exhausted. Mallah finds them again while they're on an aerial tram, but Teether chews on the wire, breaking it, and they have to walk again. When Raven finally drops them at the safe house, she is about to leave, but realizes they went completely quiet, which must be a bad thing. Mallah is there too. He knocks out the caretakers and tries to drive off with the kids, but Raven stops him with the help of the kids and Melvin's not-so-imaginary friend Bobby. He's like a giant teddy bear, which is awesome. Raven and the audience spent the whole episode skeptical of his existence, so that was a fun reveal. Mallah escapes, but the kids are okay, and Raven leaves them in the hands of Bobby and the people that she was supposed to leave them with. I had fun with this one. This is how you do a goofy, childish episode right. The setup of pairing Raven with babies is brilliant. It went exactly how you'd expect. She's annoyed at first, but eventually comes around to liking them. The fact that she went back for them proved she cares. She might not be the most personable girl, but she's a kind, compassionate one. It's the kind of arc we see a lot in fiction, but despite the predictability, it was entertaining and effective. Raven's arc was good, and it definitely delivered on the humor. It was nice to see a Raven-focused episode that was lighter. She went through so much last season, and that was great, but this was refreshing in comparison. It played into the larger Brotherhood of Evil narrative too. I'm enjoying what this season is doing. It's not as top tier as last season, but it consistently delivers entertaining episodes that play into the larger story. The 8th episode is Lightspeed. This one sees the return of the Hive 5, but I see 6 members: Jinx, Gizmo, Mammoth, Seymour, Billy Numerous, and newcomer Kid Wicked. Shouldn't it have been the Hive 6 then? Spoiler, by the end of this episode, it's 5 though. Anyway, in the cold open, they attempt to rob a museum, but just when it looks like they're about to get away scot-free, new hero Kid Flash takes their ill-gotten gains from them. The Hive 5, or 6, interrupts the usual Teen Titans intro, declaring that this is their show now.
We're the High Five, and this is our show now.
Okay, that was pretty cool, not gonna lie. They're trying to impress the Brotherhood of Evil with their crimes, but keep getting stopped by Kid Flash in the process. Kid Flash is voiced by Michael Rosenbaum, who voiced Flash in Justice League, and that's just fantastic. I'm a huge fan of his. He even makes his voice a bit higher to sound younger.
Oh, right. You want to see what makes me tick?
Jinx, the smart one of the group, sets a trap for Kid Flash, pretending to be alone and see the error of her ways, and the High 5 are able to subdue him. He then calls out the fact that there are 6 of them. Okay, I'm so glad the show acknowledged that. Jinx contacts the Brotherhood to come get him, but he gets away as soon as the five look away. He wreaks a bunch of havoc in their base and gets away. Madame Rouge arrives, belittles the five, and goes after Flash herself. Jinx also goes after him to prove she's worthy. She catches him, but lets him go after Rouge refuses to give her credit once again, and Flash leaves her a flower in the end, teasing their team up and potential romance. I really enjoyed this episode. 8.6 out of 10 on IMDb might be a bit high. That's a whole point and a half higher than Cole, but it's still quite good. There's some fun action. I just love hearing Michael Rosenbaum's voice. He is so good at this. The Brotherhood of Evil is once again at play, but by far and away the best thing about this episode is the characterization of Jinx. I was very skeptical when I found out there weren't any Titans in this episode, but it turned out to be one of the better ones of the season. It seems like they're going for a redemption arc for Jinx. I hope this is not the last we see of her. I honestly don't remember any of this, so this was a pleasant surprise. I've always liked Jinx, and there have been slight teases that she may not be all that bad, like in Season 3, but this episode is the first time we actually get to know her. They don't go that deep, but it appears as if she's just been dealt a rough hand in life. I mean, her power is literally bad luck for herself and everyone she comes across.
I'm bad luck. Good was never an option for me.
She has only known crime and just wants a sense of belonging and to be appreciated. Though I wish they would have played this out across multiple episodes, I like that they build up to her redemption in this episode, planting the seeds early but not fully going there until the end when she finally has had enough and realized her idol was a pompous jerk. Kid Flash certainly played a huge part in that as well. He's just such a genuinely great dude and knew there was more to Jinx.
Does it bother you that all those guys never listened to you?
He gave her the chance that no one else did. Really hoping we see them again. I'll find out soon. This episode knocked it out of the park and really surprised me. Good stuff. Now we have Revved Up, and I do remember watching this one when it came out. As I mentioned in my opening, it's the only episode from this season that I remember at all. Robin all of a sudden has this all-important briefcase. It gets stolen from him, and the thief challenges him to a street race to win it back. What's in the briefcase? We have no idea. I'm guessing this is a nod to Pulp Fiction. The thief's name is Ding Dong Daddy, which is hilarious. It's hard to take a villain seriously with a name like that. I'll refer to him as Triple D from now on. It's not just him versus Robin, though. Any number of players are allowed to enter, with the winner obtaining the briefcase. Robin rides his motorcycle, while Cyborg drives the T-car. Triple D neutralizes Raven and Starfire's flying powers somehow, saying you have to race with a vehicle, so they hitch a ride with a farmer on his tractor. Star loves the chickens, Raven is annoyed by them. Perfect summation of those two characters. Cyborg is able to shoot out Triple D's tires, but he's got his own mobile pit crew made up of little minion-looking creatures who also try to sabotage Cyborg's car. This guy came prepared. There's another player, though, as Red X enters the scene. Finally. I've been waiting so long to see this dude again. Gizmo also enters the fray because Raven and Star just happen to randomly run into him, and Star, without thinking, tells him everything. Now everyone is after that briefcase. I wonder if he knows yet that one of his teammates went to the light side. He makes a call to all villains, and even more of them join the race, such as Mumbo, Johnny Rancid, and Dr. Light. No one can seem to catch Triple D, though. I love that his seemingly normal beater has a bunch of hidden abilities like deploying ice and grenades. Whoa, what a twist. Robin saves Red X's life, and in return, he defeats the other villains for him. This character continues to surprise me. Robin finally finds a way to win. He kicks Triple D out of his car and drives it to the finish line himself. It was pretty slick, not gonna lie. In the end, he reveals what's in the briefcase to the other Titans, but of course, we don't get to see it. There was no way the audience was ever going to be able to find out what's in there. This was a pretty fun episode. It was fast-paced, I enjoyed the racing, and all of the added elements that made it even more engaging, such as the Minion crew, Red X and the other villains, and Raven and Star going on their own adventure. Them disguising themselves as villains to get on the evil bus was hilarious. There are two big mysteries still left unanswered after this episode. One is what is in Robin's briefcase, the other is who is Red X. I'm fine with the former not being answered. I think it's better that we don't know. Like I said, it was definitely a nod to Pulp Fiction. Maybe it was Robin's soul. Regarding Red X, though, I really wish we got more there. I'm guessing he's just a random thief that took up the mantle as opposed to someone we previously knew. Still, to only see him once since his debut is kind of odd, especially in this context. Definitely feels like missed potential there, but it's still a pretty enjoyable episode that's entertaining from start to finish. It doesn't really have anything to do with the Brotherhood of Evil storyline aside from some of the members being in the race, but that doesn't really bother me. I know we'll get back to it. We'll have to wait one more episode before that really ramps up though, because next we have Go. Apparently this takes place before the very first episode, so I guess I haven't gone exactly in chronological order. I think this is when I'm supposed to watch this though. I mean, it's part of the 13 episodes in season 5, so there must be a reason they didn't do this earlier. The cold open sees Starfire imprisoned on a Gordanian ship. Are these the same Gordanians from Justice League Starcrossed? I believe they are. That's pretty cool. We don't actually see them in that, they're just mentioned, so it's nice to actually see them in action. Star doesn't even speak English yet at this point, and Robin is working alone. We see him stop a criminal from the shadows in a scene very reminiscent of Batman the Animated Series, which I very much appreciated. There are even bats in the scene. Right after that, though, Star lands on Earth and starts wreaking havoc. Robin tries to stop her, then Beast Boy joins in to help, followed by Cyborg and then Raven. I guess this is where it all began. I just want to point out that Star definitely would have defeated the guys if Raven had not intervened and suggested a different approach. As powerful as Raven is, she's the biggest pacifist in the group, proving once again the girls on this show are the best.
What? You think only big guys can be strong?
Star kisses Robin, which causes her to start speaking English? What the heck? Love conquers all. Just kidding. I think that's just how Tamarinians acquire the ability to communicate with other species. Star flees, but then the Gordanians arrive to get her and threaten to destroy Earth if anyone interferes with that. The Titans officially form and find Star eating a bunch of candy and snacks at a store, wrappers and all. Truly a fish out of water. Star joins the team, and together they're able to fend off the Gordanians with relative ease, showing how good of a team they are. I really dug this episode. When the show began, the Titans were already a team. It was great to finally see their formation. This is Teen Titans' version of Secret Origins, and as much as I love Justice League overall, this is probably better. It's sweet, quotable, and has some great character moments like Robin explaining to Star what it means to be nice, and Cyborg telling Raven that she belongs with them.
He's green, half of me is metal, and she's from space. You fit in just fine.
Raven is definitely the Batman of the group, which is why I love her so much. Not much of a team or people person, but does it anyway because she cares. It's also wild to find out that Star was pretty mean and aggressive at first because she didn't know anything else. But once she's shown kindness from others, she becomes literally the nicest person in the world. This is also where she's at her most naive and knows the least about the English language, which I enjoyed.
To remain here, where the people are most strange, but also most kind.
The current Star is an elder statesman compared to this. Everyone finds their place here, and everyone is able to contribute in the battle against the Gordanians, showing their value to the team. We see Robin's leadership, Cyborg's poise, Raven's passion, Beast Boy's optimism, and Starfire's strength, literal and figurative. This is how you do an origin story in such a concise way. Fantastic filler episode before we get into the big climax. And here we are, episode 11, Calling All Titans. This season had a 2-part opener, but doesn't have a multi-part finale like usual, at least in name, though the next 2 episodes are basically the 2-part finale, then the last one is an epilogue. The Titans are on their way back from fighting the Brotherhood of Evil, but have to part ways to deliver more communicators to more young Titans, characters we haven't even seen yet, while the Brain watches them closely and plans his next move after capturing Wildebeest and Hotspot. They all succeed, and Pantha fighting Cyborg because she didn't know who he was pretty entertaining. Robin makes a call out to every extended Titan to make sure every area is secure. We see Cole, the Titans East, Kid Flash, and many, many more holding down their area, including Thunder and Lightning, who we haven't seen in a very long time. Remember them from Season 1? They were wreaking havoc, but the Titans show them the error of their ways. Just when all appears to be good, and the Titans start heading home, the Brain makes his move. General Immortus attacks new Titan Argent, and many other members of the Brotherhood attack other extended members, forcing the Titans to scatter again to help them. But because of Madame Rouge tricking Robin, they knew this was coming, so they have other Brotherhood members ambush the Titans. There is way too much going on for me to go through every single thing that happens and every player involved, but this round goes to the Brotherhood. The Titans are outnumbered and outfoxed. We see essentially every villain that has been in the show here in this episode: Cinderblock, Kitaru, Kitten, Atlas, Trident, and many more. The reason the Brotherhood has known the Titans' every move was because Madame Rouge has been posing as Hotspot this whole time. She is such a pain in the ass. As always, Robin blames himself, and he has to cut all communications. The Brain can no longer watch them, but it doesn't matter because he has captured Robin along with most of the Titans East and Argent that we can see. The Titans are on the ropes here. This episode ends on a cliffhanger where all appears to be lost, setting up the conclusion to this story, and as a setup episode, it works pretty well. As stated, I quite enjoy these big team versus team battles. It's a great way to end a show. The action is good and the stakes have ramped up significantly, which is exactly what I would want out of a penultimate episode. This is where everything that has happened in the season is coming to a head. Also, before I get to the next one, shout out to Tara Strong and Hynden Walsh, who voiced 3 different characters each in this one. Walsh voiced Star, Argent, and Madame Rouge. Strong voiced Raven, Cole, and Kitten. Not gonna lie, as crazy as Kitten is, I did enjoy seeing her again. She's so funny and was in one of the funniest episodes in the show. The setup was strong, I'm ready for the payoff. And here we go, Titans together, not the actual finale, but the wrap-up for this season's main storyline. Many Titans are captured, and the Brain has the upper hand. Beast Boy is still out there, though, and he takes out a bunch of Immortus' bots, signaling that he might be the leader of this episode, which is great. I've been wanting more from him for a while. He goes to a secret Titan safe house where Moss arrives without his brother. We also see Pantha, the Herald, and Jericho. What can Moss even do without Manos? Apparently he has some sensing abilities, which I don't recall seeing before. Jericho takes over Cinderblock's mind and uses that to find the Brotherhood base in Paris, pretending to be Cinderblock, taking them in to be captured. That's a great ability. This new team, which is actually pretty strong, infiltrates the base, but is far outnumbered by the Brotherhood, but they fight anyway. You gotta admire the spirit. It's a really fun action scene. Jericho constantly switching from body to body throughout was easily the best part. Eventually the heroes get overpowered and subdued though, but Cyborg arrives with Cole and Gnark just in the nick of time. I was wondering when the other uncaptured Titans were going to show up. They are followed by Starfire with Bumblebee and Red Star, who is apparently alive. They don't really explain that one. Maybe he's like Dark Phoenix and can never fully die. Raven with the kids she had to babysit are next. Love that. It's a brand new game, folks. Wait, was that freaking Malchior? How the hell did he get there? Didn't Raven trap him back in the book? Like I said, literally every villain in the show. Moss frees Manos, which helps a lot. They're able to come back together and free Robin and the other Titans. This is a much fairer fight now, and it's cool to see the original Titans fight together one last time. And last but not least, Kid Flash finally arrives with Jinx. Yes, so glad we got to see them again and actually see Jinx fight for the good guys. It would have sucked to not get a payoff after their last episode. Gizmo is salty about the betrayal, which is funny because he and Jinx are voiced by the same person, Lauren Tom.
Nothing personal.
She dispatches with him and several others easily, showing how powerful and valuable she is. She also gets to get her revenge on Madame Rouge, which is so satisfying after how she treated her.
Oops. Did I do that?
When almost the entire Brotherhood is taken out, the Brain sends an army of bots after the Titans while he tries to escape with Monsieur Mallah and detonates the base for destruction. Beast Boy takes out Mallah, Robin grabs the Brain, and the Herald opens a portal for the bomb to be sent out of. Teamwork! After the big victory, we see the Titans, all of the Titans, hanging out at Titan's Tower. When they see Dr. Light is still out there, he wasn't involved in the final battle. The episode ends with all of them going to stop him. I would have liked to have seen that. It would have been hilarious. Raven has always beaten him by herself. He'd probably crap his pants just seeing how many Titans there are now. It's a fitting end though. This was a really fun episode and a very satisfying conclusion to the story. Big hero army versus big villain army battles with everyone contributing is the best way to conclude a show like this. It's their version of Destroyer, though the Brain is no Darkseid. The action was great. It was cool to see literally everyone fighting each other, and it was nice to see Beast Boy take on more of a leadership role. He's pretty good at it. It doesn't have nearly the emotional weight of Season 2 or Season 4, but it was a highly entertaining ending that fit this season and the show in general. But while that felt much like a finale, there is actually one more episode. So now it's time for the actual finale, Things Change. That's interesting because the first episode of Ninja Turtles 2003 is called Things Change. This one finally sees the return of Terra, which they did tease could happen eventually at the end of Season 2. The Titans are finally back home, but things look way different. All of their favorite spots are closing or being torn down. While fighting a new villain who can change shape and blend into stuff like a chameleon, Beast Boy sees Terra just hanging around in the crowd, dressed like a schoolgirl, while the other Titans Titans follow the villain, Beast Boy leaves to find Tara and sees she is missing from the place where she used to be turned into stone. He goes to all of the spots they hung out in Season 2, like the carnival and the restaurant. Man, this is making me tear up, bringing back all of the feels from Season 2. He sees her again at her school, and she does appear to be real, but she doesn't recognize him. Well, that's heartbreaking. She is willing to hang out with him anyway, though, which is sweet. He tells her about her past and their time together, which seems to draw an emotional response out of her. Her personality is quite different, though. She doesn't like any of the same stuff she used to. She has to go back to school, so Beast Boy goes back to the carnival, and Slade is there? What the heck? Is this really happening? Beast Boy has a little fight with him, very reminiscent of their last fight there, literally in the exact same spot. Turns out it was actually a Slade bot, but Beast Boy wasn't imagining it. Or was he? This is all happening while the other Titans continue to chase the creature and struggle to stop him without Beast Boy. He confronts Tara again and is unable to convince Tara to come back with them, but Beast Boy finally decides to join the fight, and the episode ends with him running off to do so and finally accepting that Tara isn't who she used to be. So there you have it. That is the end of Teen Titans. I gotta be honest, I'm kind of mixed on this finale. There are some interesting ideas in there, but it creates more questions than answers. The thing I was most worried about going in was that Tara coming back would undo her sacrifice in Season 2. That actually wasn't the case at all. She is clearly not the same person at this point, but how did she come back? Why doesn't she remember anything? Was she even back at all? Remember, no one besides Beast Boy even saw her or saw that she wasn't stone anymore. He could have imagined that too. Tara did have friends with her at school, but Beast Boy could have imagined them as well. The fact that none of the other Titans saw Tara makes me skeptical, and I don't necessarily mind that. It works either way, and his arc of learning to let her go remains the same, but I'm not sure it's super satisfying as a finale. And what was up with Slade? Did Beast Boy imagine him too, or is he up to his old tricks? It was great to hear that chilling Ron Perlman voice one last time, but that just feels like a dick tease. So again, interesting ideas, decent execution, but too many questions, and the previous episode feels much more like a satisfying finale to me. This one left me feeling more confused than anything, a very odd choice for the finale of the show. Let's get to the conclusion. Teen Titans Season 5 was a very solid season of TV that brought the show to a satisfying conclusion if you stop at episode 12. As stated, I knew this was never going to be as good as Season 4. That was the peak of Teen Titans and one of the better seasons of TV I've ever seen. I expected this one to be about on par with the first 3, and it's safe to say that was effectively the case. In terms of consistency, I think Season 5 is most comparable to Season 3. It lacks the stakes or emotional weight of 2 or 4, but this season is very focused on the main plot line, more so than any of the other seasons. Aside from Go and the finale, every episode plays into the Brotherhood of Evil storyline, at least in small ways. Red Star returns after Snowblind, and even Revved Up had some of the Brotherhood members show up. Go was one of the better one-offs the show ever did. The timing seemed pretty random, but the formation of the Titans was something I always wondered about. It was cool to finally see it. I just got done talking about things change, so no need to really go over that again in great detail. It has some interesting ideas, but the timing was bizarre. It poses way too many questions and kind of leaves a bad taste in my mouth as a finale to the show. The main plot was pretty good though. It's not the apocalypse story of last season or the Terra stuff from Season 2, but it stays on target and there aren't any gigantic misfires that stick out, one-offs or otherwise. It may be a bit too cliched or simple for some people, but I'm just a sucker for big hero teams versus big villain teams as a way to end a superhero show. Justice League Unlimited did it with the Legion of Doom, and this isn't quite as good as that, but it's effective for what it is. The stakes and backstory are established in the first episode, and we find out that Beast Boy used to be a member of the Doom Patrol before he joined the Titans, and that their mortal enemies, the Brotherhood of Evil, have resurfaced and are forming a new team. Most of this season is spent either fighting some of those villains or recruiting heroes from across the world or even galaxy to prepare for the big finale. Pretty much every villain we had seen up until this point returns, and standouts like Control Freak, Dr. Light, and the Hive members get focus episodes. We also see the return of standout heroes like the Titans East, Hotspot, and Wildebeest. These were all welcomed returns. One of the best things about this season, though, was the introduction and inclusion of new heroes such as the Doom Patrol, Red Star, Cole, Kid Flash, and the Babies. They are able to shove so many characters into this season without losing the through line or entertainment value. We know what the threat is, we know what has to be done, and they do a great job building towards the final battle. It felt more like Super Friends than Teen Titans, and I honestly don't hate that. Because of the nature of what this season is, I don't have nearly as much to say about the main Titans and their character arcs as I usually do. There isn't really much development here. Raven is still my favorite. She has always been the most interesting to me and had a nice little arc in hide and seek when she comes around to liking the kids and rescues them in the end. Cyborg continues to be highly entertaining. I love his budding dynamic with Gnark and his obsession with the T-Car.
I'm only gonna say this once. Booyah!
Starfire gets a great focus episode with Go and forms a sweet friendship with Red Star. I liked Robin's proactivity in recruiting new Titans like Hotspot, though we see a rare occasion where he gets completely outsmarted by someone in Madame Rouge. I was hoping for some more development for Beast Boy this season, and we get a little. We find out his backstory, which is cool, and it was nice to see him take on a leadership role, albeit briefly, but I still don't find him that interesting compared to the others. His relationship with Terra in Season 2 was the best thing they've ever done with him, and the finale attempted to do more in that regard, but again, I'm very mixed on that. This season had a lot going for it, but aside from one person, who I will get to in a moment, character development wasn't really one of the strong points. That's not to say the character interactions aren't great. This might actually be the most quotable season of the show.
Enough with the spitting, please! Yes, we kick the butt!
And while Starfire has several memorable quotes like usual, it wasn't just her. Cyborg was on his A-game here as well. This is certainly his most fun season, and everyone gets their moment.
You're a weird little dude, you know that? Now that was unexpected.
I suppose I could team up just this once.
Quit hitting myself! Quit hitting myself!
What secret identity? You're green.
This is the benefit of having 4 seasons prior to this, though. Similar to something like Infinity War, we've already had the character development, we're already invested, this is the payoff, and it works well as such. If this was the first season, I don't think I would have liked it nearly as much, but after the roller coaster that has been the first 4 seasons, I think this was fitting. I alluded to this a minute ago, but the best character in this season kind of ends up being Jinx. Who in the world would have guessed that? Throughout the first 4 seasons, she was essentially just a generic henchman or henchwoman. Despite this, ever since the show started in 2003, I have always liked her. Is part of that because I thought she was hot? Of course, but I also for some reason found her more compelling than the other villains. As Kid Flash said,
"There's something about you that's different."
As someone who remembered almost nothing about this season, I was pleasantly surprised that they decided to give her a redemption arc. Do I wish they would have taken their time with that a bit more? Sure, but I think they did a really good job making it work in just that one episode, which ended up being one of my favorites of the season. Jinx is someone who just wants a family and to be appreciated, but she has been stuck in a bad situation her whole life. Her power is literally bad luck, and that puts her behind the 8 ball from the jump. Throughout most of her life, she has known nothing but criminality. She's also very loyal, though, which can be a good trait. She just so happens to be loyal to the wrong people. We saw in Season 3 when she thought Cyborg was one of them, then when he revealed he wasn't, she felt genuinely betrayed and hurt, showing there may have been more to her than meets the eye. All she really needed was someone, in this case Kid Flash, on the other side to believe in her and show her that her path was not the only path. It also certainly helped that she was continuously disrespected and mocked by Madame Rouge, whom she had looked up to and wanted to impress. Jinx's dynamic with Kid Flash was really sweet, and it felt genuine despite the limited amount of screen time. Jinx is easily the standout when it comes to returning side characters, and Kid Flash is a standout for new characters. He's a very perceptive guy, and notices immediately that Jinx has good in her, and deep down wants to be better. It takes a few tries, but he is eventually able to get through to her and recruit her to the good side, simply because he is a good person who sees the potential in her and likes her for who she can be. She becomes an honorary Titan, and comes in clutch in the final battle, taking out several Brotherhood members, including her former idol, Madame Rouge, which was very satisfying. Am I making this storyline out to be better than it actually is? Maybe, but Lightspeed is one of the highest rated episodes of the season. I was skeptical going in of an episode that doesn't feature any Titans even after seeing that rating, but I came out of it pleasantly surprised by how good it was. I'm just a sucker for redemption stories, especially with layered female characters. I just watched Gen V Season 2 not too long ago, and without getting specific, there's a pretty good one in there as well. In a season severely lacking in character development, Jinx is a huge highlight in that department, and I love that. Shout out to Lauren Tom for doing the voice acting for the character. She's a huge part of why we buy into the redemption arc. Can't forget to mention Michael Rosenbaum for his part in that as well. Can never get enough of him. While the previous seasons had much more of a balance, Season 5, more so than the others, leans much more into the surface-level entertainment than the deeper themes and messages. As stated, the surface-level entertainment is really good throughout, but like with the characters, there isn't much to discuss as far as deeper meanings go. Jinx's story probably had the most meat on the bone, exploring redemption, abuse, the desire for acceptance, fate versus choice, and the fact that it's never too late to do the right thing. Things Change in theory is about letting go and accepting things for the way they are, as opposed to the way you want them to be, but as stated, I don't think they completely stuck the landing with that. Snowblind is about isolation, burden of power, and the importance of not being judgmental. Go has similar themes, which is pretty poetic because Starfire took the lessons she learned from the Titans and applied them to Red Star. Hide and Seek explores Raven's empathy and sense of responsibility, even if she doesn't always show it. The rest are kind of just about the Titans versus the Brotherhood. There wasn't much else to it. Beast Boy has a bit of a loyalty test between the Titans and the Doom Patrol, but they don't milk that too much. His morals and priorities clearly align much more with the Titans. The action and entertainment value definitely took precedence this season, and for a final season after we've already seen all of the development and have felt all of the deep emotions, I think that's fine. At least the technical aspects, as always, were a highlight. The visuals have always looked stunning and have aged flawlessly. Cole's Hidden World in particular looked gorgeous. The racing sequence was a feast as well. On the voice acting side, I've talked about them in every video, but the main five deliver as always. Scott Menville as Robin and Red X, Greg Sipes as Beast Boy, Carrie Payton as Cyborg have been great all the way through. The other two voice not only their Titans characters, but other recurring characters as well. Hinton Walsh is delightful as always as Starfire, but she also voices nefarious Russian villain Madame Rouge so well. Tara Strong, who has voiced Raven throughout, also voices Cole, the sweet, bubbly, new honorary Titan. Both of these ladies have incredible range. You'd think based on the Titans that they voice, they'd be flipped for those other two characters, but being able to play against type is a clear indicator of a talented actor, voice or otherwise. As stated, Lauren Tom is a standout as Jinx, as is Glenn Shaddix as the Brain and Monsieur Mallah, Alexander Polinsky as Control Freak, Jason Marsden as Red Star, Roger Bumpus as Dr. Light, D. Bradley Baker as Gnark, the master Kevin Michael Richardson as several characters, and Ashley Johnson and Ron Perlman in brief returns as Tara and Slade respectively.
Don't you see? She no longer wants to remember you.
The score didn't stand out as much to me here as some of the previous seasons, but it was fun enough and fit with the Super Friends vibe. In a season somewhat lacking in some other areas, the visuals and voice acting did a pretty good job carrying these episodes. To wrap up my final Teen Titans season conclusion, Season 5 is very solid. It was never going to meet the bar set by Season 4, but it's an entertaining, satisfying conclusion to the show. I think the big team-up battle was the right way to do it. They established the main conflict from the first episode, they bring back tons of heroes and villains, while also introducing us to new ones without ever overwhelming you. Despite lacking much character development, every character still gets their moment to shine. Jinx's redemption was a nice surprise that should have been a bit more fleshed out, but was still well done and one of the better things about this season. Go gave us the Titans' long-awaited origin story. The action was great throughout, and Titans Together was the big slam-bang finale this show deserved. Things Change exists. Season 4 was definitely the peak of Teen Titans, but Season 5 is pretty similar in quality to the other three seasons. It doesn't have the highs of Season 2, but doesn't have the lows either. It's consistently entertaining without a ton of huge emotions or big deeper meanings, so Season 3 would probably be the best comparison. Based on what I heard and expected, it essentially met my expectations, and I'll take that. It certainly could have been much worse. And finally, I want to talk one last time about Teen Titans as a whole. It's a good show, and I really enjoyed rewatching it for the first time in a very long time. It's not as good overall as something like Justice League Unlimited, for example, but the quality is a pretty consistent 7.5 or 8-ish out of 10, aside from Season 4, which is more like a 9 or 9.5. I'll put that up against any season of TV ever. With the exception of a few episodes, the entertainment value is always there. The characters are likable and get a ton of development throughout. Raven is one of my favorite fictional characters of all time. Slade is one of my favorite villains of all time. Starfire is incredibly quotable. Cyborg is just effortlessly cool. Robin is a great leader. And Beast Boy is a fun goofball. Brother Blood and the Brain are not Slade, but they're solid main villains in their own right. There is something in there for everyone. Kids can enjoy it for the action and humor, adults can enjoy it for that as well, but also for rich character development and deep themes. It can get really heavy sometimes with the emotions, particularly in seasons 2 and 4. The Terra storyline was absolutely devastating, the end of the world was incredibly well done, and solidified Raven as an icon. There are some misses for sure, like Fractured, Mother May I, Transformation, and Every Dog Has His Day, but there are also some massive hits with the filler episodes, such as Nevermore, How Long Is Forever, Fear Itself, Haunted, Don't Touch That Dial, Cyborg the Barbarian, Troc, and Go. The voice acting is stellar across the board, and there are so many memorable side villains like Mad Mod, Control Freak, Mumbo, Dr. Light, Killer Moth, and Johnny Rancid. The action, animation, and music are consistently great. I liked Teen Titans as a kid, but I kind of fell off. I honestly appreciated it more watching through it again as an adult. I'm really glad I decided to do this. If you made it this far, thank you so much for watching. I love you all. I can't believe this series is over, but I can't wait to dive into Justice League next. I'm in the middle of watching and taking notes on Season 1, but I'll have plenty of stuff coming before my Season 1 analysis comes out. Could be a while yet. In the meantime, expect some more Teen Titans videos, some more Star Wars videos, some more Gen V and the Boys videos, and maybe some more Stranger Things videos at some point. There could always be surprises, but I don't foresee myself doing much outside of those aforementioned worlds in the near future, at least as far as longer videos go. With shorts, you never know. What exactly will be after Teen Titans Season 5? I'm not sure. I kind of tend to play it by ear. If you become a patron at a certain level, you can get daily updates on what I'm up to. There are other tiers as well, and I'm open to suggestions. I never plan on doing ad reads even if approached, so every little bit of extra support would mean the world. If you can't or don't want to do that though, I totally understand, no worries, but please like if you enjoy the video. It only takes a second and it's very helpful for the growth of my channel and getting more eyes on my videos. Drop a comment below with your thoughts on Teen Titans Season 5, the show as a whole, and what you're looking forward to next on my channel. Subscribe and hit the notification bell to get notified when I post a video if you want to see more of this kind of stuff, and stay tuned for some more fun content. I will see you soon.